Chapter 53. Sandra Harper ruffled her daughter's hair. "What do you want to eat, honey?" Bella was sitting in front of the television wearing her favourite Barbie pyjamas. The doctors had discharged her first thing in the morning, and as soon as they'd got home, she had retreated to the sofa. Bella shrugged and kept her eyes on the television. "I'm okay." "You sure? Pizza Hut, KFC, Burger King? Your dad can drive and get you whatever you want." "I'm not hungry, Mum." "Tomorrow's Saturday. Do you want to go to the pictures? It's been ages since we saw a film together. We could go with Grandma and Grandad. Make it a family day out." Bella shrugged but didn't say anything. Sandra sat down next to her daughter. "Are you okay?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." She continued to stare at the television. "What are you watching?" "A documentary on the Holocaust." "The Holocaust? Why on earth are you watching that?" "It's interesting." "I'm not sure you should be watching that." "Why not?" Sandra picked up the remote and flicked through the channels until she found a cartoon show. "That's better." "I hate cartoons," said Bella. "You love cartoons." She brushed Bella's hair away from her eyes. "Are you sure you're okay?" Bella sighed. "Really, I'm fine." "The doctor said you might be in shock for a while." "I'm not in shock." "You don't have to go to school next week if you don't want to." "No, I'll go, really, I'm fine." Sandra smelled something unpleasant and she frowned. "Did you clean your teeth this morning?" "Sure." Sandra leant forward to smell her daughter's breath, but Bella turned her head away. "Mum, please." "Do you feel okay? Is your stomach bad?" "My stomach's fine." "So why aren't you hungry?" "I'm just not," said Bella. Again, Sandra caught the smell of something bitter and acrid, yet also sickly sweet, like very old cheese. But before she could say anything, the doorbell rang. She frowned. Now, who's that at this time of night? She went over to the window and pulled back the curtain. Bloody Jehovah's Witnesses? Will appeared at the sitting-room door. "Who is it?" "The God Squad," she said. "Alicia said they were around yesterday." The doorbell rang again. "I'll get rid of them," said Will. Bella turned to look at her father. "What are Jehovah's Witnesses?" she asked. "Nutters," said Will. "They want to come in and talk about God." "Can I talk to them?" Will frowned. "What? Why?" "I'd like to talk to someone about Jesus." "Honey, like Daddy says, they're nutters. They're a cult. If you want to talk to someone about Jesus, we can go to a church. But these people are just a nuisance, and they won't take no for an answer." "Please, Daddy. I want to." Will looked over at Sandra and she shrugged. "If that's what she wants." "Please, Daddy." "OK, but once we let them in, we'll never be able to get rid of them." Will went off to open the front door. A few seconds later, he returned with a young man in a dark raincoat and a blonde woman in her 30s with dark hair pulled back into a ponytail. Both were carrying black briefcases. "I'll leave you to it," Will said to his wife. "I've got to do some work on the car." He disappeared down the hallway before Sandra could say anything. The woman held out her hand. "I'm Tina," she said. "Your husband said you would be happy to talk to us. Have you heard the word of God?" Sandra shook the woman's hand. "We go to church, yes," she said. "But it was my daughter who wanted to talk to you." Bella smiled up at the two Jehovah's Witnesses. "I'm Bella," she said. "Hello, Bella." She introduced her colleague. "This is David." David was in his 30s, slightly tubby with thick lensed spectacles. He shook hands with Sandra and flashed Bella a beaming smile. "Look, I have to say that I'm a little uncomfortable about this," said Sandra. "As I said, we go to church. I don't want you to start putting ideas into my daughter's head." "I just want to talk to them, Mummy. It'll be fine." She patted the sofa next to her. "They can sit here." The two Jehovah's Witnesses took off their coats and looked expectantly at Sandra. She took the coats from them and they sat down on the sofa, either side of Bella. "Why don't you get them some tea, Mummy?" asked Bella. "Oh, I don't think they'll be here that long, honey," said Sandra. "Actually, a cup of tea would be lovely," said Tina, and David nodded. Sandra sighed. "Right then, tea it is," she said. She walked out of the room, carrying the coats. Bella was looking at her, so Sandra mouthed 10 minutes and flashed her a warning look. "So you are interested in God and how he can be a part of your life?" asked Tina. Bella nodded. "Of course. God loves us and we are his children." "That's right," said David. "But what is important is that we demonstrate our love for God. We must show that we are worthy of his love." He opened his briefcase and took out a handful of leaflets. He sorted through them and handed 2 to her. "These are especially for children," he said. "They will help you to understand what you must do to ensure your place in heaven." Bella smiled. "Oh, I don't think I'll be going to heaven." "Of course you will, if you do what God wants," said Tina. "Now, have you ever heard of a man called Charles Taze Russell?" "He founded the Jehovah's Witnesses," said Bella. "He wrote the books, Studies in Scriptures, which is what your theology is based on." She smiled sweetly. Tina and David exchanged surprised looks. "Has someone from our church talked to you already?" Bella shook her head. "No, you're the first," she said. "But there is something I don't understand. You don't believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, do you?" "God is a single deity. There is only the one God," said Tina. "Right. But you think that the Archangel Michael is Jesus, don't you?" "It's not as simple as that," said David. "God created Michael, and through him God created the universe, the earth, and all mankind." "And that happened 42,000 years ago, you think?" David and Tina looked at each other. "Bella, who have you been talking to?" said Tina. "Have your parents put you up to this? Is this some sort of joke?" "Because really it's not funny," said David. "God is not a laughing matter." "I just worry about the dinosaurs, that's all," said Bella. "They were around millions of years ago, so I don't see how that fits in with your 42,000-year theory." She clapped her hands. "But that's not what really worries me. It's the whole Archangel Michael thing." Tina frowned at the little girl. "What do you mean?" Bella sighed. "You believe that Michael became Jesus, and that God sent him down to be the Saviour." "That's right," said Tina. "He was without sin, and he obeyed all of God's laws. He took on all the sins of mankind, and then he died and was born again in spirit." "And you believe that one day Jesus will return to earth to destroy Satan and establish God's kingdom on earth?" "That's right," said Tina. "And only those who follow our path will be saved. That is why we come to people's houses, to give them the chance to choose their own salvation." Bella nodded. "Here's what I don't understand," said Bella. "You say that Michael became Jesus Christ, but I've met them both. Michael took me to see Jesus." Tina stood up. "I think I'll just go and see how your mother's getting on with the tea," she said. As she left the room, David pushed his spectacles up his nose. "What was this, Bella? A dream?" "I don't think it was a dream," said Bella. "I think I sort of died for a while, and then Michael came to see me." "Michael? The Archangel Michael?" Bella nodded. "He was very kind." "And you think he was an angel?" "He had wings," said Bella. "Wings?" "Big wings, like huge." "And he said he was Michael, the Archangel?" Bella nodded seriously. "Yes, and then he took me to see Jesus." "Bella, you know this was a dream, don't you?" Bella's face hardened. "No, it was Jesus. He spoke to me for a long time." "Now come on, Bella, it's wrong to tell stories." "I'm not telling stories. Jesus spoke to me. He told me lots of things. He told me about you, David. David's jaw dropped. What? He told me about you, and what you did to that little boy in Bristol. David's eyes widened, and the briefcase tumbled off his lap and fell to the floor, spilling dozens of brochures over the carpet. David ignored them and continued to stare open-mouthed at Bella. Jesus has a message for you, David. A message? Stuttered David. From me? Bella crooked her finger. Come closer, David, she said softly. I have to whisper it to you. Chapter 54. Tina walked into the kitchen as Sandra was pouring hot water into 2 mugs. Sandra looked up and forced a smile. Milk and sugar? She asked. We both take it with milk and no sugar, said Tina. She folded her arms and leaned against the doorframe as Sandra opened the fridge and took out a bottle of milk. She's a very special little girl, Bella. Sandra nodded. She's our angel, she said. She's very bright for her age. Really? You think so? Tina nodded. She seems to know a lot about Jehovah's Witnesses. Sandra looked up from the mugs. Are you sure? She knew about Charles Taze Russell. Who? Exactly, said Tina. His name isn't generally known by outsiders. Sandra shrugged. She must have seen it on TV. She's been watching a lot of strange stuff on TV recently. She poured milk into the 2 mugs and stirred. Or at school, perhaps. She hasn't been to school for a while, not since... She left the sentence unfinished. Since what? Sandra looked pained. Bella was attacked. She was hurt quite badly. She's only just out of hospital. Oh, my goodness, Bella Harper, said Tina, putting her hands over her mouth. I'm so sorry. You should have said, oh, my goodness. It's okay. She's fine now. She'll probably be back at school next week. Oh, the poor thing. It said in the papers that she'd been... She saw the look of horror flash across Sandra's face, and she immediately began apologising. It's okay, said Sandra, handing her one of the mugs of tea. Like I said, she's okay. It was her idea to invite you in. She wanted to talk to you. A belief in God can help you through difficult times. Sandra nodded. She said an angel helped take care of her. That could be true, said Tina. God loves children more than anything. Why wouldn't he use his angels to protect a child? If that was the case, it was a bit late, said Sandra. He should have sent an angel to keep the monsters away from her in the first place. You're angry, said Tina quietly. Sandra's eyes flashed. Of course I'm angry. Why would I not be angry? You got your daughter back. For that alone you should be thanking God. So many missing children never come back. Sandra forced a smile. I suppose so. And she is such a lovely girl. A treasure. Sandra took the mug of tea into the sitting room. David was on his hands and knees gathering up the pamphlets, while Bella stared at the television. Your tea, said Sandra. David scooped the pamphlets into his briefcase, then locked it and got to his feet. We should go, he said to Tina. Our tea, said Tina, holding up her mug, but David was already walking out of the room. Bella, is everything okay? Asked Sandra. Everything's fine, said Bella, her eyes on the television. She'd changed the cartoon back to the Holocaust documentary. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's wrong with David, said Tina. She handed her unfinished tea to Sandra, picked up her briefcase and hurried after David. She caught up with him down the street, heading for his car. David, what's wrong? She asked as she fell into step with him. He ignored her. He took his car keys from his raincoat pocket and unlocked the door of his Toyota, tossed the briefcase onto the back seat and climbed in. Tina hurried around to the passenger side. "David, what happened? What's wrong?" She got in and pulled the door shut. David had already started the engine. Tina fastened her seatbelt as David pulled away from the curb. She tried to get him to speak several times, but he ignored her. The seatbelt warning beeper was going, but David ignored that too. "Where are we going?" she asked. "We were supposed to be doing calls until 9. As he turned onto the dual carriageway, she realised that they were heading to London. She took out her mobile phone, but she had no idea who to call. She was starting to get seriously concerned. David was usually talkative, and she'd never seen him like this. There was a blankness in his eyes, as if his mind was elsewhere. "David, please, you're scaring me. Just tell me what's wrong." David said nothing. He accelerated, and the speedometer moved past 40 to 50 and then 60 miles an hour. Something flashed, and Tina realised that they'd driven past a speed camera. "David, come on now. Slow down." David never drove over the speed limit. He was one of the most careful drivers that Tina had ever come across, and he was proud of the fact that he had a totally clean driving licence. "And you should put your seatbelt on. Isn't that noise driving you crazy?" "You know that God loves you, Tina." "What? Of course." The speedometer reached 70 miles an hour, and David twisted the steering wheel to the right. Tina screamed as she saw the petrol tanker heading directly towards them. She threw up her hands and closed her eyes, and then the car slammed into the tanker and burst into flames. She was already dead by the time the petrol tanker exploded, killing another 5 people and injuring dozens more. Chapter 55. Nightingale's phone rang. The caller was withholding his number. It was Harry Simpson. "This is turning into a right can of worms, Nightingale." It was Sunday morning, and Nightingale was lying on the sofa trying to work up the energy to make himself a bacon sandwich. He wasn't sure how to reply to that, so he said nothing. Simon Etchells was at the school for just over 10 years. Before that, he was at a comprehensive in Slough, and before that, he was at a girls' private school in Somerset. He left the girls' school under a bit of a cloud. Nothing official, but some parents had complained of inappropriate behaviour on his part. "He's a paedophile." "You can't say that." The police were involved and they interviewed the girls, but it wasn't thought serious enough for any charges. It was more texting and emails and being alone with them. The girls never said that he touched them. The school let him resign, and that was the end of it. Sounds like he was grooming them and got stopped before it went too far. I can't argue with that. Anyway, as part of his resignation package, he got a glowing reference and moved to Slough. When he was there, 2 teachers were sent down for having sex with underage pupils. Statutory rape. The girls were willing enough, but they plied them with booze and drugs. The girls were close to 16 and the teachers were in their late 20s. They got 3 years apiece. One of them ended up marrying the girl he was sent to prison for. So, all's well that ends well. How does Etchells fit in with that? He left the school about a month before the other 2 were arrested. Could have been a coincidence. Or he could have known that something was going to happen and decided to get out before he was implicated. You do like putting 2 and 2 together and getting 5, don't you? I'm assuming there's more, because nothing you've said so far could be considered a right can of worms. 3 years ago, there was a complaint from the parent of a girl in the Berwick school. A 10-year-old girl said Etchells had followed her into the toilets and said he wanted to check that her skirt wasn't too short. Nice. There was a file and Etchells and the girl were interviewed, but it was decided that the girl was just confused. The file wasn't even sent to the CPS. It just died. The girl left the school the following term. Case closed. That's more than enough red flags, isn't it? That's not the can of worms, though. The inspector who closed the case was Colin Stevenson. Nightingale felt as if he'd just been punched in the chest, and he gasped. He put his hand against the wall to steady himself. "You still there?" asked Simpson. "I'm gobsmacked." Yeah, you and me both. I mean, it's by no means conclusive proof. No, but it's one hell of a coincidence, isn't it? Coincidences do happen, said Simpson. The question is, what do you want to do next? To be honest, we need to take a closer look at Stevenson, but I know you're not happy about that. I can hardly speak to him, can I? And I'm not going to professional standards. Is he a family man? Divorced, I think. No kids. Can you get an address for him? Probably, but why? Best you don't know, said Nightingale. Chapter 56. Nightingale pushed open the office door with his shoulder. He was holding 2 cups of Costa coffee and had a copy of The Sun under his arm. As he stepped into the office, he realised that there was a man standing by Jenny's desk. He had a mane of grey hair combed back and was wearing a dark blue pinstripe suit. Even before the man turned around, Nightingale knew who it was. Marcus Fairchild. One of the coffee cups fell from his nerveless fingers and splattered over the floor. "Jack," said Jenny. She sprang from her chair and picked up the cup. "Sorry," mumbled Nightingale. Fairchild was grinning at him. He had a pug nose flecked with broken blood vessels, several tubular chins, and a paunch that strained at his waistcoat and watch chain. "It's all down your trousers," said Jenny, putting the cup on her desk. "I'll get you a paper towel." She hurried out, heading for the bathroom that was shared by the 3 officers on their floor. Fairchild extended a pudgy hand with perfectly manicured nails. "Marcus Fairchild," he said. "We've never met, but Jenny talks about you all the time." Nightingale shook. A large gold cufflink in the shape of a lion's head peeped out from under Fairchild's sleeve, and he was wearing a chunky gold watch. "Ditto," he said. "Are you just passing by?" "I wanted a word, actually, about your Berwick case." Nightingale frowned. "How are you involved?" Fairchild chuckled. "Good Lord, I'm not involved. I just thought I might be of some help, that's all. Jenny said that the case involves systematic child abuse, and I've dealt with a number of such cases over the years." "I thought you were mainly commercial law." "That's my bread and butter, of course, but I've covered the full range of legal work over the years. Jack of all trades." "A master of none?" He chuckled again. "Actually, master of all of them." He adjusted the cuffs of his jacket. Jenny returned with a handful of paper towels. She gave them to Nightingale, and he dabbed at the wet patches. "Sit down, Uncle Marcus," she said, waving him to a chair. She pulled up another chair and sat down next to him. "I was mentioning to Uncle Marcus about our case," she said. "Yes, so he said." "He's worked on a few similar cases and thought he might be able to help." "I'm not sure that we need any help, to be honest," said Nightingale. He screwed up the paper towel and tossed it into the bin. "It was the satanic aspect that interested me," said Fairchild. "I was on a case a few years ago where a paedophile claimed that the devil made him do it." "You represented him?" asked Nightingale, sitting down on a chair behind Jenny's desk. "Good Lord, no. I was working with the CPS. I know that everyone is entitled to the best possible defence, but there are limits." "I thought barristers worked like taxis, and have to take the next case no matter what it is." "That's the theory, but in practice there's some leeway. I certainly wouldn't want to represent a paedophile." Fairchild steepled his fingers under his chin and smiled at Nightingale. "So, you've been looking at this James McBride case?" Nightingale shifted uncomfortably in his seat. He didn't want to discuss the case with Fairchild. In fact, he didn't want to say anything to him. He just wanted the man out of the office. But with Jenny there, Nightingale's options were limited. "We've pretty much finished," he lied. "Jenny probably told you that our client killed himself." "But we're still looking at it," said Jenny. Nightingale forced himself to smile. "Well, not really." Jenny frowned in confusion. "It wouldn't be the first time that a defendant has tried to use satanic possession to avoid a guilty verdict," said Fairchild. "McBride is dead," said Nightingale. "So the difference between guilty of murder or clinically insane is moot, really." Fairchild smiled, but his eyes lacked warmth. "Jenny mentioned the Order of 9 Angles." "Did she now?" "The paedophile in the case I looked at claimed he was a member, and we did a lot of research into it. It doesn't exist, not as a credible organisation anyway." "That's good to know," said Nightingale. "Because aren't they involved in black magic and child sacrifice?" Fairchild threw back his head and laughed, but it came out like a hollow death rattle. "Come now, Jack. You don't believe in black magic, do you?" Nightingale shrugged but didn't reply. "And child sacrifice? Do you think a group could kill children and get away with it?" "A lot of children go missing every year and are never found," said Nightingale. "It's a big jump from that to saying that there is a group of satanic child killers out there." Fairchild leaned forward. "I had researchers on it for several months, and they came to the conclusion that the Order of 9 Angles doesn't exist. It's an urban legend." "Good to know," said Nightingale. "I just thought you might like to know. Save you wasting your time." "I appreciate that," said Nightingale. He looked at his watch. "To be honest, Marcus, I've got a busy morning." "I understand," said Fairchild. "I have a meeting myself over at the Inns of Court, but if there's any guidance you need on the McBride case, don't hesitate to give me a call." He took out his wallet and gave Nightingale an embossed business card. "Thanks. But like I said, we're pretty much done with it." "Do you have any idea why he killed those children?" "He just snapped," said Nightingale. "It happens." He stood up and held out his hand. "Thanks for dropping by." Fairchild pushed himself up out of his chair and shook Nightingale's hand, then hugged Jenny and kissed her on both cheeks. She took him to the door, patted him on the back as he left, then closed the door and glared at Nightingale. "What the hell was that about?" "What?" "You were so rude. You practically kicked him out. And we're not finished with the case, not by a long way." "You didn't tell me you'd seen him." "Didn't I? He was at Mummy and Daddy's at the weekend doing some shooting." "And you told him about the case? Why would you do that?" "Is something wrong?" Nightingale sighed. "It's just, our business. Client confidentiality." "Our client's dead." "That's not the point. When people come to us for help, they expect a modicum of privacy, don't they?" "Well, yes, but Mr. McBride's dead, and Uncle Marcus was really interested." "I bet he was," muttered Nightingale. "Jack, what's wrong? Why are you being like this?" "Like what?" "Like you've taken a real dislike to Uncle Marcus. He's a lovely man. He just wants to help." "He's not a lovely man, Jenny." She stiffened and looked at him with narrowed eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Nightingale looked at her, a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. "Nothing," he said. "I don't mean anything." "What is your problem with him, Jack?" He held up his hands. "Forget I said anything." "He's never done you any harm. He just wanted to help." Nightingale picked up his coffee and stood up. "OK, let's just leave it." "Jack!" Nightingale ignored her and strode into his office before kicking the door shut behind him. Chapter 57. The door opened and the headmistress looked up from her computer. "Here she is, Mrs. Tomlinson," said Miss Ryder, ushering in 9-year-old Bella Harper. "Thank you, Miss Ryder," said Mrs. Tomlinson. She waved at a sofa in a corner of her office. "Why don't you sit there, Bella, and we can have a little chat?" Bella did as she was told. "I'll bring her back when we've finished." The headmistress said to Miss Ryder, and the teacher closed the door behind her. Mrs. Tomlinson pulled up a chair and sat down opposite Bella. Bella had her head down and her hands were fidgeting in her lap. "Bella, it's okay. You're not in trouble," said the headmistress. "Would you like a biscuit?" Mrs. Tomlinson kept a pack of chocolate hobnobs in her desk drawer to cheer up unhappy children. Bella shook her head. "No, thank you," she whispered. "Now, did Miss Ryder tell you why I wanted to see you?" "It's about Jesus," said Bella. "Well, sort of," said the headmistress. Bella's curly blonde hair was hanging over her face, so she couldn't see if the girl was crying or not. She wanted to reach over and brush the hair away, but she knew that touching children was never a good idea. "First of all, let me say how happy we are to have you back at school. We all missed you a lot." "Thank you, Mrs. Tomlinson." "And I know you've been through a lot. But we're all going to do what we can to make it easier for you. You know that, don't you?" Bella nodded solemnly. "Yes, Mrs. Tomlinson." "Good. Now, you've been telling the children about Jesus, haven't you?" Bella sniffed and nodded. "Am I in trouble?" "No, of course not," said the headmistress. "But, you see, Bella, it's really not a good idea to be talking about Jesus in class. We explain about Jesus and other religious leaders in our religious education classes, so you should leave that sort of thing to Miss Ryder. Do you understand?" Bella nodded and clasped her hands together. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "You don't have to say you're sorry," said Mrs. Tomlinson. "And I know that after everything you've been through, Jesus is probably a help to you." "Yes, he is." "And that's okay. That's good. But what you mustn't do is to talk about him in class. We are lucky to have children of many religions in our school, and not everyone believes in Jesus. It might upset them to hear you talking about him. You must keep your faith to yourself. Do you understand that?" Bella nodded again. "Yes, Mrs. Tomlinson. That's a good girl." "Have your parents been talking about Jesus at home? Is that it?" "Not really." Bella sniffed and rubbed the back of her nose with her hand. "Talking about Jesus is fine at home," said the headmistress. "But at school, that's something for the teachers. Then we can learn about all the great religions of the world in a way that doesn't offend anyone. You understand that, don't you, Bella? It's important that people aren't offended." "I understand," said Bella. She looked up, and for the first time Mrs. Tomlinson saw the little girl's face. Bella smiled brightly. "You believe in Jesus, don't you, Mrs. Tomlinson?" "That's a very personal question, Bella. And in school we don't like to ask personal questions because they can make people feel uncomfortable. A person's religious belief is their own business." "But you believe in Jesus, don't you?" "Bella, that's not a question that I'm prepared to answer, and it's not a question you should be asking your classmates." "Jesus loves you, Mrs. Tomlinson." The headmistress stood up. "I'm sure that he does, Bella. Now, come on, I'll take you back to your classroom." Bella looked up at the headmistress and smiled. "Jesus has a message for you, Mrs. Tomlinson." "Now, don't be silly," said the headmistress. She held her hand out. "Come on, let's go now." "He's got a message for you about your dad." Mrs. Tomlinson's breath caught in her throat and her head swam. She sat down heavily. "He knows what your dad did to you, Mrs. Tomlinson, when you were little." Mrs. Tomlinson put a hand over her mouth. "He has a message for you, Mrs. Tomlinson. Jesus has a message for you." She beckoned the headmistress with her finger. "Come here, Mrs. Tomlinson, and I'll whisper it to you." Chapter 58. Nightingale stared at the Sudoku grid, but couldn't concentrate. He knew that he had to go back into Jenny's office and apologise to her, but for the life of him he didn't know what to say. Marcus Fairchild was a predatory paedophile and the leading light of a group that thought human sacrifice was the route to satanic power. But there was no way he could explain to Jenny how he knew that, and no way that Jenny would believe him. Any apology he made would be a lie, But he didn't see that he had any choice. His mobile rang, and he fished it out of his pocket, expecting it to be Jenny. It wasn't. The caller's number was withheld. He took the call. It was Harry Simpson. "I've got an address for Stevenson," he said. "That's terrific, thanks." "You're not planning to do anything stupid, are you?" asked Simpson. "Like what?" said Nightingale. "I don't know. I just worry how this is going to end up. But not worried enough to ignore me, right?" There was a long silence. Nightingale didn't say anything. He figured that there was something Simpson wanted to tell him, and he didn't want to spoil it by prompting. "There have been some rumours about cops and kids," Simpson said eventually. Nightingale was about to say something, but he bit his lip. Simpson sighed. "No names, and certainly no mention of Stevenson, but there's talk of a task force from London coming up here. Remember that list of paedophiles that was doing the rounds on the internet? Top Tory politicians and businessmen." "Yeah, I remember." "Well, there's another list that hasn't been made public. And the rumour is that there are some very top people on it, a lot of Scottish bigwigs, some serious names. The rumour is that the London cops are getting ready to blow the thing wide open. And the Northumbria cops have been left out of the loop. Totally. Which suggests they don't trust us. But no rumours about Stevenson. None that I've heard. So I'll give you his address, but then that's the end of it. And we never had the conversation." "That's fine with me," said Nightingale. "Give me the address, and then forget we ever spoke." Simpson gave him the address, and Nightingale scribbled it down on his newspaper. After he ended the call, Nightingale stood up and opened his office door. Jenny didn't look up as he walked in, and continued to ignore him as he walked up to her desk. "I'm sorry," he said. "I don't know why I was being an arsehole." She nodded, but didn't look up at him. "I overreacted, I'm sorry." "Okay." "I know he's your godfather, and I realise he was only trying to help. I guess I just get possessive when it comes to cases. Tell him I'm sorry, will you?" She looked up at him and smiled. "He's a really nice guy, Jack. You'd like him if you got to know him." "I'm sure I would," lied Nightingale. "How about I make you a coffee to make up? Or you could buy me a Costa and a chocolate muffin." "I could do that," said Nightingale. "Oh, I'll be out of the office tomorrow. I'm back up to Berwick. Do you want me to book you a train?" Nightingale shook his head. "I'm going up with Eddie Morris. We'll use his car." "Eddie Morris, housebreaker and burglar?" "That's the one. But make that alleged housebreaker and burglar. He's never actually been convicted." "What are you up to, Jack?" Nightingale tapped the side of his nose. "Best you don't know," he said. "I wouldn't want to make you an accessory before the fact." Chapter 59. Miss Ryder looked up as the classroom door opened. It was Bella. Miss Ryder expected the headmistress to pop her head around the door, but Bella was alone. The heads of the 36 children in the room swiveled to stare at Bella. "Sit down, Bella," said the teacher. "We're just talking about fractions." Bella walked over to her table and sat down. Miss Ryder went over to her whiteboard. She was trying to get the children to rank a series of fractions in order of size, but it was proving to be an uphill struggle. She looked over at Bella. The girl had her hands clasped together on the table in front of her and her head down so that her hair was hanging over her face. "So, Bella, which is bigger? A quarter, which is 1/4, or a sixth, which is 1/6? Bella didn't say anything. "Bella, did you hear me?" Two girls at the table by the window began to talk. "Hush now," said Miss Ryder. "Let's hear the answer from Bella." Tommy Halpin stood up and pointed out of the window. "Tommy, come on now, sit down." Tommy had what his parents called attention deficit disorder, but what Miss Ryder put down to a complete lack of discipline at home. The boy ignored her and continued to point. "Tommy, please, we've spoken before about how you're disrupting the class isn't fair to everyone else." "It's Mrs. Tomlinson," said Tommy excitedly. On the roof." He turned to look at Miss Ryder. "Why's she on the roof, Miss Ryder?" Miss Ryder frowned and hurried over to the window. The children took it as a signal that they could go too, and everyone rushed over to see what was going on. The headmistress was on the roof of the administration block. Her hair and skirts were flapping in the wind, and as Miss Ryder watched, the headmistress slowly raised her arms to the side, as if she was being crucified. "What is she doing, miss?" asked Tommy. "Is she playing at Superman?" "She's a lady, she can't be Superman," said Kylie James, who was one of the most pedantic children Miss Ryder had ever come across. "Children, I need you to all sit down," said Miss Ryder, in her most authoritative voice. Her pupils ignored her. Mrs. Tomlinson took a deep breath, tilted her head back, and began to scream the Lord's Prayer. "Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." She fell forward as she shouted, and the wind ripped the remaining words from her mouth as she fell. Her arms still out to the side. It was a perfect swan dive, except that below wasn't a swimming pool. There was just the unyielding tarmac surface of the school playground. "Oh, my God!" screamed Miss Ryder. She watched in horror as the headmistress plunged to the ground. Something snaked behind her, and Miss Ryder realised that it was a rope. The headmistress had tied one end of the rope around the neck and the other end to something on the roof. "She's bungee jumping!" shouted Tommy. And at that exact moment the rope snapped tight, and Mrs. Tomlinson flipped head over heels, and then the head parted from the body in a shower of blood, and the two parts fell to the ground. The body hit first, with a dull, wet thud that they all heard through the classroom window, and the head landed a fraction of a second later, and rolled across the playground like a miskicked football. Some of the children screamed, and Kylie burst into tears. Miss Ryder flinched and turned away, her stomach heaving. As she reached over the floor, she realised that Bella was the only child still sitting at her table, her head down and her hands clasped in front of her. Chapter 60. Eddie Morris opened one eye and looked at the speedometer. "You can put your foot down. You won't hurt it," he said. "German engineering." It was Tuesday morning and the BMW was powering along the A1 at a steady 70 miles an hour. They had shared the driving since leaving London in Morris's brand new Series 5. "I don't want a speeding ticket," said Nightingale. "That's why we're driving and not flying. I don't want anyone to know that we're up here." "It's one hell of a drive," said Morris, folding his arms and stretching out his legs. "I'm paying you by the hour, aren't I? And by the look of this motor, the housebreaking business is booming." Morris grinned. "Can't complain. I've been doing really well since I started targeting Russians and Arabs. They always have a lot of cash and jewellery in their houses. And, as a lot of it is hooky, I don't call the cops." "Be careful with the Russians, mate." "They're not all mafia, Jack, but most of them are dodgy." Nightingale had insisted that they drive up to Berwick and had agreed to share the driving. They had to use the BMW because Nightingale's classic MGB wasn't up to a 700-mile round trip. Morris had picked Nightingale up in Bayswater at 5 o'clock in the morning. They had made good time, stopping only for fuel and coffee, and they reached Berwick at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Nightingale had Morris call Stevenson from a phone box to check that he was in his office. Then they drove around to the policeman's house on the outskirts of the town. It was a terraced house of grey stone with a white door that opened off the pavement. "I hate terraces," said Morris. "Front and back, overlooked, and the neighbours are right on top of you." He nodded at the burglar alarm box between the two upstairs windows. "See that? Alarms never worry you, Eddie. Not bog-standard ones like that. Are you going to go in the front or the back?" "I'll have a walk by and check out the lock," said Morris. Nightingale took out his cigarettes. "Don't even think about lighting up," said Morris. "I don't want to lose the new car smell." "Your body odour has put paid to that," said Nightingale. "I'll be doing you a favour by fumigating it." Morris pointed a warning finger at Nightingale's face. "I'm serious, Jack. You smoke in my motor, and you're walking back to London." Nightingale groaned and put the pack away as Morris climbed out of the car and pulled on a pair of black leather gloves. He crossed the road and walked by the house, glancing sideways at the front door, then continued down the pavement to a side road. He disappeared from view, and Nightingale settled back in the comfortable leather seat. He'd known Morris for the best part of 3 years. They had been introduced by the solicitor who was representing Morris on a case of breaking and entering which, to almost everyone's surprise, Morris hadn't actually committed. Morris had been set up by a former girlfriend who'd arranged for a pair of his gloves to be dropped at a crime scene. Nightingale had tracked down the real burglar, and Morris had walked. Morris wasn't exactly a criminal with a heart of gold, but he never resorted to violence and usually stole from people who could afford to lose a few grand. Over the years, he and Nightingale had become friends. Morris returned after 15 minutes and slid into the rear passenger seat behind Nightingale. "The front lock is a Yale, so that's not a problem, but the back is easier. There's an alley behind the houses and a small walled yard. There's a Yale on that door too. I'll sort the alarm from the outside and go in the back. No breaking, just entering. I don't want anyone to know we've been there." "No problem," said Morris. There was a black kit bag on the back seat, and Morris unzipped it. Inside was a pair of dark blue overalls, and he took them out and unrolled them. Under the overalls were several dozen Velcro-backed cloth badges for most of the country's main burglar alarm and security companies, and a few generic ones. He pulled out a badge that matched the logo on the alarm box and waved it at Nightingale. "It's all in the preparation," he said. He placed the badge on the Velcro pad on the back of the overalls, then slipped them on over his clothes. He zipped them up, then picked a small toolbox up off the floor. "Pop the boot, will you?" said Morris as he got out of the car. He walked around to the back of the BMW and took out a telescopic ladder that he pulled out to about 8 feet. He walked over to the house, the ladder on one shoulder, whistling as if he didn't have a care in the world. Chapter 61. Nightingale's mobile rang, and he took the call. It was Morris. "You better not be smoking in there," said Morris. Nightingale looked over at the house and kept his lit cigarette between his legs. He had the windows open and the air conditioning on to blast the smoke out of the car. "Of course not," he said. "I'm in," said Morris. "Come around to the back of the house, and I'll let you in." Nightingale locked up the BMW and walked down the road, around the corner and along the alley. He saw Morris standing at an open door and hurried to join him. He followed Morris across a concrete backyard and into the kitchen. Morris carefully closed the back door. "All good," said Morris. "Nothing broken, and I can reset the alarm when we leave." "Excellent," said Nightingale. He went through to the main sitting room and had a quick look around. A small flower-patterned sofa, a green leather armchair and a flat-screen television above a Victorian fireplace. There was a desk by the window with a laptop and printer. Nightingale drew the wooden blinds closed and switched on the lights. Morris was looking at a series of framed photographs on the wall. In several there was a man in a police uniform, and there was a framed commendation from the Chief Constable of Northumbria Police. "You didn't say anything about him being a cop," said Morris. "Tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor. Why does it matter what he does for a living?" Morris put his hands on his hips. "Don't screw me around, Nightingale. You know why it matters." "We're hundreds of miles from home, and we're wearing gloves. No one's going to be putting your name in the frame," said Nightingale. "Relax." "Relax? You're a bastard, really." He shook his head dismissively. "I can't believe you got me to break into a cop's house." Nightingale patted him on the back. "That's Mr. Bastard to you," he said. "Look, he's at work. He lives alone. We'll be away long before he gets back." He nodded at the computer. "I need you to have a look at his browsing history, emails, pictures, videos, all that sort of stuff." "Anything in particular?" "Child abuse," said Nightingale. "Child pornography, that sort of thing." Morris held up his hands. "This is giving me a really bad feeling," he said. "It shouldn't. We're on the side of the angels on this one. I reckon that Stevenson is bad, and I need proof. We're not here to rob Eddie. In fact, I don't want him knowing that anyone was here, okay? That's fine by me, said Morris. But next time we go breaking into a cop's house, at least have the decency to let me know first. Just check the laptop. I'll have a quick look around, and then we're out of here, okay? Morris nodded reluctantly. Okay. He sat down at the table and opened the laptop. Nightingale headed upstairs. There were 2 bedrooms either side of a bathroom. One was obviously where Stevenson slept. There was a dirty shirt thrown over a chair, and the duvet was piled up in the middle of the bed. There was a mirrored sliding door over a built-in wardrobe, but it contained nothing but clothes. There was nothing under the bed, and he found only socks, underwear and T-shirts in a chest of drawers. There was a pine wardrobe in the small bedroom, and on a shelf at the top was a small Samsonite shell suitcase. Nightingale took it out, swung it onto the bed and opened it. Inside was a collection of Masonic regalia, including robes, aprons, sleeve guards and shoes. Nightingale went through it piece by piece. He was by no means an expert on the Masons, but from the clothing it looked as if Stevenson was fairly high up in the organisation. He closed the case and put it back on the shelf. There were several coats on hangers, and he went through the pockets. Other than a couple of old receipts, they were empty. He stood by the bed and looked around the room. The floorboards were bare pine, polished and varnished, and there was a thick Turkish rug at the bottom of the bed. Nightingale pulled the rug to the side and smiled when he saw the scratches on 2 of the wooden boards. He knelt down and examined the scratches. They were either side of a board that moved slightly when he pressed it. He took a 10-pence piece from his pocket and used it to pry up the end of the loose board until he was able to grip it with his fingers and pull it up. He placed the board on the floor and stuck his hand into the gap. His fingers touched a metal box, and he carefully slid it through the gap. It was a Marks & Spencer biscuit tin. Nightingale sat on the bed and opened the tin. Inside were more than a dozen pairs of underwear. Children's underwear. Each had a small label attached to it. Nightingale picked up a pair of purple pants. They looked as if they would fit a pre-teen. The name on the label read, Julie Davis. Nightingale felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. It was the man's trophy collection, souvenirs that would allow him to relive his abusive experiences. He put the underwear back in the tin, closed the lid, and replaced it in its hiding place. He put the board back and pulled the rug over it. Morris looked up from the laptop as Nightingale walked back into the room. "You got to see this," he said. "What?" said Nightingale, looking over his shoulder. "You were right. He's a bloody pedo, all right." He clicked his mouse over a folder and dozens of thumbnail pictures appeared. He clicked on one and it expanded to fill the screen. Nightingale grimaced. A prepubescent girl was on her knees, her face pressed against a man's groin. The face of the man had been digitally blurred. "This is a relatively minor one," said Morris. "There's a lot worse than this." He clicked on another thumbnail, and a photograph of a fat, middle-aged man having sex with a young boy appeared. Again, the man's face was digitally obscured. "He's been sharing these pictures on paedophile websites and through emails," said Morris. "Can you print me out the list of email addresses?" "No problem," said Morris. He clicked the mouse and the printer began to whir. "How many photographs?" "Hundreds. Thousands, maybe. Videos, too." "Show me a video." "Are you sure? It's pretty graphic." Nightingale nodded. Morris opened another file and clicked on a video. It was in HD. The camera focused on a young girl lying naked on a bed. A heavy-set man with a hairy back was lying on top of her. The man was wearing a black mask that covered his whole head. He was grunting as he pounded into the little girl. Whoever was holding the video camera moved around to get a better shot of the girl's face. Her eyes were glassy, as if she had been drugged. Nightingale wasn't looking at the man or the victim. He was concentrating on the room that the video had been shot in, and it didn't take him long to recognize it. It was one of the spare bedrooms in McBride's farmhouse. "Show me another," he said. Morris clicked the mouse a few times, and a second video appeared. This one showed a tall, thin man, also masked, sitting on a sofa with two young girls, neither of whom looked older than 12. They were both naked. Nightingale recognised the sofa. It was in McBride's sitting room. A second man moved into shot. He was short and muscular, naked except for a ski mask. "Okay, that's enough," he said. Morris got rid of the video and clicked on another file. "Stevenson has been sending the pictures after he's blurred the faces, but he still has the originals. He's hidden them, but they're still here." He clicked on a thumbnail, and a photograph of a man abusing a young girl appeared. His face was clearly visible. Nightingale's jaw dropped as he recognised the man. "Is that who I think it is?" asked Morris. "No question," said Nightingale. "He's on the TV every other night." Morris clicked open more pictures. They were all of young girls and boys being abused by middle-aged and old men. Nightingale recognised several of the men, including 2 members of Parliament, a Premier League football player and a television comedian. "This is sick," said Morris. "What were they doing? Pimping the kids out?" "I don't know, but it looks well organised," said Nightingale. The printer finished printing and he picked up the 4 sheets of paper containing the email addresses. "Here's what I need you to do, Eddie. I need you to email a dozen or so of those pictures and a couple of the videos to this email address." He pulled a sheet of paper from the printer and scribbled down an address. "And use Stevenson's email to send it." Morris looked at the email address that Nightingale had written down. "That's a cop address." "That's right. He works for the Met's paedophile unit." "They'll trace it back to him straight away." "That's what I want, Eddie. Once the Met take a look at the faces in the photographs and video, they'll investigate Stevenson and they'll blow the whole thing sky high." He put the printed sheets into his raincoat pocket. "We'll be long gone by then." He handed Morris a thumb drive. "Just to be on the safe side, put as many of the pictures and videos on this as you can. Then delete all traces that we were here." "Bloody hell, Nightingale. What have you got me involved in?" "We're righting wrongs, Eddie. Just leave it at that. Get it done. We'll get back to London and you can forget you were ever here." "I hate paedophiles," said Morris. "They should castrate them and kill them. End of." "No argument here." He looked at his watch. "Come on, pull your finger out." Chapter 62. Sandra put down a plate of fish fingers and chips in front of Bella, but she didn't react. She was watching a documentary on the Discovery Channel. "Come on, Bella. You might at least say thank you. Those fish fingers didn't cook themselves." Bella looked up, her face a blank mask. "Huh?" Sandra pointed at the plate of food on the coffee table. "Your dinner." Bella looked at the plate and wrinkled her nose. "I'm not hungry." "What do you mean you're not hungry? What did you have at school?" "I can't remember." Bella looked back at the television. "Try," said Sandra, folding her arms. Bella sighed. "I don't know. Spaghetti." "You hate spaghetti?" Bella sighed again, louder this time. "And stop that sighing, will you?" Sandra sat on the sofa next to her daughter. "Bella, honey, you have to eat." "I do eat," said Bella, her eyes still on the TV. "You love fish fingers?" "I know. So try some, please." Bella sighed again, picked up a fish finger and nibbled it. "Honey, are you okay?" Bella nodded. "How was school?" Bella shrugged. "Same as always. School. Are you still upset about what happened to Mrs. Tomlinson?" Bella frowned. "Of course not." "You're sure?" "She died, that's all," said Bella flatly. "People die. Everybody dies, right?" She put the fish finger back on the plate and stared at the television. "What are you watching?" asked Sandra. "Nothing." Sandra squinted at the screen. She was fairly sure that she needed glasses because she was finding it harder to read newspapers and watch television. Her long-distance vision was fine, and she could drive her car without any problems, but close up, everything was blurry. It took her a minute or two to work out what the program was about. Fred West, the serial killer. "Bella, why are you watching this?" "It's interesting. He killed lots of girls, him and his wife. Why would you watch something like that?" She reached over and held Bella's hand. "Is it because of what happened to you, honey?" she asked quietly. "Of course not. No one's going to hurt you again, honey, I swear." "I know. Look at me, Bella. I want to watch this, Mum." Sandra reached for her daughter and turned her head towards her. "Look at me, honey," she said. "You're safe now. Your daddy and I are never going to let anything happen to you again, I swear. You don't have to worry about serial killers or kidnappers or anything like that. You're safe." "Mum, I know. So stop watching this nonsense. Watch cartoons or Corrie or that Ant and Dec show you like, okay?" Bella sighed. "Okay." Sandra leant towards her daughter and sniffed at her mouth. Bella's breath was really foul. "Are you cleaning your teeth?" "Of course." Bella twisted out of Sandra's grip and shuffled along the sofa. "I'm serious, Bella, your breath smells terrible." Bella folded her arms. "Mum, please. Do you floss?" "Yes." "Every night?" "Yes." "Okay, I'll buy some mouthwash, and it's about time you saw the dentist." Sandra heard a car pull up outside. "Daddy's home," she said, but Bella didn't react. She continued to stare at the television, her eyes wide. Chapter 63. Nightingale climbed out of the taxi, paid the driver and turned up the collar of his raincoat. It was just starting to rain, and he jogged towards Robbie Hoyle's neat, semi-detached house, keeping a tight grip on a bottle of Burgundy that he'd brought with him. Anna Hoyle opened the front door and air-kissed him. Anna was gorgeous, slim with shoulder-length blonde hair and amused green eyes. She looked a good decade younger than her true age, and it was hard to believe that she was the mother of 3 daughters. "He's in the front room playing with his Wii," said Anna. "I thought he'd grown out of that," said Nightingale. "I'm cooking. I'll be with you in a minute." She took the bottle of wine from him and nodded appreciatively at the label. "Fancy a glass of this?" "I wouldn't mind a beer first." "I got a pack of Corona in just for you," she said. "Though I've never understood why you drink Mexican beer." "A girlfriend got me into it years ago," he said. "There was something sexy about the way she used her tongue to shove the lime down the neck of the bottle." "More information than I needed," she laughed and headed off to the kitchen. Robbie was playing virtual tennis against his 8-year-old daughter, Sarah, and she was trouncing him. "Fancy a game?" asked Robbie, as he tried and failed to return one of his daughter's serves. "Tennis was never my game," said Nightingale, dropping down onto the sofa. "Hello, Uncle Jack," said Sarah, as she pounded another serve past her dad. "Who's winning?" Sarah laughed. "Who do you think?" Anna brought Nightingale his lager, complete with slice of lemon in the neck. She grinned as he used his finger to push it down. "Dinner'll be ready in 5 minutes," she said. Anna had cooked her signature beef and beer casserole with garlic mashed potatoes, and, as always, it was delicious. Robbie opened the bottle of wine that Nightingale had brought, and then a second bottle of red. Afterwards, Anna took Sarah up to bed, while Nightingale went out into the garden for a cigarette. Robbie kept him company, and the 2 men stood looking up at the stars. High overhead, an airliner headed towards Gatwick Airport. "You remember that Berwick thing?" "The killings? Sure. It's all going to blow up soon. Big time." He reached into his pocket and took out the thumb drive that contained the pictures and videos Morris had taken from Stevenson's laptop. He handed it to Robbie. "Have a look at that. You'll see some faces that you'll recognise." Robbie frowned. "What do you mean?" McBride was part of a paedophile ring up in Berwick. They were abusing kids at his farmhouse. Serious abuse, Robbie. I don't know if they were drugging the kids or what, but They looked out of it. McBride was a paedophile. I haven't seen him on any of the videos or pictures yet, but there are thousands of them. It's definitely his farmhouse, though. I recognise the rooms. And what am I supposed to do with this? Asked Robbie, holding up the thumb drive. It's a fallback position. I've sent the stuff to the Met's paedophile unit already, but I wanted another copy out there just in case. Where did you get it from? The computer of a cop up in Berwick. A cop? There's a cop involved in this? Robbie, the cop's the least of it. There are some very, very important people involved. Showbiz, TV, politics. It's huge, mate. It's big and it's organised, and I think Berwick is a very small part of it. It makes the Savile thing look like a tea party. In fact, the Savile thing might even be part of it. Bloody hell, Jack. Are you sure about this? Take a look at what's on that thumb drive. You'll see why I'm sure. Some of the names on the list are cops. I think that's why there was no real investigation of the school killings. No one up there seemed interested in why McBride killed the kids that he did. And now I know why. What about going to the papers? The London cops need to move before the papers get involved. I don't want trial by media. I want the bastards behind bars. Once it's in the papers, people are going to run. Robbie put the thumb drive into his pocket. So why did McBride shoot the kids? Somehow the paedophiles found out that there was an investigation on the way, out of London. The London cops were going to talk to the teacher that was killed, the deputy headmaster. That was why McBride killed him. Then he shot the kids that were being abused. That's why he was moving from classroom to classroom. He was killing witnesses, Robbie. All those kids he killed were the ones that were being abused. He was covering his tracks, and then he killed himself. Are you sure about this? I'm fairly sure. But the cops handling the investigation will find the proof, I'm sure of that. Why would he do that? Kill himself? Maybe he knew that whatever happened, he was finished. Maybe the others persuaded him to do it. Maybe they threatened him, hypnotised him, I don't know, Robbie. And the satanic stuff? To throw the cops off the trail. If they thought it was the work of a lone madman, then they wouldn't be looking for anyone else. It was sexual abuse, pure and simple, but organised and on a scale you can only imagine. And tell me again why you're giving this to me. Insurance, I guess. Just in case the paedophile unit drops the ball. Why do you think that might happen? Because this is big, Robbie. It's bloody huge. There are some bloody big names on that thumb drive. And some of them are in the photographs and video. I don't know who else is involved. There's already at least one cop in on it. But, for all I know, there could be senior officers in the Met involved. I need you to keep your ear to the ground, and if nothing happens over the next few days, then at least you've got the information there. You've got all the pictures, videos, and the list of email addresses that were getting the doctored pictures. Doctored? What do you mean? The guy who had them on his hard drive was taking the pictures and blurring the faces of the men involved, and then emailing them. I've got the before and after pictures. Those pictures alone will send dozens of men to prison for a long, long time. And how did you get them? Bet you don't know, mate. But they're 100% kosher. Well, I hope you covered your tracks. I'm pretty sure I did. Nightingale tried to blow a smoke ring, but the wind ripped it apart. Can you sniff around? See if you can confirm that the Met was about to investigate the Berwick paedophile ring. I'll give it a go. And I need you to do me a favour, Robbie. That's a first, said his friend sarcastically. He sipped his red wine. Have you heard of a lawyer by the name of Marcus Fairchild? The QC? Yeah. He's Jenny's godfather. Is he now? He's a big swinging dick, that much I know. I need you to check him out. In what way? I need to know if there's anything known, that's all. Of course he's known. He's a multi-millionaire lawyer. He works for the CPS from time to time. What specifically are you looking for? Nightingale sighed. You'll think I'm crazy. That horse bolted a long time ago, said Robbie. Spit it out. He's a child molester, a paedophile. Robbie was drinking his wine when Nightingale spoke, and he almost choked. "What?" "I want to know if he's ever been implicated in anything like that." "Bloody hell, Jack. If he had, he'd hardly be working with the CPS, would he?" "If it was hushed up, maybe." "If it was hushed up, it won't be in the system." "It might." "What's going on, Jack? Is Fairchild on the thumb drive? Is he one of the guys in the photographs?" "Not that I can see. And I don't see his name on the email list either. Could be a disguised email address, of course, but no. I've no evidence that he's involved in the Berwick abuse. But he did tell me that he worked on a paedophile case a while back." "So this is separate? Something else?" "I think so, yeah." "And what exactly do you think he's been doing?" "OK, what I'm going to tell you is going to sound crazy. Hell, it is crazy. But it's the absolute truth, and you have to believe me." "You're starting to worry me now, mate." "Marcus Fairchild has been abusing Jenny since she was a kid, and he still is." Robbie stared at him in amazement. "By abusing, you mean what, exactly?" "Sexual abuse." "Jenny told you this?" Nightingale shook his head. "She doesn't know." "But you do?" "Yes. I know it for an absolute fact." "So report him." "I can't prove it." "You know it's a fact, but you don't have any proof?" "That's pretty much it, yeah." "You're right." "I'm right?" "You're right, it sounds crazy." Nightingale drew smoke into his lungs and held it there. "What's going on, Jack?" asked Robbie. "I'm trying to protect Jenny." "From abuse that she doesn't know about?" "He's been doing it for years," said Nightingale. "And she doesn't know? That's ridiculous." "He uses hypnotism or suggestion or some drug or other. And he's part of a group called the Order of Nine Angles that carries out human sacrifice. They kill children." "Now, you're really starting to worry me, Jack. You're talking about one of the most respected lawyers in the country." "It's true, Robbie. When Jenny told him that I was working the Berwick case, he came rushing to my office to find out what I knew. There was stuff about the Order of Nine Angles in McBride's barn, and Fairchild was desperate to pour scorn on it. Said it was an urban myth. He didn't want you looking at it?" "That's what I figured. Look, I know he's got powerful connections, but there's a good chance that some of those connections are in it with him." "And you think that a quick look at the police national computer is going to blow the whole thing wide open?" "Of course not." "So what do you expect me to do?" "When you put it like that, I'm not sure." He took a final drag on his cigarettes and flicked the butt away. Robbie glared at him. "What are you doing?" "What do you mean?" "What's Anna going to say if she finds your old cigarette butts on the lawn? You pick it up, you soft bastard." Nightingale laughed and went to retrieve the butt. He slipped it into his pocket. "And even if by some miracle I do find something out, what then?" said Robbie. "Who do you go to with something like that? He's establishment through and through. It'll have to be at commissioner level to stand any chance of moving forward." "I can't just leave it, Robbie. I have to do something." "And you can't tell me why you're so sure he's a paedophile and child killer?" Nightingale shook his head. "It's something to do with all that spooky stuff you're always getting involved in." "Pretty much, yeah. The only way I can think of to prove it to Jenny is to have her undergo hypnosis. Hypnotic regression or something. But if I do that, it'll destroy her. She loves the guy, trusts him totally. I don't think I can do that to her. But I can't let him continue to do what he's doing." He shrugged. "I guess I had this crazy idea that you could come up with something that would open the whole thing up." "That's not going to happen," said Robbie. "I'm sorry, but if you want me to look at the PNC, I can do that. But I'll have to do it under someone else's login because there's a good chance it'll be red flagged." "No, you're right. There's no point. If I'm going to do something, it'll have to be more decisive." Robbie turned to look at him. "What do you mean?" "Best you don't know. Or at least, best I don't say." "Don't do anything stupid, Jack." "Since when have I ever done anything stupid?" said Nightingale straight-faced. He managed to hold it for a few seconds before both men burst into laughter. Anna appeared at the back door. "What are you two laughing at?" she asked. "Nothing," said Robbie. "Well, come and get your coffee." Robbie patted Nightingale on the back as they headed into the kitchen. "Whatever you decide to do, be careful," he said. "Careful is my middle name." "I thought Danger was your middle name." Nightingale grinned. "Changed it by deed poll." Anna appeared at the kitchen door. "Do you two guys want to stay out there all night, or are you going to come in for coffee?" "Coffee sounds good," said Robbie. He patted Nightingale on the back. "Seriously, mate, you be careful." They walked back to the house together. Nightingale knew that his friend was right. He had to be careful. But he had to do something about Marcus Fairchild. Something drastic. Chapter 64. The telephone rang and Sandra Harper went to answer it. Bella was sitting next to her father on the sofa watching television. Will Harper was eating Kentucky Fried Chicken, but Bella's lay untouched on her plate. Sandra picked up the phone, listened to whoever called, and then said, "No, we're not interested, and please don't call again." She replaced the receiver and scowled at her husband. "Bloody journalists. That was the Mirror. They just won't give up." "I don't know why you answer the phone," said her husband. "They're just about the only people who call on the landline. I told you we should have gone ex-directory." "We did go ex-directory last week," said Sandra. She squeezed onto the sofa next to Bella. "Are you not hungry?" Bella shook her head. "I had a big lunch at school." "Yeah? What did you have?" "Pizza." "Do you want pizza now? I can order one for you." "Mum, I'm fine." Sandra leaned closer to her daughter and sniffed. Bella turned away. "Mum, don't fuss. Are you cleaning your teeth?" "Of course." "Your breath smells bad, really bad." "I'm cleaning my teeth, Mum." "If your breath isn't better in a day or two, I'm going to take you to the dentist." Okay. Sandra leaned over and took a drumstick off her husband's plate and bit into it. "Mum, why don't you want me to talk to the journalists?" "Because they want to talk about what happened to you, and it's best that we forget about it. We have to move on." She put her arm around her daughter and gave her a hug. "It's in the past. You're home now, and we're just going to enjoy that." "But they said they'd pay, didn't they?" "How do you know that?" "I heard you and Dad yesterday. You said that one of the papers had offered you £10,000 for an interview, and more if you'd agree to a photograph." "You heard me say that? I thought you were upstairs." She shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. She was tired and finding it hard to think. "Your dad and I just decided it was best not to say anything to anybody." "Your mum's right," said Will, reaching for a piece of chicken. "You can't trust journalists. Everybody knows that." "And we don't want everyone knowing our business," said Sandra. "We don't want to tell the world what you went through, honey." She gave her daughter another squeeze. "We just need to put it behind us, like it never happened." "But I could tell them that I saw Michael and Jesus." "I'm not sure that's a good idea, honey," said Will. He bit into his chicken and chewed noisily. "But I could talk about that, and you and Mummy would get £10,000, maybe more." "We don't need the money that badly, Bella," said Sandra. "You could put it towards my university fees," said Bella. "Put it in the bank to pay my tuition fees." "University?" said Sandra. "You want to go to university?" She exchanged a surprised look with her husband. He shrugged. "Of course," said Bella. "What harm could it do, Mum? I could tell them about Jesus and everything." "What do you think?" Sandra asked her husband. Will swallowed and shrugged again. "She's got a point. University's expensive. We could put the money in an ISA or something. Save it for when she needs it. How many papers have asked for interviews?" "All of them," said Sandra. "And the magazines." "Why don't you talk to them? See how much they pay." "You think?" Will picked up another piece of chicken. "What harm could it do?" he asked. Chapter 65. Nightingale took a black cab to Clapham and had it drop him 100 yards or so from Smith's house. It was late Saturday evening and the sky was threatening rain, but he hadn't wanted to risk driving his MGB. Smith was a nasty piece of work and wouldn't think twice about riddling the car, or Nightingale, with bullets if the conversation didn't go well. Smith's house was in a terrace, 2 stories tall and fronted with black railings around steps that led down to the basement level. Most of the houses had been converted into flats and bedsitters, but Perry had kept his house as a single unit. There were 2 large black men standing outside the front door, wearing matching puffer jackets over tracksuits. Nightingale recognised one of the men. He lit a cigarette before walking over to talk to them. There were deep, booming vibrations coming from inside the house. Rap music being played through an expensive sound system. Nightingale doubted that the neighbours would complain. Not more than once, anyway. The heavy that Nightingale knew was big, close to 7 feet tall. He had wraparound Oakley sunglasses pushed onto the top of his head. "Hi, T-Bone. How's it going?" The heavy's eyes narrowed. "I know you." "In another life, maybe." "Yeah? Well, I sure as hell don't know you in this one, so keep on moving." "I need to talk to Perry." "He know you?" Nightingale shrugged. "We're back to that another life thing." "Are you 5-0? Nightingale shook his head. "I'm a private dick, as they say." "Well, if you don't want your private dick shoved between your private lips, you'd better walk away right now." Nightingale put up his hands. "Look, I didn't mean to get off on the wrong foot. I just want a word with Perry. You don't know me, but I do know you. I know how you got your nickname for a start." "Everyone knows that," said T-Bone. "Did they all know that he was coming at you with a machete when you shoved the stake in him? And they know about the lock-up in Streatham where you keep the guns?" T-Bone's eyes narrowed. "You're sure you're not 5-0? "Cross my heart and hope to die." "Yeah, well, if you're lying, that could well happen." "If I was 5-0, or if I wanted to screw you over, one phone call is all it'd take for that lock-up to be busted, and you along with it." T-Bone's forehead creased into deep furrows as he struggled to follow Nightingale's logic. "Look, I want to put some business Perry's way. To be honest, I'll be happier just talking to you, but I know how important the hierarchical thing is." "What's he talking about?" asked T-Bone's companion. "Stay there," said T-Bone. He opened the front door and disappeared into the house. Nightingale held out his pack of cigarettes to the second heavy, but he shook his head. "Cigarettes kill you," he growled. "I think the jury's still out on that." "Evidence seems pretty compelling to me." "I've met people who've smoked for 30-odd years, and they've never had a problem. And thousands of non-smokers die of cancer every year." Nightingale shrugged. "Each to his own, I guess." "Makes your teeth go yellow," said the heavy. "Yeah, I was wondering about that. Do you think I should get them whitened?" He bared his teeth at the heavy, but before the man could reply, the door opened and T-Bone reappeared. "In," said T-Bone, "but lose the cigarette." Nightingale took a final drag on the cigarette and then flicked it into the gutter. He followed T-Bone into the hallway. It ran the full length of the house, with the kitchen at the far end. There were purple doors leading off to the right and a flight of stairs leading upstairs that had been painted purple. The hallway was throbbing with rap music that vibrated up through the floorboards and into the soles of his feet. T-Bone turned and without saying a word pushed Nightingale up against the wall and professionally frisked him. "I'm not carrying. In fact, that's why I'm here," said Nightingale. "Yeah, well, forgive me for not taking your word for that," said T-Bone. He jerked his thumb at the door to Nightingale's right. "In there." Nightingale opened the door. His ears were immediately assaulted by a sound system being played at full blast, so loud that it made him wince. The walls of the room were painted a pale purple, and there was a huge white spherical lampshade hanging in the centre. There were 3 large leather sofas around a glass coffee table that was loaded with all sorts of drugs paraphernalia, including several multicoloured bongs and a crystal bowl filled with white powder. There were half a dozen lines of the powder at one side of the table, along with 2 teaspoons and a cigarette lighter. There was a flat-screen TV dominating the wall opposite the sofas, showing an episode of Family Guy. Nightingale couldn't tell if the sound was muted or if it was just being drowned out by the sound system. Perry Smith was sitting in the middle sofa with his feet up on the coffee table. He had a remote in his left hand and a gun in his right. He waved the remote at the sound system, and the volume decreased markedly. "Who the fuck are you? And how'd you know about the Streatham lock-up?" snarled Smith. "Name's Nightingale. Jack Nightingale." "Like the bird?" "Yeah, like the bird." "Well, you need to start singing Birdman." He stood up and dropped the remote, but kept the gun pointing at Nightingale's chest. "You hear me?" Smith was wearing a silver tracksuit and gold Nikes, and had several heavy gold chains on both wrists. "I hear you," said Nightingale. "I just want to do some business, that's all." "Business?" There were 2 teenage girls sitting together on one of the sofas. One of them rolled a £50 note into a cylinder and leaned forward to sniff up one of the lines of white powder. "I want to buy a gun." "Does this look like a gun shop?" "I need someone I can trust. And, strangely enough, I know that I can trust you." He moved his hand slowly inside his raincoat. Smith aimed the gun at Nightingale's face. "Don't try anything funny," he said. "T-Bone frisked me already," said Nightingale. His hand reappeared holding a brown envelope. He tossed it onto the sofa next to Smith. "There's a monkey in there. I know you're a fan of the Mac-10, but I want something simpler. A revolver will do it so that I don't leave any cases behind. And 6 rounds will be more than enough. I'm not a big fan of spray and pray." "What do you mean by that?" said Smith, frowning. "By what?" "I'm a fan of the Mac-10, you said." "It's your weapon of choice, right?" "How did you know that, Birdman? You got a file on me?" "Like I told T-Bone, if I was a cop, I'd have had your Streatham lock-up busted and you in a cell." He nodded at the bowl of white powder. "There's enough coke there to have you put away for a 10 stretch, and the gun in your hand's worth another 10. But I'm not a cop. I just want to buy a gun, ideally something that can be traced back to someone else." "See what?" "A gun that was used in a gang thing, maybe, so that when I've used it, the cops will be off on the wrong scent." "And what are you going to do with this gun that I might or might not sell you?" The second girl took the rolled-up banknote and sniffed a line of white powder, then collapsed into giggles. The first girl hugged her, and they lay back on the sofa. "I'm going to shoot someone." Smith grinned. "Are you now?" "In the head," said Nightingale. "And why would you want to do something like that?" "Because he's evil. He abuses kids. He kills them too." Smith frowned. "Why would he do that?" "I said, he's evil. He thinks he gets power by killing them." "And you know this how?" "Same way I know about your lockup and your choice of weapon. Same way I know how T-Bone got his nickname. I know things." Smith frowned and cocked his head on one side as he looked at Nightingale. "Do I know you, Birdman? We met before." "Not in this life, Perry." "I feel like I know you." "In a way you do," said Nightingale. "But no, we've never met. But I know that I can trust you. I know that you're a gangster, and that you've got blood on your hands. I know you deal drugs, and you do all sorts of other shit that turns my stomach. But I need a gun, and I know that you can sell me one. So how about it?" Smith put the gun down on the coffee table next to the remaining lines of white powder and picked up the envelope. He opened it and flicked through the £50 notes with his thumbnail. "A pedo, yeah?" Nightingale nodded. "Died in the wool." "I fucking hate Nazis," said Smith. "Fucking scum." He tossed the envelope back to Nightingale. It hit him in the chest, but he managed to catch it with fumbling hands. "You can have this under house," he said. "Thanks." Smith grinned. "Yeah, you can owe me one." Nightingale held out the envelope. "I'm happy to pay." Yeah, well, I'm happy not to take your fucking money. You can owe me one, okay? Nightingale nodded, wondering for a moment if Smith was going to ask for his soul as well. Okay, he said. Smith waved his hand at T-Bone. You get Birdman sorted, he said. Whatever you see, boss. T-Bone patted Nightingale's shoulder with a massive hand. Let's roll. Chapter 66. Barbara McAvoy was lying on a yoga mat, trying to get her left leg behind her head when her doorbell rang. She was in her late 20s with dark green eyes and freckles peppered across her nose and cheeks. She sighed, untangled herself, and padded barefoot to the front door. She grinned when she saw Jenny McLean. "This is a nice surprise," she said. "Just passing by," said Jenny. She nodded at Barbara's lilac tracksuit. "Pilates?" "I was just doing a few relaxation exercises, but now you're here, I might as well switch to alcohol. Wine?" "Go on then, twist my arm." Jenny went into Barbara's sitting room and dropped down onto the sofa, while Barbara went into the kitchen, returning a short time later with a bottle of pink champagne and 2 glasses. Barbara's 2-bedroom flat was close to Portobello Road in Notting Hill, and street parking was almost impossible when the market was in full flow on a Saturday, so Jenny had taken a taxi to see her friend. The flat doubled as an office, and Barbara had converted her spare bedroom to a consulting room, where she saw patients on the days when she wasn't based at one of the many hospitals where she worked. "Are we celebrating?" asked Jenny. "It's Saturday. Best day of the week for champagne, right?" Barbara sat down on the sofa next to Jenny and looked at her over the top of her glass as she sipped her champagne. "What's wrong?" Jenny raised her eyebrows. "What on earth makes you think there's something wrong?" she asked. "Darling, I'm a clinical psychiatrist. It's my job to read people. And you're as tense as a kitten in a cage of Rottweilers." Jenny laughed, but there was a nervous edge to it. "And it's Saturday, and we almost never get together on a weekend unless I'm in the country with you." She frowned. "Weren't you going to Norfolk today to see the folks?" "I decided not to," said Jenny. "And you came to see me instead," said Barbara. "Is that significant?" Jenny leaned back and drew up her legs. "You're good." "I'm damned good," said Barbara. "But unless you tell me what's wrong, I won't be able to help." Jenny sipped her champagne. "This is going to sound crazy," she said. This time it was Barbara who laughed. "You wouldn't believe how many of my patients start off by saying that," she said. "The thing is, most of them are crazy." "I might be too," said Jenny. She sighed and then took a deep breath. "Okay, this is it. Jack is being really weird about Uncle Marcus. He keeps asking me if I'm seeing him, and he went very strange when Uncle Marcus turned up at our office unannounced." "Marcus? He's a sweetie. He's a bit pompous, but he wouldn't harm a fly." "That's what I keep telling Jack. I've known him since before I could walk. He's one of Daddy's oldest friends." "And what's Jack's problem with him?" "Jack won't say. He does that Jack thing of just changing the subject or making a joke. But here's the thing, Barbara. Now I've been having, I don't know what they are, flashbacks, déjà vu, just a feeling that there's something wrong." "In what way?" Jenny sighed in exasperation. "That's the crazy thing, I don't know. It's a feeling of, I don't know, dread, I guess. Uncle Marcus is in Norfolk today doing some shooting with Daddy and his friends, and I was supposed to be there." "And you changed your mind?" "I keep getting these feelings, Barbara, a sense that something is wrong." "Dread, you said?" "I know it sounds silly, and really I can't put my finger on it." She sipped her champagne and sighed. "Maybe it's just Jack's silliness rubbing off on me. Like you said, Uncle Marcus is a sweetie." "Jack has never said anything concrete about Marcus?" "Never." "And you don't feel uncomfortable when you're around Marcus?" "Uncle Marcus? Of course not. He's my godfather, Barbara." "But the fact that you're here suggests that subconsciously at least there is something wrong." Jenny shrugged. "I guess." She sighed again. I thought that maybe you could do that regression thing of yours. Put me under and see if you can find out what's causing this. Are you sure? You do it with your patients all the time. Not all the time, said Barbara. It's not helpful in all cases. But if there is something worrying me, then it would be one way of getting to the bottom of it, wouldn't it? Barbara nodded and put her champagne down on the coffee table. She went into her consulting room and returned with a small digital recorder. What's that for? Asked Jenny. When you come out of it, you won't remember anything, said Barbara, sitting down in the armchair facing the sofa. I'll be able to play the recording back to you. We're going to do it now? Asked Jenny. Strike while the iron's hot, said Barbara. Kick off your shoes, lie back, and let's see how we go. Chapter 67. Jack Nightingale was eating a bacon sandwich and watching football on Sky Sports when his mobile rang. He didn't recognise the number, but he took the call anyway. Jack, it's Barbara. It took Nightingale a couple of seconds to pull the name from his memory. Barbara McAvoy, one of Jenny's oldest friends. Barbara? How the hell are you? Long time no hear. I need to see you, Jack. Now. What's wrong? I'll tell you when I see you. Is it about Jenny? Just get yourself over here now, Jack. Now. Nightingale left his half-eaten sandwich on the coffee table, grabbed his raincoat and hurried downstairs. He flagged down a black cab in Inverness Terrace, and 15 minutes later it dropped him close to the Portobello Road. It was market day, and the street was packed with tourists and locals milling around the stalls, selling antiques, bric-a-brac and cheap clothing. He threaded his way through the crowds and down the side street where Barbara lived. She buzzed him in and had the door open for him when he reached her second-floor flat. Is everything okay? Asked Nightingale. You sounded a bit panicky on the phone. Go through to the sitting room, she said, closing the door behind him. Is Jenny here? She left just before I phoned you, said Barbara. Is she okay? She's fine, or at least she thinks she's fine. Barbara, you're talking in riddles. He turned to look at her, but she put her hand on his shoulder and pushed him into the sitting room. Sit, she said, pointing at the sofa. Nightingale did as he was told, but then stood up again to take off his raincoat. Barbara dropped down onto the armchair. What do you know about Marcus Fairchild? She asked. What do you mean? He put his coat on the arm of the sofa and sat down. Marcus Fairchild, Uncle Marcus, Jenny's godfather. She said you had a thing about him. You thought he wasn't to be trusted. Is that what this is about? Jenny's asked you to give me a bollocking. Barbara shook her head and looked at a small digital recorder on the coffee table. That's not it, Jack. Jenny doesn't know you're here. What's happening, Barbara? Asked Nightingale. He frowned as he looked at the small metal recorder. Barbara sighed and sat back in the armchair, crossing her arms. Nightingale didn't have to be an expert in body language to know that something was troubling her. Barbara sighed again and slowly shook her head. I can't believe it, Jack. I don't want to believe it. You regressed her, said Nightingale. Barbara's jaw dropped. How do you know that? You regressed her and she remembered what Fairchild has been doing to her. Barbara shook her head in amazement. Have you suddenly become psychic? She asked. She leaned forward and picked up the recorder. You need to listen to this. She held out the recorder to him, but Nightingale didn't take it. I don't, he said. I know what's on it. You regressed Jenny and she remembered Fairchild abusing her. He's been doing it since she was a child. She doesn't remember because he does something to her, hypnosis or drugs. You knew about this and you didn't say anything. Did you tell her? Barbara didn't reply and avoided looking at him. The fact that I'm here on my own suggests that you haven't told her. Why? I wanted to talk to you first. Because you know that if you tell her, it'll destroy her, right? Barbara nodded. So you regressed her, then what? Doesn't she remember? I took her back to the last time she met Fairchild at her parents' house in Norfolk. Fairchild went into her bedroom late at night. She winced. The things he did to her, Jack. He's an evil bastard. Tell me about it. Then I regressed her back to when she was a teenager. And younger. Fairchild is always there, Jack, abusing her. I don't understand how he manages to get away with it. He uses hypnotism, or drugs, or a combination of the two. When I brought Jenny back, she didn't remember anything, and I kept it that way. You lied to her. I can't tell her what happened, Jack. Not without a lot of preparation. When she finds out, it could destroy her. So why regress her in the first place? She asked me to. She's starting to get a feeling that something isn't right. Maybe because of the comments that you've been making. But I lied. I said she remembered nothing of any significance. She gestured at the recorder. I told her that I'd switched off the recorder because there was nothing of interest on it. And she believed you? I'm her friend, Jack. Of course she believed me. She forced a smile. What are we going to do? You're not going to do anything, Barbara. You're going to destroy that recording and try to forget what you heard. How long have you known? Not long. And like you, I don't know what to do about it. The cops won't take a regression session as evidence, and even if you play that tape to her, she still won't remember. There's no forensic evidence, no physical signs of abuse. And he's Marcus Fairchild, a top QC with a lot of very influential friends. You're going to do something, though, right? Nightingale nodded slowly. It's in hand. What? What are you going to do? Best you don't know, Barbara. Best you forget about it. But trust me, I'll take care of it. Chapter 68. Kathy Gibson pointed at the semi-detached house ahead of them. There you go, number 26. Park anywhere near here, she said. The photographer's name was Dave McEwen, a dour Scot. He was a freelance, but pretty much worked full-time for the Express. Kathy was staff and had been for 6 years, but she was considering an offer to move to the Mail on Sunday. The Bella Harper interview was just what she needed to get the Mail to increase their offer. McEwen found a parking spot and reversed into it. Kathy checked her makeup in the overhead mirror while McEwen pulled his camera bag out of the boot. Let's get the family shots done right off, said Kathy. It'll give me the chance to get them talking. Then we'll do the interview and maybe hit the park. Sounds like a plan, said McEwen. You got an angle? Pretty much right itself, said Kathy. Kidnapped girl back in the bosom of her family, hopes and plans for the future. Great Sunday for Monday feature. We're pretty much guaranteed a good show. A piece on the front and a centre spread. How much are they getting paid? You're such a cynic. Just asking. 25 grand is what I heard. McEwen grimaced. Not much for what she went through. That's the thing. No one knows for sure what he did to her. They said raped, right? That was a charge, wasn't it? Rape and abduction. One of my cop contacts says she was dead. Says that when they got into the house, she was dead, but the paramedics brought her round. Bastards, said McEwen. It's the woman I don't get. Why would she help a paedophile? You're asking the wrong person, said Kathy. I'd hang the two of them without a moment's thought. Have you got kids? In theory, said McEwen. The wife has them now, and I get to see them every second weekend. You? No, but I've got nieces that are Bella's age, and if anything happened to them... She shuddered. They reached the front door, and Kathy pressed the bell. Bella's mother answered the door. Kathy remembered her from the numerous television appearances she'd made with her husband when her daughter was missing. She'd looked drawn and haggard back then. Dark patches under her eyes from lack of sleep, her skin blotchy, her hair greasy and unkempt. But now she looked 10 years younger, her hair was glossy, and she smiled brightly as Kathy introduced herself and the photographer. Sandra shook hands with them both and showed them into her neat, semi-detached home. Her husband was sitting on the sofa next to Bella. He'd put on weight since Bella had been found and looked a lot happier. Like most of the viewing population, at the time Cathy had suspected that Will Harper had been involved in his daughter's disappearance. It was almost a cliché that the male family member who appeared most often on television when a child had been killed turned out to be the murderer. Bella's case had been unusual in two respects. She had come back and her kidnappers had been total strangers. Will stood up and shook hands with them both. He was good-looking, tall, with an unruly mop of chestnut hair that kept falling over his eyes, and Cathy knew that he'd photograph well. "And this is Bella," said Sandra. Bella smiled up at them. "Pleased to meet you," she said. Sandra offered them tea, but Cathy said that they'd rather get on with the photographs first. She handed them over to McEwen, and he ran through what he wanted. A family shot on the sofa, Bella playing with her toys, perhaps a walk to the park later. "What about Floppy?" said Bella. "What about a photograph of me and Floppy?" "Floppy's a rabbit." Bella nodded. McEwen said that was a great idea, and he spent the next hour taking the photographs as Cathy gently teased out the quotes that she wanted. How their prayers had been answered. How Bella's abductors should be given the death penalty. How grateful they were to the police. It was all stock stuff, but Cathy knew that it would be a good read. So many abducted children's stories ended badly, and it was a pleasant change to write about a success story. Cathy intended to skip over what had happened to Bella during the hours she'd been held captive. She could only imagine the horrors that the 9-year-old had gone through, and her news editor had made it clear that she wasn't to spell out the details. McEwen took them out into the back garden to get pictures of Bella cuddling her rabbit. As Bella brushed her cheek against the animal's soft white fur, she smiled over at Cathy. "I saw an angel," said Bella. "That's nice," said Cathy. "Really? An angel came to see me." Cathy looked over at Bella's mother. The mother smiled uncomfortably. "A real angel? With wings and a halo?" "No halo, but wings, yes. Really long wings with white feathers. Michael is an archangel, one of the top angels." "And this was in a dream, was it?" Bella shook her head. "It was real, but in my head. Do you understand?" "I'm not sure," said Cathy. "Michael said that I was dead, but that I wasn't to be scared. He said Jesus wanted to talk to me." "Jesus?" Bella nodded excitedly. "Yes, Jesus Christ. He wanted to talk to me." "And Michael took you to see him?" "We went to this huge white house. More like a palace. Everything was white and so clean, and there were other angels there. And my Grandpa Arthur and Auntie Edie." Cathy looked over at Sandra, frowning. "Grandpa Arthur is my husband's grandfather. Auntie Edie was—" She shrugged, wondering how she was going to explain it. "My mother had a baby before me. A girl, Edie. She died very young. Bella never knew her." She shrugged again. "I can't explain it, but that was what she says happened." McEwen finished taking pictures of Bella and the rabbit. "How about the park now?" he asked. "You know what? I'm parched," said Cathy. She smiled at Sandra. "Don't suppose there's a chance of a cup of tea now?" "Of course," said Sandra. "I'll put the kettle on." McEwen flashed Cathy an annoyed look, but she smiled sweetly and touched him gently on the arm. "I want to keep them talking," she said. "Give me a few minutes, then we'll head to the park." "I'm worried about the light," he said, looking up at the grey clouds that were gathering overhead. "And it might rain." "Half an hour tops," said Cathy. They followed Sandra and Bella into the kitchen. Bella sat down at the table and Cathy sat next to her. "Surely someone must have told Bella about this Grandpa Arthur and Auntie Edie," she said to Sandra. Sandra shook her head. "Never. Even I didn't know that my mum had had another baby. And Will didn't know the name of his grandfather. But we checked, and yes, his paternal grandfather was Arthur Harper. He died long before Will was born." She turned on the kettle. "They were really nice to me," said Bella. They said they would look after me when it was time for me to stay there, but it wasn't time yet. Bella, are you saying you were in heaven? I don't know where I was. It was a palace, I guess. But I don't know where the palace was. Kathy frowned and ran a hand through her hair. What had started out as a simple family reunion story was becoming much more complex, and she wasn't sure how the features editor was going to react if the story took a religious turn. Perhaps we should talk about what you're going to do this year, said Kathy. What about Disneyland? Is that somewhere you'd like to go? Don't you want to talk about Jesus? Asked Bella. We can talk about anything you want, said Kathy. What about when you're a grown-up? What do you want to do? I want to be a good person, like Jesus, said Bella. Jesus loves you, Kathy. She looked over at the photographer. He loves you too, Dave. Good to know, said the photographer. Bella smiled at him, then turned back to Kathy. Jesus wants us all to be happy. I'm sure he does. He thinks there are lots of things wrong with the world and that we need to fix them. That's interesting, Bella, really. But let's talk about you and what your plans are. Don't you want to know what Jesus told me? Asked Bella. Kathy forced a smile. It was the last thing she wanted to know, but she needed to keep the little girl talking. Sure, she said. Bella crooked her little finger and beckoned her to move closer. I have to whisper it, she said. Chapter 69. Bernie Foles screwed up his face. She said what? Foles was the Express's features editor. He was in his 50s and was an old-school journalist, known to keep a bottle of Bell's in the bottom drawer of his desk even though alcohol was banned on the premises. His liking for whiskey was written on his face. His cheeks were perpetually flushed and his nose was flecked with broken veins. Kathy sat down. She says she has messages for the Prime Minister and the Archbishop of Canterbury and Prince William. From Jesus. Foles rubbed his eyes and cursed under his breath. Is she crazy? Or have her parents put her up to it? She's a 9-year-old girl, Bernie. 9-year-old girls can be manipulated, and manipulative, said Bernie. Remember that kid in the States? Wrote that bestseller about going to heaven? He was only 4. I don't think they're planning to write a book, Bernie. Maybe not now. But if we run a piece saying she spoke to Jesus, then all the big publishers are going to be knocking on their door. He stood up and began to pace up and down behind his desk. The pictures are good, right? Brilliant, said Kathy. Lots of stuff around the house and a really great shot of the 3 of them walking through the park. Sitting next to her dad on the swings, that sort of thing. And some very pretty ones with her rabbit. Kids and cuddly animals. You can't go wrong with that, said Foles. And she wants to talk to the PM? Face to face? She said Jesus gave her messages for the PM, the Archbishop and the Prince. And you don't know what those messages are? Kathy shook her head. She says the messages are personal. Foles sat down again. So you don't think the parents put her up to it? Mum and Dad aren't particularly religious. They go to church sometimes, and they prayed when she was missing, but they're not religious fanatics. If anything, the mum seemed embarrassed at what Bella was saying. When the girl's not deluded? I'm not a psychiatrist, Bernie. She seems okay, but you've got to remember what she's been through. Kidnapped, raped. She was pretty much dead when they found her. Foles leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers under his nose. Tell me about that. I don't know much, but one of my police contacts told me that when they first went in, they thought she was dead. One of the cops felt for a pulse and couldn't find one. Then, a while later, a paramedic realised she was breathing. So, was she dead or not? Cops aren't medically trained. They're trained enough to spot a corpse, said Foles. Is this maybe some sort of out-of-body experience? Lack of oxygen to the brain bringing on hallucinations? Sure, that's possible. Anything's possible. Foles grimaced. See, I'm worried that we give her coverage on this whole Jesus thing and then it turns out it's down to brain damage. That'd make us look pretty stupid, wouldn't it? She's a bright kid, very articulate, doing well at school, her parents said. She leaned forward. You know, she's at the school where the headmistress killed herself. Threw herself off the roof. Are you serious? Kathy nodded. Bella didn't see it, but a lot of kids were traumatised. The school was closed for a couple of days. Do I mention that in the story? It's an angle, isn't it? Kidnapped girl sees teacher suicide. She didn't actually see it. You don't want to spoil a good story with the facts. Already in shock from abduction, little Bella faced more heartbreak. Hell, you don't need me to write it. And what about the intro? Do I go with messages from Jesus or abduction girl back with her family? Foles took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. His brow furrowed. It was Sunday and it had been a quiet weekend, news-wise. The story of a child who had come back from the dead would put some energy into what threatened to be a very dull Monday paper. What the hell, he said. Who dares wins? Let's go with the Jesus angle. Who knows, maybe we can get the PM to drop by to pick up his message. Chapter 70. Nightingale was walking down a long corridor. There were doors to the left and right, heavy doors, the wood aged and cracked. There were bare floorboards running the length of the corridor, worn smooth by generations of feet, and they creaked like old bones as he walked over them. There was a single light bulb hanging from a frayed wire in the middle of the corridor, flickering and hissing. A handful of small moths fluttered around it. Nightingale found himself being drawn to one of the doors. There was a brass handle mottled with age, and it was warm to the touch when he grasped it and turned it. The room inside was pure white, a glossy white floor and white walls and a white ceiling. Nightingale stepped inside the room, and warm breeze ran across his face. He could smell herbs, rosemary and tarragon and mint. Mr. Nightingale? It was Mrs. Stedman. She was standing in the middle of the room, wearing a long black dress and with a black wool scarf wrapped around her neck. On her right hand was a ring with a large black stone in it. Hello, Mrs. Stedman. Am I asleep? Yes, Mr. Nightingale. And you wanted to talk to me? That's right. So why not just phone me? I don't have your number, Mr. Nightingale. I'm in the phone book. Under Nightingale. Mrs. Stedman giggled girlishly. I didn't think of that. Do you do this a lot, Mrs. Stedman? Not a lot, no. It's a bit confusing. I'm dreaming, so how can I tell what's real and what isn't? You could try pinching yourself. Nightingale pinched himself but didn't feel anything. That's interesting, he said. He raised his arms to the side and took a deep breath. As he exhaled, he rose slowly up into the air. He hovered about 6 inches above the floorboards. I'm flying, he said. It's more levitating, she said. But you can fly. You can do anything you want. It's your dream. Nightingale lay back and his feet rose up so that he was parallel to the floor, staring up at the white ceiling. This is so cool. Dreams can be fun, said Mrs. Stedman. You just have to be careful that they don't turn into nightmares. Nightingale slowly returned to an upright position and then lowered himself to the floor. Mrs. Stedman watched him with amused eyes. So what is it that you want, Mrs. Stedman? Why are you here? I need to talk to you, she said. I'm all ears, said Nightingale. Not here, said Mrs. Stedman. In the real world. Shall I come to your shop? Outside would be better, said Mrs. Stedman. There's a park about half a mile from the shop, close to the tube station. I'm sure you can find it. Shall we say 11 o'clock in the morning? I'll be there, said Nightingale. He rose up off the ground again and turned around slowly, the toes of his hush-puppies pointing down at the floor. By the time he had done a complete turn, Mrs. Stedman had vanished. Mrs. Stedman? His feet brushed the floor and then the floorboards squeaked as they took his full weight. He looked down. The white floor had gone, and in its place were thick oak floorboards. He looked around. Furniture had appeared, and now there was red flock wallpaper on the walls. There was a heavy four-poster bed, a chunky dressing table, and a shabby armchair. There was a mirror over the bed, and he stared at his reflection. There were dark patches under his eyes, and his hair looked as if it hadn't been combed in days. He ran his hand through it. If it's a dream, why do I still look like shit? He asked his reflection. He flinched as something slammed against the door. He whirled around, his hands up defensively. His heart pounded as he stared at the door, his hands clenched into tight fists. Something scratched slowly at the wood, and then suddenly stopped. The only sound was that of Nightingale's breathing. He walked towards the door and slowly reached for the door handle, but before he could touch it, the handle began to turn on its own. "Who is it?" he asked. There was no answer. The handle clicked to the fully open position, and then the door began to slowly creak open. "Mrs. Stedman." His nose wrinkled as it was assaulted by a foul smell, a mixture of sulphur and acid and feces. His stomach lurched. He grabbed the handle and pulled the door open, and that was when he woke up, bathed in sweat, his chest heaving as if he'd just run a marathon. Realizing he was safe in his own bed, he smiled up at the ceiling. "Next time, Mrs. Stedman, just use the phone," he muttered to himself. Chapter 71. Nightingale took the tube to Camden and walked to the park. He got there at 11:15, but Mrs. Stedman was already there, sitting on a bench overlooking a group of children playing on a slide under the watchful eyes of their mothers. She was wearing a thick coat and the same scarf that she'd had on in the dream. She smiled up at him as he sat down next to her. "I hope you don't mind me contacting you like that," she said. "Can anyone do it?" he asked. "With practice," she said. "I can lend you a book that will teach you the techniques." He nodded. "I'd like that." "It's a lot less useful than it used to be," she said. "These days we have Skype and email and mobile phones, but when I was younger it was often the quickest way of contacting someone." One of the children yelled as he sped down the slide, but he fell awkwardly and burst into tears. His mother rushed over and scooped him up, smothering his cries against her chest. "Do you have any children, Mrs. Stedman?" Nightingale asked. She shook her head and smiled wistfully. "No," she said. "I'm not sure if I want them or not," said Nightingale. "I don't think I'd make the best of fathers." "I don't think anyone really knows what sort of parent they'll be until the day that the baby arrives," said Mrs. Stedman. "They have a way of bringing out the best in people." She sighed. "And the worst." Two little girls sat down behind the swings and began to play patty cake. "Why did you want to see me, Mrs. Stedman?" asked Nightingale. Mrs. Stedman watched the little girls play their game. "You heard about the girl who was taken in Southampton? Isabella Harper? The paedophile and his girlfriend, remember? They took her to a house outside Southampton and abused her." Nightingale nodded. "They deserve to be strung up," he said. "But the way the world works, she'll walk and he'll do 10 years. He shuddered. "They almost killed her, didn't they? If the cops hadn't got there in time, she'd be dead." "I'm afraid it's not as simple as that," said Mrs. Stedman. "She's all right now, isn't she? She's back with her parents." "As I said, it's difficult to explain," said Mrs. Stedman. She sighed again and lowered her eyes. "What I'm about to tell you is going to sound so fantastic that you simply won't believe me. But I can assure you that it's the absolute truth." "You're starting to worry me now, Mrs. Stedman." She looked up and her cold black eyes bored into Nightingale's. "You have every reason to be worried," she said. "We all do. What has happened is so awful, so terrible, that it puts everything at risk. Everything." "Just tell me what's happened," said Nightingale. "How bad can it be?" "Very bad," said Mrs. Stedman. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The police didn't arrive in time, Mr. Nightingale. Little Isabella was dead. She came back to life, but it's not Isabella. Something came back, but it wasn't her." Nightingale felt the hairs stand up on the back of his neck, and he turned up the collar of his raincoat. "She's possessed. Is that what you mean?"
"There is no she," said Mrs. Stedman. "Isabella is dead, but something has taken the place of her soul, something evil, something that is determined to cause havoc and misery."
"But I've seen her on television. She's a happy, smiley little girl. Wouldn't her parents have seen something?"
"Whatever it is has learned to hide its true identity. They see what they want to see, their dear darling daughter. They don't see what lies within."
Nightingale pulled his cigarettes out of his pocket, but when he saw a look of disdain flash across Mrs. Stedman's face, he put them away hastily. "So what is it you want from me?" he asked. "Please don't tell me you want me to organise some sort of exorcism." Mrs. Stedman shook her head.
"An exorcism wouldn't help," she said. "An exorcism is called for when a demon takes temporary possession of a body. Once the demon is exorcised, the person can go about their life again. That's not what's happened in this case. Isabella is dead. Nothing we do will bring her back. She has been possessed by a shade, and shades cannot be exorcised."
"Shade? Is that what it's called?"
"I'm not a great one for labels," said Mrs. Stedman. "But they have been called that, and it's as good a label as any."
"So what is it you want me to do with this shade?" asked Nightingale. Mrs. Stedman smiled thinly.
"Let's walk, shall we?" she said.
She stood up and they walked down the path together.
"You trust me, don't you, Mr. Nightingale?"
"Of course."
"And you know that I'm a good person?"
"One of the best, Mrs. Stedman. What's wrong? There's something you don't want to tell me, isn't there?"
"I have to tell you," she said. "What's worrying me is how you'll react."
She stopped and looked up at him. She really was tiny, Nightingale realised. She barely reached the middle of his chest. Her jet-black eyes bored into his.
"The shade is using Isabella's body as a vessel, a container. If you kill the vessel, then the shade will die with it, providing you do it in a particular way."
Nightingale frowned. "What are you saying, Mrs. Stedman?"
"You have to kill the demon, and the way to do that is to kill the body it's inhabiting."
"You're asking me to kill a 9-year-old girl?" Mrs. Stedman shook her head.
"Isabella is dead already. Nothing will change that. But the empty shell that is left has to be destroyed. That is the only way to stop the shade."
"And I do this how?"
"You have to use knives that have been blessed by a priest. Knives made from pure copper. 3 of them. In the heart and in both eyes."
Nightingale took a step back. "Are you insane?" Mrs. Stedman shook her head sadly.
"I almost wish that I was," she said.
"You're asking me to shove knives into the eyes and heart of a 9-year-old girl?"
"No, I'm asking you to kill a shade. The girl is already dead. The shade does not exist outside the girl. It is only when the shade is in possession of the girl that it can be killed. Do you understand what I'm saying?"
"I understand, but that doesn't mean I can do it."
"Somebody has to, Mr. Nightingale."
"Have you ever killed a shade?"
"That I can't do," she said. "It has to be—"
She paused and then grimaced.
"It has to be someone like you."
"But before, you found someone to do it?" She nodded slowly.
"Yes. It was difficult, but yes."
Nightingale rubbed his face with both hands.
"I realize it puts you in a terrible position," she said.
Nightingale lowered his hands and looked at her. "How can you ask me to do something like this?"
"I have no choice," she said.
She reached over and gently touched him on the arm.
"I am sorry, Mr. Nightingale. Truly."
Chapter 72.
Nightingale waved at the barman, pointed at his empty bottle of Corona and mouthed, "One more." The barman nodded and went off to get a bottle from the fridge. Nightingale's phone rang. He fished it out of his raincoat pocket and looked at the screen. It was Jenny. "Where are you?" she asked. "The pub." "Doing what?" "Well, gosh, Jenny, what do people usually do in the pub?" "Are you working?" "Not as such." The barman put a Corona down in front of Nightingale, a slice of lime sticking out of the neck. "You said you were going to see Mrs. Stedman." "I did." "And you said you'd be right back." "There's been a change of plan." "What's going on, Jack?" "Hell, Jenny, can't I have a beer in peace?" "You know that Mrs. Hawthorne is here, about her husband?" Nightingale swore under his breath. Mrs. Hawthorne was a housewife with 4 children who suspected that her husband was playing fast and loose with his secretary. Nightingale's initial inquiries suggested that she was probably right. But to prove it, she was going to have to pay another couple of grand. He'd forgotten that he'd arranged for her to come into the office. "Jack, are you there?" "I'm sorry, it slipped my mind. Can you tell her I'm on a case and that I'll call her this evening?" "She's not going to be happy, Jack. She's come in all the way from Gravesend." "What do you want me to do, Jenny? Open a vein? I fucked up, I'm sorry." "Where are you?" "I told you, at the pub." "Which pub?" "The Swan." "Bayswater Road?" "That's the one." "Don't go anywhere." "I wasn't planning to," said Nightingale. "I'm serious, Jack. Stay put." She ended the call. The barman was watching him with a sly smile on his face. "Wife giving you grief?" he said. "As good as," said Nightingale, pushing the slice of lime down into the bottle with his thumb. "Women, eh? Can't live with them? Can't strap them into a car and send them over a cliff?" Nightingale looked at the barman. He was in his 50s with receding grey hair drawn back into a ponytail and a beer gut that strained at his dandruff-flecked shirt. "You married?" The barman grinned. 3 times. Got me fulf off the internet. Latvian." "Nice," said Nightingale. "How's that working out?" "So far, so good." Nightingale raised his bottle in salute. "I'll drink to that." Nightingale was on his 4th Corona when Jenny slid onto the stool next to him. "What's wrong with you today?" she asked. "I'm just blowing off some steam," said Nightingale. "I'm the boss. I'm allowed." Jenny slid a cheque across the bar. "Mrs. Hawthorne paid up?" "Good to know." Jenny put the cheque into her handbag, a beige Prada. The barman came over and winked at Nightingale. "The wife," he said. Jenny glared at him. "His assistant," she said. "Get me a glass of Chardonnay and a pair of scissors." The barman frowned. "Scissors?" "Someone needs to put that rat on your head out of its misery," she said. "I'd get her the wine because she probably means it," said Nightingale. The barman scowled and moved away. "How many have you had?" asked Jenny. "Now you're my mother." "I'm not your wife or your mother, Jack. I'm your assistant and your friend." "I know," he said. "I was trying to lighten the moment." "What's wrong, Jack?" Nightingale shrugged. There was no way that he could tell Jenny what Mrs. Stedman has asked him to do. "I just felt like a beer." "Where did you go today?" Nightingale took a long pull on his Corona and shrugged. "I went for a walk," he said. That was partly true, at least. "This isn't fair," she said. "What isn't?" "You keeping stuff from me like this." The barman placed a glass of wine in front of her and then waddled over to the far end of the bar. "Don't you trust me?" Nightingale looked across at her. "Of course I trust you. More than anyone, you know that." "So why won't you tell me what's going on?" Nightingale drained his bottle. He was about to wave for another when Jenny put a hand on his arm. "Please don't," she said. "You won't believe me," he said. "And if you do believe me, you'll think I'm crazy for even considering it. And if I do what she wants, and I tell you, then you'll be an accessory." He tailed off, shook his head and stared at the bar. Jenny tightened her grip on his arm. "She? Who are you talking about?" Nightingale turned to look at her. "Trust me, you don't want to know. Just leave it be." She shook her head fiercely. "Tell me." Nightingale closed his eyes and sighed, then nodded slowly. "Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you." Chapter 73. Jenny sat back, a look of horror on her face. "You are kidding me," she said. They had moved to a corner table away from the barman's baleful stare. There he'd told her everything that Mrs. Stedman had said to him. "I wish I was," said Nightingale. "She wants you to kill a 9-year-old girl?" Nightingale nodded. "With knives? In her eyes and heart?" "That's pretty much it." "What are you going to do, Jack?" Nightingale flashed her a tight smile. "Oh, I thought I'd pop around this evening and do the dirty deed. Like you do." "I'm serious." Her face had gone pale, and there was a small vein throbbing in her left temple. "I can see that." "You should call the police." Nightingale shrugged. "The police wouldn't get it. They're not geared up to dealing with demons and stuff." "I mean the stupid old woman, Jack. She's clearly deranged, mad as a bloody hatter, and dangerous with it. She might find someone stupid enough to do what she says. She should be sectioned." "What?" "Sectioned. She needs to be in a place where she can't hurt anybody." Nightingale swirled his beer around and watched the slice of lime bob up and down. "Mrs. Stedman isn't crazy," he said. "How can you say that? You think it's rational behaviour to go around talking about sticking knives into kids?" She drained her glass and pushed it across the table to him. "Get me another, will you? If I go anywhere near that barman, I won't be able to stop myself grabbing his ponytail." "He's just bought a mail-order bride," said Nightingale, getting to his feet. "A Latvian." "God help the poor girl," said Jenny. Nightingale went over to the bar and ordered a glass of wine and a Corona. "She's a bit of a ball-breaker, isn't she?" asked the barman, nodding at Jenny. "She's okay," said Nightingale. "I prefer Eastern European women, easier to handle." "Nah, she's fine," said Nightingale. "She likes you." "Like fuck she does." "Seriously, she only acts like that when there's attraction. It's what she does when she's flirting." "Seriously?" "On my life," said Nightingale. The barman gave him his drinks. Nightingale paid and carried them over to Jenny. "Mrs. Stedman knows what she's talking about," he said as he sat down. "Up until now, she's always made a lot of sense." "You think it's sensible to even talk about killing a child? Jack, the woman is off her rocker. If she told you, then she's probably telling other people, and there are plenty of sickos out there who might take her at her word. What did she say it was? A shade, did she call it?" "It's an evil entity without form. It can only act when it's taken possession of something else." He saw the look of contempt on her face and held up his hands. "I know how crazy it sounds." "Do you? Are you sure about that? Because if you really knew, I think you'd have turned her over to the authorities already." "She isn't like that," said Nightingale. Jenny sipped her wine. The barman was grinning at her, and as she put down her glass, he winked at her and gave her a thumbs up. "What the bloody hell is he grinning at?" she asked. Nightingale twisted around in his seat. The barman moved down the bar, collecting empties. "I don't know," he said. "Probably just wanted to know if the wine was okay." He swirled his bottle again. "Look, I know everything I've said sounds totally mad, but Mrs. Stedman has always steered me right in the past." "I've never understood the attraction you have for that woman," said Jenny. "Attraction?" "You know what I'm saying. Whenever she calls, you drop everything to go and see her. And it's Mrs. Stedman this and Mrs. Stedman that. She's a witch, you said." "A white witch." "A white witch who sells crystals and spells and voodoo dolls?" "Not so much voodoo, but Wicca stuff, yeah. Spells and charms." "Well, that right there is the sign of a disturbed mind. She's best avoided, Jack." Nightingale lowered his head and moved closer to her. "But what if she's right?" "Can you hear yourself? I'm just saying, what if? What if there is such a thing as a shade, and what if it has taken over the little girl? Then it's not our problem. Let them get a priest or a vicar or whoever it is that the church uses for exorcisms. Nightingale shook his head. An exorcism won't work. That's what she said. But shoving knives into her eyes and heart will. Special knives. Any old knife won't do. Of course not. It probably has to be knives blessed by a Vestal Virgin or some such nonsense. She said she'll give me the knives when I'm ready. Ready? When will you be ready? She said she didn't expect me to believe her, not right away. She said I should find out for myself what's going on. What does that mean? Nightingale shrugged. The shade has an agenda, something really bad, she said. The shade can get people to do things they wouldn't normally do. She says that I should find out who the little girl had spoken to and see what happens to them. That's just ridiculous, she said. Nightingale grimaced, then reached for a copy of the Evening Standard that was sticking out of his raincoat pocket. He spread the paper out on the table and opened it at page 5. The main headline read, "Father slays family, then kills himself." Nightingale tapped the headline with his finger. The inquest was today. Murder-suicide. Jenny frowned as she read the story. He was a nurse, she said. That's right. Please don't tell me that he worked at the little girl's hospital. Nightingale nodded. In the ICU, where she was first taken. Jenny stared at the article in horror. That doesn't make any sense, Jack. It does if Mrs. Stedman is telling the truth, he said. What are you going to do? I'm a detective. I'm going to detect. That's the easy part. But if she's right and something has taken over the little girl, then God only knows what I'm going to do. What do you mean by detect? I'm going to head down to Southampton and ask some questions. Of whom, exactly? I want to find out why the nurse killed himself for start. He grinned across at her. Fancy a drive? I'm not a taxi service, Jack. I was thinking more of your role as my sidekick. Sidekick? Robin to my Batman, Lewis to my Morse, that pretty red-haired bird to my Doctor Who. Gromit to your Wallace? See? You do get it. Seriously, it'll be useful to have a feminine face by my side, especially when I start asking awkward questions. Jenny sighed. OK, you've talked me into it. Nightingale grinned. Excellent. And can we take your car? Jack. He held up his bottle. I've been drinking. So have I. Nah, wine doesn't count, and you barely touched yours. Chapter 74. That's it, said Nightingale, nodding at a detached house with a tiny garden in front of it. Jenny pulled up at the side of the road. I think the police tape all over the front door is a clue, said Jenny. They were in a small road on the outskirts of Southampton. The front door of the house was crisscrossed with blue and white crime scene tape, and there was a yellow seal over the lock. You weren't planning on breaking in, were you? I doubt that there'll be much to see, said Nightingale. The cops will have taken away anything interesting. And you haven't got any cop friends who can tell you what happened? It's Hampshire Police, and I don't have any contacts there. I rang Robbie, and he doesn't either. So, what's the plan? We'll talk to the neighbours, see what they have to say. They're not going to be able to tell you if Bella Harper is possessed. O ye of little faith, he said. They climbed out of the car, and Nightingale turned up the collar of his raincoat. The sky overhead was gunmetal grey, and there was a cold wind blowing down the street. According to the newspaper, the bodies had been discovered by a neighbour, and while the reporter hadn't identified the neighbour, Nightingale figured that it was a fair bet that it would be the occupant of the house next door. Jenny followed him as he pushed open the wooden gate and walked down the path to the front door. He'd already checked the electoral register, and there were 2 people living in the house, Ronald Edwards and Ruth Edwards. He rang the doorbell and practised his smile as he waited for the door to be opened. He heard footsteps and then the rattle of a bolt drawn back. The door opened on a security chain. It was a grey-haired woman in her 60s. Mrs. Edwards? Yes, said the woman, squinting up at him with narrowed eyes. "My name's Jack Nightingale." He took out his wallet and gave her his business card. "I'm a detective. This is my assistant. Can we talk to you about what happened next door?" "I need my glasses," she said. "I'll wait while—" She closed the door on him before he could finish the sentence. Nightingale and Jenny waited, and after a couple of minutes, Mrs. Edwards opened the door. This time she was wearing spectacles. She waved the card at him. "You're not a real detective," she said accusingly. "I'm a private detective," he said. "I don't work for the police, but I do have some questions for you." "Why? I told the police everything." "I'm trying to understand what happened, that's all." "I keep getting journalists knocking on my door, but I won't talk to them. They just want the gory details so they can sell their newspapers." "I'm not a journalist, Mrs. Edwards." "I know that, but why does a private detective want to know what happened?" "I used to be a policeman. Part of my job was to deal with people in crisis, especially people who wanted to hurt themselves. I want to know why Mr. Fraser did what he did, that's all." "Really, we won't take up much of your time, Mrs. Edwards," said Jenny. "We just need to know what happened, and you probably know more than anyone, don't you?" She looked Nightingale up and down, then nodded. "Come on in, but wipe your feet. I've just had the carpet cleaned." She unhooked the chain and opened the door. Nightingale carefully wiped his hush-puppies on a mat as the woman watched. Then Jenny did the same. She closed the door, replaced the security chain, and took them along to the kitchen at the far end of the house. "I've just made tea," she said. She waved them to chairs next to a formica table. "I'll just take my husband his tea and then we'll talk." She picked up a mug of tea and went up the stairs. Nightingale looked around the kitchen. It was neat and tidy, with an old gas cooker that had been polished until it shone, and a fridge that was just as clean, but must have been made in the 50s. Something moved under the table and Nightingale flinched, but then relaxed when he realised it was a tortoise-shell cat. The cat stared at him, its tail twitching, and then it walked stiff-legged out of the kitchen. "You're jumping at shadows, Jack," laughed Jenny. "It wasn't a shadow. It was a cat." Mrs. Edwards returned. "My husband isn't well," she said. "I'm sorry," said Nightingale. "Cancer," she said, patting her chest with the flat of her hand. "He needs oxygen to breathe properly. You're not a smoker, are you?" "No," lied Nightingale. "Disgusting habit." Jenny looked away, suppressing a smile. "Ronnie smoked 40 a day. I told him those things will kill you, but he wouldn't listen." Nightingale shifted uncomfortably on his chair as Mrs. Edwards poured tea into 3 cups. "So, what did you want to ask me?" "It's about what happened next door," he said. "I assumed that, young man," said Mrs. Edwards. "Did you discover the bodies?" She nodded and grimaced. "It was horrible. Horrible." "Can I ask you why you went into the house?" "I hadn't seen the children, but his car was parked outside. He always took the boys to the childminder when he was at home during the day. I don't sleep much, so I'm awake when he takes them out, and he didn't. And I didn't see Sally come back from work. She works at an estate agent's in the city centre. She gets the bus in, and I'm usually in the front room reading when she gets home, and I had a package for her." "A package?" "Nothing important, just some clothes she'd ordered for the boys. From a catalogue. I always took in parcels for her. I don't go out much." She sipped her tea. "So you went around with the parcel?" "Not that day. I thought perhaps the boys were poorly or something, so I waited. And the next day I didn't see them, so that evening I went round and knocked on the door. Nobody answered. So I went round to the back just to be sure, and the back door wasn't locked. I opened the door and called for Sally, but there was no answer. And that's when I realised something must be wrong." She shuddered. "I wish I'd called the police then and there, because what I saw—" She shuddered again. The cat walked back into the kitchen, and Mrs. Edwards scooped it up and began to stroke it. The cat mewed, and Mrs. Edwards kissed it gently on the top of its head. "Can you tell me what you saw, Mrs. Edwards?" asked Nightingale. "It was horrible," she said. She shivered and kissed the cat again. "He'd used a knife on his wrists and his throat. He was sitting in the lounge, in the seat that he always sat in. He watched TV there, and Sally would be on the sofa. When I went round, I'd sit next to her. The chair was his. Even the kids couldn't sit there." She closed her eyes and shook her head slowly. "There are some things that you see that you wish you'd never seen. Does that make sense to you?" "Perfect sense," said Nightingale. Mrs. Edwards opened her eyes. They were misty with tears, and she blinked them away. "The knife was still in his hand, even though he'd been dead for more than a day. The blood had soaked everywhere, over his clothes and the sofa and the carpet. It had congealed, like jelly, and it was swarming with flies. I couldn't understand the flies. It's September, there shouldn't be flies, but they were everywhere. On his face, on his neck, all over the blood. Every time I see a fly now, I wonder if it was one of the flies from the house." The cat looked up at her and mewed. "Yes, darling, I know," she whispered. "And the family?" "He'd killed them," said Mrs. Edwards quietly. "The children he'd suffocated with pillows as they slept, so at least they hadn't suffered." Tears rolled down her cheek, and she lowered her face so that she could use the cat's fur to brush them away. "They were little angels, those boys. I should never have gone upstairs, should I, Mr. Nightingale?" Nightingale shrugged, not sure what to say. He needed her to continue talking, and he didn't want to say anything that would stem the flow. He looked across at Jenny, and she grimaced. "Seeing something like that, it's like having a photograph that you can't erase. It's been years since I could remember what my father looked like. These days he's just a big man with a moustache. I can't remember his face. But those children, their faces will stay with me until the day I die." "And Mrs. Fraser?" "Sally. He'd strangled her and banged her head against the wall. It had smeared down the wall in the boys' bedroom. The flies were in the bedroom too, buzzing and crawling over their faces." "Then you called the police?" Mrs. Edwards nodded. "They were here almost immediately. You hear stories about how slow the police are, but I phoned 999 and I was still talking to the operator when the first police car came." "It must have been terrible for you." "I was in shock, I think. A very nice policewoman took me into my house and made me tea and put far too much sugar in it. She said sugar helps you when you're in shock." "It does." She smiled. "It didn't help me, I can tell you that. A doctor came over and he gave me an injection, and that made me feel a bit better, so at least I got some sleep that night." "The thing is, Mrs. Edwards, do you have any idea why he would have done what he did?" She shook her head. "He loved those boys. Loved them with all his heart. And Sally was the apple of his eye. Once a week I'd babysit so that they could have an evening out, and he was always bringing her flowers and chocolates." Jenny leaned forward and smiled encouragingly. "How long had they been married?" 5 years, I think." She frowned as she stroked the cat. "Their anniversary was in July. He took her out for a slap-up meal with champagne and everything, and he bought her a gold bracelet." She shook her head sadly. "I don't understand why he did what he did." "Was he a drinker?" asked Jenny. "Or drugs?" Mrs. Edwards laughed harshly. "Good grief, no. I mean, he'd have a beer sometimes, and wine with meals, but he didn't have a drink problem." She nodded at the ceiling. "Now, him upstairs, he went through a phase a few years ago when he was drinking way too much, but his diabetes put paid to that. But John was as good as gold. He was a lovely man, Mr. Nightingale. He was great with the kids, and Sally loved him with all her heart." "They didn't argue?" asked Nightingale. "Of course they argued. What sort of marriage would it be without arguments? Raising boys is never easy, but he never lifted his hand to the boys and barely even raised his voice to them." "So no shouting matches, no outbursts?" Nothing. It wasn't a type. Sally was a lovely girl. A slip of a thing. John was always so protective of her.
So why do you think he did it, Mrs. Edwards? Said Nightingale. What do you think made him snap? Mrs. Edwards tried to rub her face against the cat's back, but the animal slipped from her grasp and jumped down to the floor. Mrs. Edwards looked over at Nightingale.
You know what I think? I think he was possessed. I think something made him do it.
Chapter 75. Nightingale lit a cigarette as they walked towards Jenny's Audi. "You're not getting into my car smoking that," she said. "Come on, the new car smell went ages ago," said Nightingale. "It's not about the smell. It's about secondary smoking being a killer." "I'm not sure that's true," said Nightingale. He took a lungful of smoke, held it deep in his lungs, and let it out, careful to blow it away from the car. There's a lot of anti-smoking hysteria these days. Jenny shook her head, unwilling to get into a discussion about the rights and wrongs of smoking with Nightingale. "So, what do you think?" she said. "About what?" "About what she said. Possession. Do you believe that?" Nightingale shrugged and took another drag on his cigarette. "If he was possessed, then maybe whatever it was moved from the girl to the nurse." "So where is it now?" "I'm no expert on this, kid," he said. "Maybe it just moved on, I don't know." He dropped the remains of his cigarette onto the pavement and ground it out. "There is another possibility, of course," she said. "Yeah? What's that?" "Mrs. Stedman might just be stark raving mad." Nightingale smiled thinly. "To be honest, I hope you're right," he said. "Because if she isn't, I've no idea what the hell I'm going to do." Jenny's phone rang. She smiled apologetically at Nightingale and took the call. "Uncle Marcus," she said, and Nightingale winced at the enthusiasm in her voice. "Sure. Dinner would be great. Excellent." She ended the call and put the phone away. "Uncle Marcus," said Nightingale. "He's in London on Friday and wants to take me for dinner." She unlocked the Audi and climbed in. Nightingale forced a smile. "You can't turn down a free dinner." He got into the front passenger seat. "Not at the Ivy, anyway," said Jenny. "Do you want to come? It'd give you a chance to get to know him." "I'd love to," lied Nightingale. "I've got something on." "Jack, I promise not to mention work," she said. "The thought hadn't even entered my mind," said Nightingale. Chapter 76. "Come on, Bella. Open wide." The dentist smiled down at her, but Bella steadfastly refused to do as she was told. "I don't want to." Malcolm Walton had been a dentist for almost 20 years, and he never liked working with children. But they represented a big chunk of his 6-figure income, so he'd learned to just grin and bear it. "I'm not going to do anything that will hurt you," he said. "This is just a checkup, and afterwards you can choose a toy from my toy jar." His assistant Debbie picked up the big glass jar of cheap plastic toys and shook it as she smiled encouragingly. "I don't want a toy." Debbie put down the jar. "Would you like to watch a DVD?" she said. "We have some great cartoons. Ben 10. Do you like Ben 10? Or we have some great Barbie DVDs." There was a flat-screen TV up near the ceiling that they used to distract patients. It worked well. Cartoons kept the kids occupied, men could be distracted by rock videos with scantily dressed dancers, and Walton had most of the soaps recorded to keep the housewives quiet. "I don't want a cartoon," said Bella. "I want to go home." "Well, you know that's not going to happen until I've had a look at your teeth," said Walton. "I'm sure your mummy won't be happy if you don't let me at least do that. I'm not going to drill or anything. We just need to check that everything is okay." He flashed her his most sincere smile. "A few minutes is all it'll take, Bella." The girl looked like she was going to argue, but then she sighed, leant back, and opened her mouth. "That's a good girl," he said. He adjusted the overhead light, picked up his mirror and a probe, and leaned over her. He gasped when the smell from her mouth hit him. "My God!" he said in disgust. He leaned back. That's... He realised that Debbie was watching him and he forced a smile. That's quite some halitosis you've got there, Bella. Are you cleaning your teeth? Every morning and every night. And how long do you spend cleaning them? Mummy says 2 minutes, so I do 2 minutes. And do you floss? Bella nodded solemnly. Walton scratched his chin with the back of his hand. What about food? Do you eat a lot of spicy food? Takeaway curries, things like that? She shook her head. I had beef burgers and chips at school today. And for breakfast? Cocoa Pops. Walton frowned. Beef burgers and Cocoa Pops wouldn't account for the foul smell coming from the little girl's mouth. At first glance, her teeth seemed clean enough, and she was far too young to smoke or drink, which were the two major causes of bad breath. Do you use a mouthwash? Bella shook her head. Mummy said that she would buy some for me. Well, I'll give you some antibacterial mouth rinse to take away with you, he said. But you have to make sure that you clean your teeth carefully. In a few years you'll be having braces, and then you'll really have to be careful. So it's best to get in the habit of doing it properly now. He looked over at Debbie. Can you get my face mask? He asked her. Debbie went over to the cupboard where he kept his protective masks and pulled out his full-face plastic visor. He used it when he was carrying out invasive dental surgery, but he figured it would cut down on the smell from Bella's mouth. She gave it to him, and he clipped it onto his head and snapped down the clear visor. Anyway, let me have a closer look and I'll give them a quick clean and polish. Walton sat down and bent over the little girl. The mask cut down on some of the smell, but it was still bad enough to make him gag. Wherever the stench was coming from, it wasn't her teeth that were the problem. She was cavity-free. There was little or no plaque on her teeth or furring on her tongue. He checked the gaps between all her teeth, and there was no trapped food and no pockets in the gums. It was as healthy a mouth as he'd ever seen. He sat back, frowning. The smell was appalling. Worse than he'd ever come across, and he'd had some terrible mouths in his chair over the years. There were a number of diseases that could cause bad breath, including respiratory tract infections like bronchitis or pneumonia, diabetes, acid reflux, and malfunctioning kidneys. But Bella seemed fit and healthy. Well, your teeth actually look quite good, he said. He lifted up the plastic visor. They are a little uneven, but we'll fix that with braces when you're older, and I'll give you some mouthwash to take home with you. The phone in reception rang, and Debbie hurried out to answer it. The regular receptionist was off sick, and Debbie had been juggling 2 jobs all day. Walton put his tools down and took off his mask. So I'll see you again in 6 months, he said. Do you believe in Jesus, Dr. Walton? Walton frowned, not sure if he'd heard her correctly. Do I what? Do you believe in Jesus? I'm Jewish, Bella. We believe in God, but we don't believe that Jesus was his son. Bella smiled. Your people killed Jesus, but he forgives them. What are you talking about, Bella? Her smile widened. Jesus has a message for you, Dr. Walton, about your wife. My wife? Jesus wants you to know what your wife is doing, Dr. Walton, but I have to whisper it to you. She beckoned him to move closer. Come here, and I'll tell you what Jesus says. Chapter 77. Nightingale grunted as he saw the thick-set man in his 30s holding a black Met kit bag walk out of the Southampton police station and head to a nearby car park. Jenny had parked the Audi where they could get a clear view of the main entrance, and they had been there for the best part of 2 hours. That's him, isn't it? Jenny took another look at the newspaper cutting that had a photograph of Hopkins, identifying him as the hero police officer who had rescued Bella Harper. Yes, I think so, she said. Nightingale peered over at the photograph and back to the man with the kit bag. He nodded. It was definitely him. Do you mind staying here? I want to talk to him man to man. Sexist as always. All right, cop to cop,
How about former cop to cop? I knew you'd understand. He climbed out of the Audi and hurried after the policeman. Dave Hopkins, he called, and the policeman stopped and turned to look at him. Inspector Hopkins, said Nightingale. The inspector narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Who wants to know? Nightingale handed him a business card. Jack Nightingale, he said. I used to be in the job, but I'm private now. The Met? How did you know? You look like the Met, said Hopkins. Look, the days of cops being able to talk to you guys are long gone. The fact that you've even spoken to me means I've got to enter it into the log. I just need a chat, said Nightingale. Actually, I just need one question answering, and you're the only one who can answer it. I can't. Seriously, it's more than my job's worth. It's important. Yeah? What are you on? A couple of $100 a day plus expenses? Nightingale shook his head. This isn't about money, He shrugged. I'm doing a favour for a friend. But it's not a case I'm interested in. It's a victim. The inspector frowned. A victim? Bella Harper. Chapter 78. Nightingale paid the barman and handed Hopkins his gin and tonic. Thanks, said the detective. They were in a quiet pub a short walk from the police station. Nightingale raised his bottle in salute. You're not a smoker, are you? Bloody right, and I'm gasping. They went outside and Nightingale offered him a Marlboro. Hopkins shook his head. Can't stand them, he said. I'm a Rothmans man, always have been. He took out his own pack and they lit their own cigarettes and blew smoke. So, Bella Harper. Must have been rough, said Nightingale. I was sure she was dead. He shivered and took a long drag on his cigarette. You know, I was almost up on charges. I hit the bastard over the head with a spade, and that bitch of a girlfriend. They killed her, and I was the one being threatened with charges. Nothing came of it, though. My Federation rep stepped in. It went away. But it shows you what it's like these days. The criminals get the breaks and the victims are treated like shit. He sipped his gin and tonic. You'll be at the trial? That's months away. They're pleading not guilty. She says she didn't know what he was doing. He says Bella slipped and fell in the bath. Bastards. Yeah, tell me about it. Should have hit him harder with the spade. Hopkins laughed harshly. Yeah, I wish I had now. I could have claimed that he'd slipped and fallen. He'll get life. You think? Child abduction doesn't always mean life. The woman will get away with a few years, if they can get her to give evidence. He might get 10, 15, could be out in 5. Nightingale took a drink of his Corona. Still, Bella's okay, that's the important thing. Could have been a lot worse. Tell me about it. You said you thought he'd killed her. I was sure of it, said the inspector. She was under the water when I pulled her out. He'd had his hands around her throat. There were no bubbles. She wasn't moving. I put her down and gave her the kiss of life, but she was gone. I could tell. She wasn't breathing, she was just... He shrugged. Gone. You've seen dead people, right? Nightingale nodded. More times than I care to remember. So, you know. The life goes, you can see it in the eyes. It's not about body temperature or brain activity or any of that crap. You're either dead or you're alive. And Bella was dead. I gave her the kiss of life and I did heart massage. But looking back, I wasn't doing it for her. I was doing it for me. I thought that so long as I kept trying, it wouldn't be true. But nothing I did made any difference. She was dead. He took another long pull on his cigarette, held the smoke deep in his lungs, and then exhaled slowly. So then the cavalry arrive and my super takes me in the kitchen, and the paramedics go up, and then the next thing is they're shouting that she's alive. That's strange, all right, said Nightingale. Yeah. Except she wasn't, Jack. I know, dead. She was dead. She might be alive and well now, but that day, when I was working on her, on the landing, she was dead. You might have missed something.
Drowning victims can be resuscitated. That's what I was doing, but it didn't do any good. She wasn't coughing up water. He strangled her. That's what killed her. She didn't inhale the water. Like a coma, then. Signs of life suppressed. Then she woke up when the paramedics arrived. Yeah, maybe that was it, said the inspector, but there was no conviction in his voice. I'm just glad that it turned out the way it did. She's back with her parents, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Have you seen her since? The detective shook his head. Nah, the press office were talking about a reunion thing, you know. A photograph of little Bella and the hero cop that saved her life. But I said no. Because? Because I didn't save her life. The girl I dragged out of the bath was dead. I did everything I could, but she was still dead. I'd given up, I was in bits, and that's when they found out she was alive. Whatever happened, it was nothing to do with me. He drained his glass. So what was the question? He asked. What did you want to know? You've already answered it for me, said Nightingale. He drained his bottle and put it down on the trestle table. I'm good. He turned up the collar of his raincoat and walked away. He took his phone out and called Jenny. All done, he said. Where are you? Back in London. I figured you could get the train back. You're joking. Of course I'm joking, you daft sod. Let me know where you are. I'll come and get you. Chapter 79. Malcolm Walton poured himself a glass of red wine and sipped it. Can I have some? Asked his wife. Walton nodded and sloshed some into a second glass on the kitchen counter, then walked into the dining room. The dining table was set for two. He sat down at the head of the table and took another sip of wine. His wife joined him, carrying 2 plates. Steak, mashed potatoes and asparagus. She put down the plates and then went back to the kitchen to retrieve her wine glass. Where are the kids? He asked as she sat down. They went to see a film. They had a pizza before they went. She smiled. They won't be back until 10. I thought it'd be nice to have the house to ourselves. She picked up her wine. Anyway, cheers. Walton looked at her glass and frowned. His wife waited expectantly, but then realised he had no intention of clinking his glass against hers. She put her own glass down. Malc, are you okay? Asked his wife. Walton shrugged. Bad day at the surgery? He shrugged again. He couldn't be bothered saying anything to her. She picked up her knife and fork and cut herself a small piece of steak. She was always a delicate eater, pecking at her food like a small bird. She popped the morsel into her mouth and chewed slowly. Walton picked up the knife with his right hand and ran his left thumb slowly down the serrated edge of the blade. Is something wrong? Asked his wife. She put down her knife and fork. Are you not feeling well? Walton stood up slowly. Malc, what's the matter? She asked. But then she seemed to sense what he was planning to do and stood up suddenly. Her chair fell back and hit the floor with a loud bang. Walton moved quickly around the table. She turned and ran for the door, but he lashed out with the knife and cut her across the shoulder. She shrieked in pain and stumbled against the wall, but then regained her balance as Walton struck her again, this time a stabbing motion that thrust the knife several inches into her back. She screamed, but Walton knew that no one would be coming to help her. Their house was detached, and their nearest neighbour was in her 70s and virtually deaf. His wife scrambled through the door as blood soaked into her shirt. Walton ran after her and stabbed her in the back again. "Help me!" screamed his wife, and Walton grinned savagely. She could scream all she wanted. It wouldn't help. She ran into the hall towards the front door. He was hard on her heels, and he knew that she wouldn't have time to unlock the door, so he anticipated her move to the right to head up the stairs. He slashed out with the knife and cut her just below the knee, the serrated blade slicing through her flesh as if it were paper. Blood spurted down her leg. She fell, and only just managed to get her hands up to break her fall, then scrabbled up the stairs on all fours. Walton changed the grip on the steak knife and brought it down into the calf of her right leg, burying it up to the handle. He felt the blade scrape the bone as it went in, and again when he pulled it out, savagely. His wife reached the top of the stairs, where she pushed herself to her feet and ran down the landing to their bedroom, blood pouring down her leg. She got there a fraction of a second before him and tried to slam the door in his face. But he hit the door hard, and she staggered backwards and fell onto the bed. She tried to roll to the side, but Walton was too quick for her, and he stabbed her 4 times in the chest, hard and fast, grunting with each blow. Blood blossomed over her breasts, and Walton snarled and stabbed her again, this time closer to her throat. She finally stopped screaming as her windpipe filled with blood. He could see the panic in her eyes as bloody foam spewed between her lips. "Die, you stupid bitch," he hissed, and virtually on cue the life faded from her eyes, and she went still. Walton climbed off the bed and stood grinning down at his dead wife for almost a minute as her blood soaked into the duvet. Then he looked at his watch and smiled to himself. There was plenty of time to finish his steak and drink some wine before his kids came home. Chapter 80. Nightingale pushed open the door to his office. Before he could take off his coat, Jenny rushed over to him, holding a newspaper. "Did you see the Express yesterday?" she asked. "I'm more of a Sun man, as you know." "Well, you need to take a look at the Express," she said, thrusting the paper at him. Nightingale went through to his office and sat down behind his desk, still wearing his raincoat as he scanned the Express. There was a news story on the front page and a feature article across the 2 centre pages of the paper. A couple of thousand words with photographs of Bella Harper and her family. There were also photographs of the Prime Minister, the Archbishop of Canterbury and Prince William. The headline read, "Bella's Messages from Beyond the Grave." "It's a world exclusive," said Jenny. "But it'll be syndicated around the world tomorrow." "This is bad," said Nightingale, gesturing at the newspaper. "Do you think?" "The Prime Minister. She wants to talk to the PM and Prince William." "Not so worried about the Archbishop, then?" "I figure he can take care of himself," said Nightingale. "You think it's a joke, Jack?" Nightingale threw up his hands. "I don't know what to think." "We can't let the PM talk to her. We can't let anyone talk to her." "I know that. You think I don't know that?" Jenny folded her arms. "So what are you going to do? What are we going to do?" "I don't know. I'm thinking." "Oh, that's all right then. The great Jack Nightingale has his thinking cap on, so it's all going to turn out for the best." "Sarcasm doesn't suit you, Jenny." Nightingale pointed at the headline. "She wants to see 3 of the most important people in the country. She wants to talk to them, and we know what happens to people that she talks to. That nurse killed himself and his family." "I don't see any of them turning up at her front door." "You don't? Then you underestimate the power of public relations. They got the Queen to jump out of a helicopter at the Olympics opening ceremony. You think they wouldn't persuade the Prince to pop around for a photo opportunity with a girl who came back from the dead? And you think the PM's PR won't be telling him that this would be a great way of connecting with voters?" Nightingale grinned. "You know that wasn't actually the Queen that leapt out of the helicopter, right?" Jenny didn't smile. "This isn't funny, Jack. We have to do something." "Let me talk to Robbie." "Robbie? You think the police can help?" "I'll ask Robbie to see if anyone else connected with Bella has—" He shrugged. "Let me talk to Robbie. Then we'll work out what we should do." Jenny nodded and walked out of the office. Nightingale reached for his phone. He'd call Robbie all right. But there was someone else he needed to talk to, and for that he'd need more than a mobile phone. Chapter 81. Nightingale dropped the 2 black plastic rubbish bags on the ground and bent down to unlock the padlock that was what passed for security for his lock-up. He pulled up the metal shutter and flicked on the light switch. A fluorescent light flickered into life. The lock-up was empty. He'd already moved his MGB to a multi-storey car park close to his office. He opened one of the bags and took out a red plastic bucket and a scrubbing brush. At the end of the line of garages was a tap set into the wall, and Nightingale used it to fill the bucket. He spent the next 15 minutes scrubbing the concrete floor clean. When he was satisfied, he used paper towels to pat the floor dry, then stood up and admired his handiwork. He'd worked up a sweat, and he knew that he had to be spotlessly clean because any impurities would weaken the protective circle. He secured the lock-up and walked back to his flat. He showered twice, using a new bar of coal tar soap, taking care to use a plastic nail brush to clean it under his fingernails and toenails. He shampooed his hair twice, then rinsed himself off and used a brand new towel to dry himself. He had already laid out clean clothes on his bed, and he put them on. The shoes were a new pair of brown suede hush puppies that he'd bought a month earlier but hadn't broken in yet. He pulled on his raincoat and walked back to the lock-up, his hair still damp. He took off his raincoat and hung it on a nail by the light switch, then pulled down the shutter. He stood for a while in the middle of the garage, steadying his breath, then got to work. He took a large cardboard box from one of the bags and opened it. Inside was a box of chalk. The lock-up was about 15 feet long and 10 feet wide. The protective circle had to be just that, a circle, so he carefully drew one 6 feet in diameter. In the second bag he had a birch branch that he'd ripped from a tree on Hampstead Heath, and he slowly ran it around the perimeter of the chalk circle. When he'd finished, he put the branch back in the bag and, with the chalk, drew a pentagram inside the circle. He'd already worked out that the front of the garage faced north, so he drew 2 of the 5 points of the pentagram facing that direction. He carefully drew a triangle around the circle, with the apex pointing north, and then wrote the letters M-I, C-H, and A-E-L at the 3 points of the triangle. Michael, the Archangel. Nightingale placed the 2 rubbish bags close to the shutter and put the cardboard box in the centre of the circle. He put the chalk back in the cardboard box, took out a small bottle of consecrated salt water, removed the glass stopper, and carefully sprinkled water around the circle. He took 5 large white church candles and placed them at the 5 points of the pentagram, then used his lighter to light them one at a time in a clockwise direction. He stood in the centre of the circle and checked that everything was as it should be. Then he bent down over the cardboard box and retrieved a plastic bag full of herbs. He opened the bag, took out a handful of herbs and sprinkled them over the candles one by one, moving clockwise around the circle. The herbs sizzled as they burned, filling the air with cloying fumes, and for the first time Nightingale wondered if it had been such a smart move to be playing with fire in a garage with the door down. He bent down, fished a lead crucible from the cardboard box, and poured the rest of the herbs into it. He used his fingers to form a neat pile, and then set fire to it with his lighter. He straightened up. His eyes watered from the pungent fumes, and pulled a folded piece of paper from his back pocket. On it were the words that he needed to say, written in Latin. He took a deep breath, but immediately began coughing. His eyes were watering, and he wiped away the tears with the back of his hand. He managed to stop coughing, and began to read the Latin words, slowly and precisely. When he reached the final 3 words, he said them loudly, almost shouting. Bagahi, Laka, Bakabe. The fumes from the burning herbs began to swirl in a slow, lazy circle, and then behind him was a flash of lightning, and the smell of a burning electrical circuit. The concrete floor began to vibrate, and the cloying fog grew thicker. He forced himself to breathe shallowly through his nose, trying to minimize the damage to his lungs. The fog swirled around him, faster and faster. It was now so thick that he could barely see the brick walls of the garage, and the fluorescent light was just a dull, bright patch above his head. There was another flash of lightning. Then another, the cracks so loud that they hurt his ears. He stared ahead, tears streaming from his eyes. Then space folded in on itself, and there were a series of bright flashes, and she was there, dressed in black as usual, her black and white collie dog at her side. Proserpine, a devil from hell. One of many, but one of the few that Nightingale knew by name. Her face was corpse pale, her hair jet black and cut short, her eyelashes loaded with mascara and her lipstick as black as coal, emphasizing the whiteness of her small, even teeth.
She was wearing a long black leather coat that almost brushed the floor over a black T-shirt, cropped so short that it showed the small silver crucifix that pierced her navel. Her tight black jeans were ripped at the knees, and she wore short black boots with stiletto heels. She stared at him with her cold black eyes, her upper lip curled back in a sneer. "Jack Nightingale," she said. The dog growled as its hackles rose. She had it on a steel chain, and she pulled on it to get its attention. "Hush! We won't be here long," she said. The dog sat down and stared at Nightingale with eyes as cold and black as those of its mistress. "I told you last time. I'm not to be summoned on a whim." "This isn't a whim," said Nightingale. "I need your help." "We're not friends, Nightingale. We never were and we never will be." She looked around the garage and smiled. "Salubrious," she said. "Looks like you've fallen on hard times." "It's private. That's all that matters," said Nightingale. "It doesn't matter where the pentagram is. All that matters is that you have to stay between the triangle and the circle until I say you can go." "That's one way of looking at it," said Proserpine. "The other way is that so long as I'm here, you're trapped inside that puny little circle with nowhere to go. I could easily just stand here until you die of old age and your bones crumble to dust. So it's a Mexican standoff. Let's keep it as short as we can, shall we?" "What do you want, Nightingale?" "I need some questions answering. About shades." "Try Wikipedia." "I don't believe anything I read in Wikipedia." "But you believe me?" "Sounds crazy, I know, but yes." "So will you help me?" "No," she said flatly. "No?" Proserpine shrugged carelessly. "Why should I?" "What if I did a deal?" "You're offering me your soul?" Nightingale laughed, but it sounded like a harsh bark, and the dog pricked up its ears. "I only need information," he said. "My soul's worth more than that, but I can offer you something else." "I'm listening." "Help." Proserpine tilted her head to the side. "Help." "I'm starting to understand how things work," said Nightingale. "You and your kind move in and out of this world, but there are things you can't do yourselves." "That's your great insight, is it?" "I know. We're ants compared to you. But we're still here, and you're still dealing for souls and not just taking them. That's always had me thinking. You're all-powerful devils from hell. Why don't you just take our souls? Harvest them like a farmer culling cattle?" Proserpine said nothing. "I'll tell you why. Because there are some things that you just can't do. Either because there are rules that you have to follow, or because there are physical constraints on what you can do. Either way, sometimes you need help. You need us to do things that you can't. So, here's the deal. Answer my questions about shades, and I'll owe you one. If you need something doing, something you can't do yourself, you can ask me." "That's very open-ended." "I'll risk that," said Nightingale. "You've always played fair with me. Plus, I'm assuming you're reserving the right to refuse." "Like I said, I think you'll respect the deal." "And not ask you to kill a child?" Nightingale stiffened, wondering if Proserpine was toying with him. Did she know about Bella Harper already? Did she know what Mrs. Stedman had asked him to do? Proserpine laughed, and the garage walls shook. "If I do a deal with you, how do I know you'll stick to it?" "Because I always keep my word." She laughed again, and this time dust showered down from the ceiling and a jagged crack appeared in the concrete floor. "I'll need more than that," she said. "I tell you what, if you refuse to do whatever I ask in return, then I get your soul." She watched him with unblinking black eyes. Nightingale took a long breath and exhaled slowly as he considered his options. He needed Proserpine's help, but he didn't want to put his soul at risk. Not after he'd gone to so much trouble to make it his own. "What will you ask me to do?" he said. Proserpine smiled coyly. Now, if I told you that, it would spoil all the fun, wouldn't it? I'm not prepared to kill for you. Fine. Or to do something that would result in someone dying. Fine. And it's a one-off deal. You ask me to do something for you, and I do it. Then we're good. And if you refuse to do what I ask, you forfeit your soul. Nightingale nodded slowly. Agreed. Okay, it's a deal, she said. She held out her hand. Let's shake on it, shall we? Nightingale instinctively reached out to shake her hand, but pulled it back when he realised what he was doing. She laughed. Almost got you. Nightingale stared at her hand, just outside the protective circle. The pentagram only kept Proserpine from him so long as he didn't breach it. So, ask away, she said. You know about shades? Of course I know about shades. Nasty pieces of work. But nasty for nasty's sake. As opposed to your lot, you mean? My lot, as you call it, served the Lord Lucifer. Shades serve no one. So they're not devils, or demons? You are forever using terms that you don't understand, Nightingale. But no, shades are not demons or devils, or angels or spirits. They never have been, nor will they ever be. Shades are shades. She narrowed her eyes. You have come across one? You don't know? Nightingale, you seem to think I take a personal interest in your comings and goings. That is so typical of your kind, thinking that the universe revolves around you. You are nothing to me. You are less than a speck of nothingness on nothing. I have not given you a single thought since the last time we met, and immediately I have left this place, you will be gone from my mind. So I should take you off my Christmas card list, then? She laughed, and the sound seemed to come from the bowels of hell itself. A deep, throbbing roar that he felt in the pit of his stomach. The ceiling shook, and plumes of dust scattered down through the fog. You're a very funny man, Nightingale. But if you are planning to interact with a shade, be very careful. They're dangerous. Lethal. Do not get too close. They bite, is that it? Proserpine shook her head. They are more insidious than that. They get inside your head, they plant thoughts that you wouldn't normally have. They bend you to their will. By talking. That's what they do. That is their power. They don't stab or shoot or bludgeon. They suggest. They manipulate. They charm. And they are always evil. There are no good shades. She threw back her head and laughed again, louder this time. The shutter pulsed back and forth with the sound of tearing metal, and Nightingale felt a hot blast of wind across his face that made him gasp. No, Nightingale, there are no good shades. Then answer me this. What do they want? What is their purpose? Their purpose? They want to cause chaos. They want to cause pain. But it's instinct, nothing else. There's no plan, no rhyme, no reason. So they won't stop once they've started. There is nothing to stop them. They're not working to a plan or a timetable. They just keep on doing what they do. And what stops them? Say they move into a body and take it over. How long can they stay? That depends, said Proserpine. On what? On the strength of the shade, on the condition of the host. The host will decay. Slowly, but it will decay. And eventually it will die, and the shade will die with it. And how do you kill a shade? That's what you want to do, Nightingale. She wrinkled her nose. You try that, and I'll never be able to hold you to your end of the deal. How can you kill something that can change your every thought? Point a gun at a shade and you'll shoot yourself in the head. Try to stab a shade and you'll put the blade through your own heart. Assuming that's true. Assuming that you could get close to one. How'd you kill it? I have heard that there are knives. Blessed knives. And you have to drive them through the eyes and the heart of the host. But seriously, Nightingale, The best thing to do is to run and to keep on running."
Nightingale nodded. At least Proserpine had confirmed what Mrs. Stedman had told him.
"Who told you about the shades?" asked Proserpine.
"Why do you think anyone told me?"
"Shades pass unnoticed in your world," said Proserpine. "They inhabit the recently dead and are rarely discovered. Was it Mrs. Stedman?"
"I'm going to pass on that," said Nightingale. "No comment." Proserpine laughed, and Nightingale felt the vibrations through his feet.
"You need to be careful of that one," she said.
"She's on the side of the angels," said Nightingale.
"Are you asking me or telling me?"
"She's never steered me wrong yet," said Nightingale. "I trust her."
"Well, good luck with that," said Proserpine. "Don't come crying to me when it goes bad. And it will."
"What do you mean?"
Proserpine smiled. "For the answer to that question, I'd need your soul," she said. "Give me your soul, and I'll answer any questions you want."
"My soul's not for sale."
"So you say," said Proserpine. "But you can call me when you change your mind. In the meantime, we're done here. Let me go."
The dog growled menacingly at Nightingale. Proserpine flicked its chain.
"It's all right. We're going now."
She looked up at Nightingale.
"Time to say the words, Nightingale. I've got people to see, places to go."
Nightingale nodded, looked at the piece of paper he was holding, and said the words to release her. Space folded in on itself. There was a flash of light, and she and the dog were gone. Nightingale's phone rang, and he took it out of his pocket. It was Robbie Hoyle. "Where are you?" asked Robbie. "The lock-up," said Nightingale. "That bloody car of yours is a money pit," laughed Robbie. "It's a classic. It's an old banger. I need to see you, mate." "The Swan? You read my mind. I'll be about an hour. Mine's a pint." Chapter 82. Nightingale saw Robbie walk into the pub and ordered his lager before turning to shake his hand. "This is turning into a right can of worms, you know," asked Robbie. "I'm fine, thanks, all good," said Nightingale. "Whatever happened to the social niceties? You want small talk, or do you want to talk about what's going on?" "I don't know what's going on, that's why I called you." The lager arrived and Nightingale paid the barman. He gestured at a table by the fireplace. "Bit quieter over there," he said. Robbie took off his overcoat and draped it over the back of a chair before sitting down. Nightingale sat opposite him and sipped his Corona. "You should drink that in a glass," said Robbie. "Tastes better out of the bottle." "Rat piss," said Robbie. "No, I'm serious. I mean rat piss. Rats run across the crates and pee on the bottles. Mate of mine runs a pub, and he says never drink from a bottle, always use a glass." Nightingale shrugged. "Maybe that's what makes it taste so good." Robbie laughed and shook his head. "You're mad," he said. "Yeah, they do say." He put down his bottle. "So, you got something for me, yeah?" "You wanted to know if anyone connected with Bella Harper had died recently, apart from the nurse who killed his family." "Yeah." "Do you want to tell me why?" "It's a case, sort of." "Sort of?" "I'm just making some inquiries, Robbie." He took a drink from his bottle. "Have you found something?" Robbie nodded. "I did, yeah. A suicide. Freelance journalist killed himself in Clapham." "What's the Bella Harper connection?" "He talked to her about 3 hours before he died." He saw the look of astonishment on Nightingale's face and raised his glass. "That good enough for you?" "Are you serious?" "There's cancer, mate. He went into a corner shop, bought a bottle of drain cleaner and drank the lot. How do you do that? How do you drink a bottle of it? It's as corrosive as hell." "I heard of a guy who killed himself by drinking a bottle of furniture polish." "A lovely finish." Nightingale grinned. "It's an old joke. So what's the story?" Robbie leaned closer as if he was worried about being overheard.
Guy's name was Jeremy Barker. He was a freelance reporter, but he wasn't averse to taking photographs of celebrities behaving badly. He sold tidbits to the tabloids and the overseas press, living hand to mouth pretty much. His death was suicide, no question of that. But in his jacket was a digital camera and a voice recorder. There were 2 photographs of Bella Harper on the camera. Shit! How did he get to her? Did I say he was wearing a white coat and carrying a stethoscope? Bastard pretended to be a doctor and walked right in. The Sussex cops have checked the hospital's CCTV and there's footage of him going in and out. And the digital recorder? Robbie nodded. I thought you'd pick up on that, he said. He took an iPhone from his pocket. I couldn't take the recorder, but they were okay with me making a copy. It was only with her a few minutes. Robbie tapped on the screen of his phone, then held it out. Nightingale took it and held it to his ear. He frowned as he listened. The end of the conversation was impossible to hear. He switched it off and gave it back to Robbie. So she whispered to him. Something about Jesus. The whole conversation is weird, Jack. How did she know he was a reporter? How did she know his name? Has she met him before? Doesn't sound like that. The thing is, there's no doubt that it's suicide. The shopkeeper saw him drink the drain cleaner, so it's not as if it's a murder investigation. The detective who caught the case listened to the recorder thinking it might be a verbal suicide note, but then realised it was Bella, so he's passed it on to the detectives on that case. But they're not really interested because Barker wasn't involved in the abduction. Never wrote about it. Robbie shook his head and put the phone back in his pocket. No, not a word. Looks like he was after an exclusive. He'd be able to sell the story and pictures for a lot of cash. Maybe not in the UK, but the foreign papers would have bitten his arm off. Like you said, the big question is how did she know who he was? He was dressed like a doctor, right? I haven't seen the CCTV footage, but I spoke to the detective who did, and yes, you can see him walking through the hospital in his white coat with his stethoscope around his neck. Looked like any other doctor, and no one paid him any attention. But she knew he was a reporter. And she knew his name, Jack. Did he have a badge on, with his name on it? Robbie shook his head. I asked that. No. Nightingale sat back in his chair and swirled his lager around in the bottle. So somehow she knew his name and that he was lying about being a doctor. And then she wants to whisper something about Jesus to him. Do you have any idea what's going on here, Jack? Nightingale shrugged. I'm as bemused as you are. I'm not bemused, I'm fucking gobsmacked. Who the hell drinks drain cleaner and why? He was short of cash and owed a few grand on his credit cards, but who doesn't these days? Woman trouble? He was gay, and gays don't tend to top themselves over a love affair gone wrong. Do the cops have a theory? To be honest, mate, it's a suicide, plain and simple. They're not going to bust a gut trying to find out why. Case closed. It's not even a case. The Bella Harper thing made them prick up their ears, but that's all. Robbie sipped his lager. You heard about the headmistress, right? Bella's headmistress. Yeah. She hanged herself. Her bloody head came right off, Jack. She tied a rope around her neck and jumped off the school building. You won't have heard about the dentist yet, though. The cops are keeping that under wraps until all the relatives have been informed. What happened to the dentist? This is Bella's dentist, right? Robbie nodded. Guy called Malcolm Walton. Goes home and stabs his wife to death. Sits down and finishes his dinner. When his 2 teenage kids come home, he butchers them. Then he goes into the kitchen and starts smashing wine glasses, 6 of them. Uses a rolling pin to crush the glass and then swallows it. All of it. Not a nice way to die, Jack. Nightingale stared at his friend in horror. So I'm guessing this isn't a series of coincidences, said Robbie. You asked me to see if anyone close to Bella Harper has died in strange circumstances, and I find them piling up like a serial killer's convention. Do you want to tell me what's going on? You won't believe me, Robbie. Try me. Nightingale sat back in his seat, ran his hands through his hair and groaned. If I tell you, you'll think I'm crazy. That ship sailed some time ago. Who is your client? There's no client. Pro bono? You're helping someone out for free? Sort of. He picked up his Corona again. OK, I'll tell you what I've been told. That doesn't mean I believe it, OK? OK. Nightingale groaned again. This is going to sound stupid, I know. He took a deep breath. A friend of mine, someone I've known for a while, someone I trust, told me that Bella Harper has been possessed. Possessed? By what? A ghost? A devil? By something. Something bad. And this friend said that whatever it is wants to do bad things. Bad things? She wasn't specific. In fact, she wasn't specific about much, just that something had possessed Bella. I wanted to see if she was right or not. The girls were their parents, Jack. If there was something wrong, they'd have seen it. Maybe, maybe not. I don't believe in ghosts and that nonsense, but surely if there was a demon or something, there'd be signs. I know as much about possession as you do. I was just asking around to see if it was possible. Several people who came into contact with her have killed themselves, that's true enough. But how does a 9-year-old girl come to be responsible for that? Nightingale shrugged. I've no idea. The nurse was definitely murder-suicide. You spoke to the Sussex cops? I did a bit of detecting on my own. Bloody hell, Jack, be careful. They throw away the key for impersonating a cop these days. I played it by the book, more or less, said Nightingale. I went to see the neighbour. She told me that the nurse suffocated his family and then slashed his wrists. But before that, he was a loving father and husband. People snap. Happens all the time. And most murders are domestic, that's a fact of life. Nightingale nodded. I know, but something must have kicked him off. Same with this guy Barker. You don't just one evening decide to drink drain fluid. And you're suggesting that Bella Harper was involved? He shook his head. Both times she was tucked up in her hospital bed when it happened. I get that, said Nightingale. So what's your friend claiming? That a little girl somehow forced them to kill themselves? Maybe that's what the whispering was about. You can't hear what she says at the end. Robbie's eyes widened and he put down his lager. What, you're saying she hypnotised him? A 9-year-old girl hypnotised Barker to go away and drink drain cleaner? She whispered something to him about Jesus. So what the hell was that about? Robbie threw up his hands. Mate, what could she possibly have said that would have led him to kill himself 2 hours later? She's a kid. I said you'd think I was crazy. If you're actually considering this, then yeah, you are out of your mind. He leaned forward again. Look, people snap and kill themselves. Sometimes they take out their anger on someone else before they do it. Shit happens. You were in the job, you know that. So what's the connection with the girl? Maybe there is no connection, said Robbie. Maybe it's a coincidence, a nasty little coincidence. I hope so. They both drank in silence for a while. It's not a coincidence, is it? Said Robbie eventually. I don't think so, no. Shit. Yeah, and some. We can't tell anyone, can we? Said Robbie. No one's going to believe us, and it would pretty much kill my career dead. Even if they did believe it, and that would be one hell of an if. What could they do? Arrest a 9-year-old girl and charge her with what? You know about this spooky stuff. Can't a priest do an exorcism or something? I'm told not. Whatever is inside her isn't a spirit as such. It'll take more than a few Hail Marys and some holy water. Like what? Nightingale picked up his Corona and drank as his mind raced. He didn't want to lie to his friend, but there were some things better not said. Killing a child was definitely high up on that list, even if the child was already dead. He put down his bottle. I'm not sure, he said. But before we get to the stage of doing something, we need to be 100% sure. What are you thinking? If there are 2, there could be more. If there are more, then we'll know for sure. But that doesn't take us any further forward, does it? Even if we have absolute proof that a 9-year-old girl can make grown men kill themselves, what do we do? Nightingale nodded but didn't say anything. Robbie wouldn't have to do anything. It would be down to Nightingale. Mrs. Stedman had made it painfully clear what he was supposed to do. Thrust knives into the eyes and heart of Bella Harper. "Is this connected to what's going on up in Berwick?" asked Robbie. "I don't think so." "What about Marcus Fairchild?" Nightingale shook his head. "Your life is bloody complicated, Jack." "Tell me about it," said Nightingale. "I need a cigarette." They went outside to the terrace overlooking Kensington Gardens and sat near a propane heater. "You know the history of this place?" Nightingale asked Robbie. Robbie shook his head. "It's been around forever," said Nightingale, lighting a cigarette. "The 1600s, anyway. They used to bring prisoners here for a drink before taking them over to Marble Arch to the hanging tree." "Nice," said Robbie. "That was back in the day when they hanged you for stealing a loaf of bread or looking at the squire wrong." He shrugged. "The good old days." He took another long pull at his cigarette. "Did you turn up anything about Fairchild?" "I looked, mate, but there's nothing known. Certainly nothing along the lines of what you were talking about." "OK. I did see if he'd worked on any paedophile cases, like you said, but couldn't find any cases at all, not for the prosecution or the defence. He specialises in company law. I doubt that he would have been involved in anything involving paedophiles." "Yeah. I think he was lying about that." "Jack, are you sure he's what you say he is?" "No question." "So what are you going to do?" Nightingale smiled ruefully. "Best you don't know," he said. Chapter 83. Nightingale sat staring down at the gun on his coffee table. It was a matte black Taurus 45, small enough to conceal in a pocket. It would make a loud noise, but Fairchild's Sussex house was a good half-mile from his nearest neighbour. It was Wednesday, and on Friday Fairchild was due to take Jenny for dinner. Nightingale was sure that Fairchild had more than dinner in mind, so if he was going to stop the man, it had to be done that night or the next. He took a deep breath, put the loaded gun into his raincoat pocket, and went downstairs to the street. His car was back in the lockup, and he headed towards it. He looked left and right and then jogged across the road. A bus heading his way seemed to accelerate towards him, but it still missed him by yards. The driver glared at him as the bus went by, and Nightingale realised that the acceleration had been deliberate. He turned up his collar against the wind as he walked by a halal butcher's. Two women swathed from head to foot in black niqab went by, and they also seemed to be glaring at him through the slit in their head coverings. A traffic warden in a fluorescent jacket looked out from the car he was checking, and his upper lip curled back into a snarl. Nightingale hurried on his way. A group of 3 young men in hoodies and low-slung jeans turned to stare at him with undisguised hostility. He stopped at an intersection and looked both ways before crossing over. 2 middle-aged housewives in cheap cloth coats stopped talking and frowned at him as he passed. He scratched his head, wondering if he was imagining all the hostile looks. "Got any spare change, mister?" He turned to see Proserpine, sitting on the pavement with her legs drawn up to her chest. Her dog was sitting next to her, its tongue lolling out of the side of its mouth. Proserpine was holding a cardboard sign with "Any spare change much appreciated" scrawled in capital letters. Nightingale stopped and looked down at her. She smiled up at him. Her hair was spikier than the last time he'd seen her, and she was wearing more black mascara than before, making her face appear even paler. She was wearing a black leather motorcycle jacket with silver studs in the form of small crosses, and there was a heavy silver inverted cross hanging from a thick chain around her neck. "Penny for your soul, mister," she said, and winked. "Are you here for me, or is this just one of those awkward coincidences?" "It's all about you, Nightingale," she said. "It always is. So is that a gun in your pocket, or are you just pleased to see me?" "What do you want, Proserpine?" "I sense hostility in your voice, Nightingale. Aren't we friends any more?" The dog growled, and she rubbed it behind the ear and made a shushing sound. Nightingale took out his pack of cigarettes and tapped one out. "Those things will kill you," said Proserpine. Everybody dies, said Nightingale. He lit the cigarette and took a long pull on it. That's not strictly speaking true, said Proserpine. But there are different ways of dying, and lung cancer isn't a pleasant way to go. Death is death, said Nightingale. True, but there's a big difference between death and dying. Wouldn't you rather die happily in your sleep, dreaming of fluffy clouds and puppy dog tails or whatever floats your boat? What do you want, Proserpine? A cigarette for a start. Not scared of cancer, then? Not much scares me. She reached out her hand. There were thick silver rings on her fingers, studded with what looked like runes. Nightingale gave her a cigarette. He was about to take his lighter out of his pocket, but she smiled up at him. No need, she said. She glanced at the cigarette, and the end glowed redly and began to smoke. Nice trick, said Nightingale. It's not a trick, she said. You sound stressed, in a rush. Somewhere to be. And you still haven't answered my first question. There is a gun in your pocket, isn't it? You know it is, don't you? He said, putting the cigarette pack back into his coat pocket. She smiled. Not much gets by me, Nightingale. So you know where I'm going and what I'm going to do. You're going to kill Marcus Fairchild. It was a flat statement and not a question. He deserves it. People don't always get what they deserve, do they? Nightingale kept his eyes on Proserpine as he took another long pull on his cigarette and held the smoke deep in his lungs. Cat got your tongue? Nightingale blew smoke up into the air. I'm waiting for you to tell me what it is you want. We have a deal, remember? Of course. Well, now it's time for you to pay the piper. You're not to go near Marcus Fairchild. What? You heard me. You're not to go near him. You're not to speak to him. You're not to contact him in any way. And you're most definitely not to kill him. Nightingale's eyes hardened. He's one of yours. It wasn't a question. That's nothing to do with you. The deal we have is that I ask you to do something and you do it. Or you forfeit your soul. He's an evil bastard. Proserpine smiled and shrugged. And? She smoked her cigarette as she stared at him. Ask me for something else, said Nightingale eventually. She shook her head. I don't want anything else. You set me up, said Nightingale. You contacted me, remember? You opened the door. But you knew I'd be after Fairchild, and you wanted to stop me. Again, you offered me the deal. I didn't twist your arm. You wanted information about the shades, and I gave it to you. Now, you need to keep your end of the bargain, or give me your soul. It's your choice. He kills children, he sacrifices them. Yes, I know. But you make it sound as if that's a bad thing. Nightingale took another long pull on his cigarette as his mind raced. She was right. He'd entered into the deal willingly, and yes, it had been his idea. And complaining that it wasn't fair wasn't going to change the mind of a demon from the bowels of hell. The choice was his and his alone. He could agree to leave Marcus Fairchild alone, or he could kill Fairchild and hand his soul over to Proserpine. He blew smoke at the pavement and nodded slowly. You win, he said. I usually do, said Proserpine. Nightingale flicked his cigarette into the gutter, turned and walked away. Hey, Nightingale. Nightingale turned to look at her. Word to the wise, she said. Beware of men in white vans. Nightingale flashed her a cold smile and walked away. Be lucky, Proserpine called after him. Chapter 84. Nightingale's head was whirling as he walked slowly back to his Bayswater flat. Proserpine had tricked him. He was sure of that, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that he couldn't stop Marcus Fairchild, and within the next 24 hours he'd be in London with Jenny. He had to do something to stop the man, but what? If he interfered, he would forfeit his soul. But if he did nothing, Fairchild would continue to abuse Jenny in ways that Nightingale could only imagine. The rear doors of a white transit van ahead of him opened, and 2 men climbed out. They were already walking towards him when Nightingale realised who they were. They were the 2 men who had broken into his house. This time they weren't wearing ski masks, and both were holding knives. Their faces were set hard as they walked purposefully towards Nightingale. They were in a quiet side street, and while Nightingale could hear traffic off in the distance, the road they were in was quiet and the pavements were empty. The smaller of the 2 men was also holding a sack. Nightingale could see how this was supposed to go down. The bag over his head, into the van and off. There was another man in the back of the van, looking at him, waiting. Nightingale waited until the men were 2 paces away from him before pulling out the gun. The 2 men stopped immediately and looked at each other, and then back to Nightingale. "Surprise," said Nightingale. The man with the sack put up his hands. "There's no need to do anything stupid," he said. He had a Scottish accent. "Doesn't feel that stupid to me," said Nightingale. "Now sod off back to your van before I put a bullet in your nuts." Both men turned to go, but Nightingale waggled the gun at the big man. "Not you," he said. "You can stay for a chat." The smaller man hurried away and climbed into the back of the transit van. "Who sent you?" hissed Nightingale. "Fuck you," replied the man. "Turn around," said Nightingale. The man didn't move and continued to glare at Nightingale, breathing heavily like a bullet stud. Nightingale lowered the gun so that it was pointing at the man's groin. "I'll shoot you in the nuts and walk away," he said. "No skin off my nose." The man slowly turned around. The rear doors of the van slammed shut, and the van pulled away from the curb with a squeal. "Looks like your friends have left you in the lurch," said Nightingale. "I guess they weren't expecting me to bring a gun to a knife fight." Nightingale transferred the gun to his left hand and jabbed the barrel at the base of the man's spine. He slid his right hand into the man's trouser pocket and pulled out his wallet. He flicked it open and saw that there was a driving licence among the credit cards. Nightingale slid the wallet into the pocket of his raincoat. "Now I know who you are and where you live," said Nightingale. "If you or anyone else comes near me again, I'll hold you responsible, you hear me?" "I hear you." Nightingale jabbed the gun into the man's back again. "You wouldn't be the first person I'd shot either. Loud noises don't scare me." "I said I hear you," said the man. "And first thing tomorrow morning the cops get your details, and your name goes in the frame for the murder of Danny McBride. So if I were you, I'd run far and I'd run fast." He jabbed the man again. "Now walk away before I change my mind and put a bullet in your leg for the sheer hell of it." The man did as he was told, running down the road as if the hounds of hell were on his heels. Nightingale slid the gun back into his pocket, glad that he hadn't had to fire the weapon. At least now Perry Smith would take it back. Chapter 85. Nightingale parked his MGB on the second floor of a multi-storey car park close to Camden Market. He walked around the market for a while, smoking and thinking before making his way to the Wicker Woman's shop. Mrs. Stedman was standing behind an old-fashioned cash register, and she smiled when she saw it was him. "Mr. Nightingale, so nice to see you," she said. "Tea?" "Tea would be good, Mrs. Stedman. Thank you." Mrs. Stedman pulled back a beaded curtain behind the counter and called upstairs for her assistant. There was a rapid footfall, and a teenage girl appeared, dressed in black with green streaks in her hair. Mrs. Stedman patted the girl on the arm. "I'm making a cup of tea for Mr. Nightingale. Would you be a dear and mind the shop?" "Of course," said the girl. Mrs. Stedman patted her arm again, then took Nightingale through the curtain into the back room. There was a gas fire burning against one wall, and the overhead Tiffany lamp was throwing multicoloured blocks of light over the floor. Mrs. Stedman waved him to a circular wooden table and busied herself with the kettle and teapot. "Is everything okay? You look worried," she asked. Nightingale took off his raincoat and sat down. He pulled the Express from his pocket and put it on the table. "Did you see the Express on Monday?" he asked. Mrs. Stedman laughed. "I don't read any newspapers," she said. "They're far too depressing." She turned to face him and folded her arms. It's about the shade, isn't it? She says she wants to speak to the Prime Minister and the Archbishop of Canterbury and Prince William. Of course. It wants to create havoc. That's what shades do. People have died already. A nurse, a teacher, and a journalist. They all spoke to her and then they killed themselves. It was practicing, said Mrs. Stedman. Testing itself. The kettle boiled and she poured water into a teapot. She opened a green fridge and took out a blue and white striped mug and put it onto a tray, then carried it over to the table. Nightingale moved the paper out of the way. At least now you believe me, said Mrs. Stedman as she sat down. It was never a question of believing you, said Nightingale. I just needed to prove it to myself. And now you have done? Nightingale nodded. Is there nothing else that can be done? No other way of handling it? Mrs. Stedman reached over and put her hand on his arm. It was tiny, not much bigger than a small child's. I wish there was, she said. But there is only one way of dealing with a shade. Can't you find someone else to do it? It has to be someone of this world, said Mrs. Stedman. And it has to be someone who has a good heart and who believes. Men like you are few and far between, Mr. Nightingale. Nightingale laughed harshly. A good heart? Is that what you think? It's what I know, said Mrs. Stedman. She poured tea for the two of them and passed him a mug. I realise how difficult this is for you. It's a terrible thing to ask someone to do. I know that. But if it isn't done, Mr. Nightingale, if the shade continues on its path, the whole world will suffer in ways that you can only imagine. What about putting the girl in a place where she can't speak to anyone? Said Nightingale, but even as the words left his mouth, he realised that he was suggesting the impossible. Put the girl in a dungeon somewhere and throw away the key. They didn't even do that to terrorists. There was no way it could be done to a 9-year-old girl. Mrs. Stedman didn't reply. She simply shook her head sadly. Can this shade thing move around, Mrs. Stedman? Say someone talks to Bella, could it move over to that person? No, she said, putting her hands around her mug of tea. A shade comes from outside and moves into a body at the moment of death. That's where it stays. Can it go back to where it came from? She nodded. That's why the eyes must be dealt with first. The shade enters and leaves through the eyes. Once that avenue is blocked, the shade dies with the host. Nightingale shivered, even though the room was uncomfortably hot. A gas fire hissed and spluttered against one wall. Mrs. Stedman watched him carefully as she sipped her tea. He could feel her weighing up, wondering if he was prepared to do as she asked. I don't know if I can do it, he whispered. Somebody has to, she said. And there is no one else. Nightingale closed his eyes and shivered again. If you don't, a lot of people will die, many of them children. Remember the nurse? He smothered his own sons. Nightingale opened his eyes. I thought you said you didn't read the papers. Just because I don't read newspapers doesn't mean I'm not aware of what's going on, she said. And what has happened so far will pale into insignificance once the shade hits its stride. She's a child, whispered Nightingale. Mrs. Stedman shook her head. She was a child, but that child is gone. Her shell is now inhabited by an entity that is pure evil. You will be killing the evil, not the child. Bella Harper is already dead. Her soul is no longer in the body. So where is her soul? Heaven? Mrs. Stedman looked uncomfortable. So long as the shade remains in the body, Bella's soul remains trapped in the no-when. She cannot move on. Can she come back? If I kill the shade, can her soul come back? That's not possible, I'm afraid. Bella Harper is dead. But in limbo? Until this is resolved, yes. Then I know what I need to do, said Nightingale. I need to talk to her. Mrs. Stedman's eyes widened. Mr. Nightingale, talking to the dead is never a good idea. Nightingale flashed her a thin smile. "It's all right, Mrs. Stedman. I've done it before." Chapter 86. Colin Stevenson's hand tightened on the receiver, gripping it so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "Did you hear what I said, Colin?" The caller was a detective sergeant in the Met, a long-time friend of Stevenson's who worked in the paedophile unit. "Yeah, I heard you," said Stevenson. "Basically, I'm fucked." "With a capital F," said the sergeant. "Look, the investigation is going into overdrive. The shit is well and truly going to hit the fan." "I understand. Is there any way out?" "You can run, but there's already a stop on you at the ports and airports, and they're coming for you first thing tomorrow morning. They don't trust the locals." "What's about a deal? Can I cut a deal?" "They've got stuff off your hard drive, Colin. It got emailed to them. That's all they need." "Who the hell did that?" "I don't know, but it came from your computer, that's what I'm told." "That's impossible." "Impossible or not, it happened. Look, I don't see there's anything you can do. They've got you banged to rights and they've got your mailing list. The only reason I'm tipping you off is that my name isn't on that bloody list." "Shit!" Stevenson banged the receiver against his head. "I need to know you haven't got my name anywhere they can find it." "You're okay," said Stevenson. "No number on your mobile? Nothing written down?" "You're fine." "For fuck's sake, keep it that way, Colin." "I said you're fine," said Stevenson. "I fucking hope so," said the sergeant. "This is huge, Colin. You know the names that are on that list?" "Yeah, I know." "What the hell were you doing keeping them on your computer?" "It's a bit late to be crying about spilt milk," said Stevenson. "Do you have any idea who screwed me over?" "It came out of the blue, I'm told. And like I said, it came from your computer." "I don't see how that can have happened," said Stevenson. "No one else has access to my place." "Yeah, well, seriously, I'm sorry it's worked out this way," said the sergeant. "What are you going to do?" Stevenson didn't say anything. "Colin, are you okay?" Stevenson laughed harshly. "No, I'm not bloody okay. But I'll sort it. And don't worry, your secret's safe with me." Chapter 87. "You are stark raving mad," said Robbie, staring down at the Ouija board that Nightingale had placed on the table. "That's for kids." "It's more than a kid's game," said Nightingale, lighting 3 white candles on the mantelpiece. He went over to the window and pulled the blinds down. "If you wanted a romantic evening in, you should have had Jenny round," said Robbie. "First of all, I don't fool around with the stuff. And second of all, I wouldn't want her near this. But I'm okay, right? What's going on, Jack? I can see why you wouldn't tell me over the phone, because I wouldn't have come round if I'd known you were going to be messing around with spooky stuff." Robbie bent over the table and examined the Ouija board. It was made of cardboard that had frayed at the edges. The words yes and no were printed in old-fashioned letters in the top corners, and below them were the letters of the alphabet in 2 rows, and below them the numbers 0 to 9. At the bottom of the board in capital letters was the word goodbye. "Where did you get this from?" asked Robbie. "A junk shop in Portobello Road. It's from the 60s. What's the plan? Chat with Jim Morrison?" Nightingale walked around the room, lighting another 6 candles. "Bella Harper." Robbie's jaw dropped. "Tell me that's a sick joke." "If she's dead, then there's a chance I can communicate with her." Robbie picked up the grubby white planchette. "With a piece of cheap plastic? You don't believe in this nonsense, do you?" "The Ouija board works," said Nightingale. "Plastic, wood, or 24-carat gold, none of that makes any difference. It's about channeling and believing." "But I don't believe, Jack." "No, but I do. You're here for balance." "Balance?" "There have to be at least 2 people on the planchette. It won't work with one." He finished lighting the candles and went through to the kitchen, returning with a crystal vase of fresh flowers and a crystal glass of distilled water. He put them on the coffee table above the board. Then he went over to his bookcase and picked up a Hamley's carrier bag. He took out a small Paddington bear and placed it between the flowers and a glass of water. He grinned at the look of confusion on Robbie's face. Spirits generally like fresh flowers, and I figured that as Bella's a kid, she might like the bear. Robbie sat down on the sofa, shaking his head. "You're mad," he said. "Sit down at the table, mate," said Nightingale, gesturing at one of the 2 wooden chairs he'd put there. He went back to the kitchen and came back with a tray on which were 3 small brass bowls containing sage, lavender, and consecrated salt, courtesy of Mrs. Stedman. Robbie was sitting at the table, toying with the planchette. Nightingale put the bowls on the table, then lit 5 large white church candles and placed them around the board. He took the planchette from Robbie and put it on the board between yes and no. "Right," he said. "Let's get started." He sprinkled liberal amounts of sage over the burning candles. The herb flared and sizzled and gave off a sweet aroma. Then he rubbed some of the herb over the planchette and around the edge of the board. "You're all right, Jamie Oliver, aren't you?" joked Robbie, but Nightingale flashed him a warning look. He sprinkled salt and lavender over the board, then put the brass bowls on a bookshelf. He sat down next to Robbie. "Seriously, mate, don't screw around. I realise you don't believe in it, but any negative energy will spoil it. So only think positive thoughts." Robbie nodded. "Okay." Nightingale held out his hands. "Hold my hands and close your eyes." Robbie opened his mouth to say something, but then changed his mind and did as he'd been told. Nightingale squeezed Robbie's hands, closed his eyes, and began to speak in a loud, authoritative voice. "In the name of God, of Jesus Christ, of the great brotherhood of light, of the archangels Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, Uriel, and Ariel, please protect us from the forces of evil during this session. Let there be nothing but light surrounding this board and its participants, and let us only communicate with powers and entities of the light. Protect us, protect this house, the people in this house, and let there only be light and nothing but light. Amen." He waited for Robbie to say Amen, but when he didn't, he squeezed his hands. Robbie got the message. "Amen," he said. "Okay, you can open your eyes now," said Nightingale. Robbie did as he was told. "Okay, now you have to imagine that the table is protected with a bright white light. First, you imagine it coming down through the top of your head and completely surrounding your body. Then push it out as far as you can go, do you understand? A white light. As bright as you can imagine, like a white fluorescent light. Try to picture it coming down from the ceiling, down through the top of your head and then dispersing through your body. And as you do that, we both put our right hands on the planchette." "Okay," said Robbie, but Nightingale could hear the uncertainty in his friend's voice. "One thing. If anything goes wrong, we slide the planchette to goodbye and we both say goodbye in a loud, firm voice, and then I'll say a closing prayer." "Do you want to spell out what you mean by go wrong, or shall I just leave that to my imagination?" "The Ouija board is a conduit to the other side," said Nightingale. "Just because I'm asking to talk with Bella doesn't mean that she'll come through. And there are evil and mischievous spirits out there. But don't worry, they can't do any harm through the board." "That's good to know." Nightingale nodded. "Okay, so start to visualise the lights and put your hand on the planchette." The 2 men concentrated and reached out to touch the plastic planchette. Nightingale took a deep breath and looked up at the ceiling. "We're here to talk to Bella Harper," he said. "Bella Harper, please come forward. We are here in the light, safe from the dark." The candle flames flickered, casting shadows on the walls. "Bella, my name is Jack Nightingale. I need to talk to you. Please come forward." A car alarm went off outside and both men jumped. Robbie grinned and shook his head. "Bella, this is a safe place. A place protected by the purest of lights," said Nightingale. "Please come forward." The alarm stopped as abruptly as it had begun. "Bella, Bella Harper, please come into the light. The planchette began to vibrate, and Nightingale looked over at Robbie. It was clear from the look of surprise on his friend's face that he wasn't responsible for it. Bella, is that you? The vibrations intensified, and then the planchette began to move. It slid slowly across the board, a pointed end towards the word yes. Bloody hell, muttered Robbie. Nightingale flashed him a warning look. The planchette stopped a couple of inches from yes. Bella, this is a safe place. My name is Jack Nightingale. I just want to talk to you. Please let me know that you can hear me. The planchette began to vibrate again, then resumed its slide across the board. It came to a halt with the tip just over the letter E. That's a good girl, Bella. I won't keep you long. Hello. The planchette backed away from yes and then moved slowly towards hello. It stopped over the H. Robbie's mouth was wide open as he stared at the planchette. Bella, where are you? The planchette twitched back and forth as if it wasn't sure which way to go. Then it scraped slowly across the board and stopped at the letter D. Then it moved down to O, then left to N. D-O-N, whispered Robbie. He spelled out the letters as the planchette moved to them. T-K-N-O-W. Don't know. But you're not at home, are you? You're not with your mum and dad? The planchette scraped across the board and pointed at no. Are you okay, Bella? The planchette moved away from yes and headed to no. It stopped with its tip nudging the O. Nightingale opened his mouth to ask another question, but Robbie spoke first. Is it really her? He asked Nightingale. Is it really Bella Harper? The planchette moved over to yes. Robbie stared at the planchette with wide eyes. I'm sorry you're not okay, Bella, said Nightingale. Is there anything I can do to help? The planchette backed away from yes, trembled, and then returned to yes. Nightingale leaned over the board. What, Bella? What do you want me to do? The planchette scraped slowly across the board. K-I-L-L-M-E. The planchette stopped and Robbie looked up at Nightingale in horror. Kill me? What the hell's going on, Jack? Chapter 88. Colin Stevenson popped 2 of the tablets in his mouth and washed them down with malt whiskey. He was halfway through the bottle, a 20-year-old single malt that was as smooth a whiskey as he'd ever drunk. He sat back in his chair and stared at the computer screen. He'd thought about deleting everything on his hard drive, but from what the Met sergeant had told him, there'd be no point. The Met investigators had everything already. Running was pointless. Stevenson knew that. Even if he could get out of the country, there would be nowhere to hide. Wherever he went, they'd find him and they'd drag him back and he'd get life. Except that life as a convicted sex offender wouldn't be any sort of life. And then there were the dead kids, too. McBride was dead, but they'd find some way of linking him to the deaths, and then they'd throw away the key. He picked up another 2 tablets off the desk, swallowed them and drank more whiskey before refilling the glass. There had been just over 50 tablets in the vial, and he was sure that they would be more than enough to do the job. They'd been prescribed a year earlier when he'd been having trouble sleeping. His GP had given him all the usual warnings about not taking too many and about the dangers of becoming addicted. But Stevenson was a decorated police inspector in a stressful job, so the doctor had signed several repeat prescriptions without a second thought. Stevenson couldn't do prison. Not as a sex offender. It would be hell on earth. He swallowed 2 more tablets and took another mouthful of whiskey. He opened the file of videos and watched a short clip that he'd taken a couple of years earlier. It was a 10-year-old boy. Jason. Stevenson smiled and drank more whiskey as he watched the video of himself stroking the boy's soft skin. There was nothing that came close to the feeling of young flesh. Stevenson shuddered and felt himself growing hard. He switched off the video and opened a Word file. They said that confession was good for the soul, but Stevenson didn't believe in souls, any more than he believed in God or heaven. But he did want people to know why he was doing what he was doing. He wasn't taking the coward's way out. It was important to Stevenson that people knew that. It took courage to end your life on your own terms. The coward's way would have been to let justice take its course and to die behind bars a sad old man. Stevenson wouldn't die behind bars, nor would he run and hide. He'd do what had to be done, and he'd do it without any fuss. He'd had a good run. And, hand on heart, he had no regrets. In a perfect world, he'd have gone to his grave with no one any the wiser, but the world wasn't perfect. He swallowed 2 more tablets and gulped down more whiskey. He could feel them starting to work, but he knew he had enough time to get a few things off his chest. He began to type. Chapter 89. What does she mean, Jack? She wants you to kill her? They were in the Swan pub in Bayswater Road around the corner from Nightingale's flat. You heard her, said Nightingale. They were sitting at a table outside so that Nightingale could smoke. He had his regular bottle of Corona and Robbie a double brandy. A propane heater hissed behind them. I didn't hear anything, said Robbie. That plastic thing spelled out the message. The planchette. Whatever. Jack, I need you to swear that you weren't pushing it. What? Swear to me on anything you believe that you weren't pushing it. Are you insane? Why would I do that? I don't know, said Robbie. He took a gulp of brandy. I don't know what to think at the moment. I didn't push it, I swear to God. Cross my heart and hope to die. But I'm amazed that you would even think that. What's the alternative? That we were talking to a young girl who isn't dead, and she's asking you to kill her? He shook his head. That's fucked up, Jack. That's fucked up big time. Nightingale blew smoke across the street. It was just after 8 o'clock in the evening, but the pavements were still busy. As always, it was a cosmopolitan mix, and in the few minutes they'd been sitting there, Nightingale had heard 6 languages being spoken. She's already dead, said Nightingale. Bella Harper died in that house in Lyndhurst. Oh, I forgot to tell you. There's news on that front. The woman has started to talk. She and Lucas have killed before. They're taking her out to the New Forest next week to look for graves. Nightingale shuddered. I hope she didn't cut too good a deal, he said. She'll go down for a long time. No doubt about that. Yeah, well, Bella was one of their victims. They killed her, Robbie. When the cops moved into the house, she was already dead. So why the message that she wants you to kill her? Not her. Her body. She's already dead, but there's a shade in her body. She can't move on until the shade is killed. And you know how to do that? Nightingale nodded. It's been explained to me, yeah. And are you going to do it? I think I have to. What do you have to do? Nightingale shook his head. Seriously, mate, you don't want to know. He took a wallet from his raincoat pocket and tossed it over to Robbie. Robbie caught it and opened it. What's this? The guy that belongs to tried to get me into a van yesterday. What? He was one of the 2 guys that broke into my flat a while back. I think they were planning to kill me. Murder by suicide. Robbie slid the driving licence out and looked at it. Lives in Berwick. Might have been a cop, said Nightingale. I'm pretty sure they were the ones who killed my client. Why'd you say that? Come on, Robbie. Don't you think it's one hell of a coincidence? Danny McBride is found hanging in his brother's barn, and the guys who broke into my flat brought rope with them. I don't think they were planning to go skipping with me, do you? And you fought them off? Since when did you turn into Chuck Norris? There wasn't much fighting, truth be told, said Nightingale. But if they've got any sense, they'll be on the lam already. Any news on that front? Robbie nodded. There is a Met team looking at abuse in Berwick and north of the border. Operation Springboard. Half of the Operation U-Tree team have been moved over now that the Savile thing is coming to an end. They're going to be moving in next week. And the stuff I sent? The paedophile unit handed it over to the Operation Springboard team. One of my mates has been seconded to the unit.
They can't work out how the email came from Stevenson's computer, but they're not looking in the mouths of any gift horses. It's going to be huge, Jack. Bloody huge. Some very big names are in the frame. They deserve everything they've got coming to them, said Nightingale. Pity you won't get any credit for it. Nightingale shrugged. There's no credit for anyone in all this, said Nightingale. There's something wrong with the society that allows this to happen. A lot of people have to turn a blind eye for organised abuse like that to take place. The world can be a sick place at times. You did a good thing, Jack, said Robbie. He leaned over and clinked his glass against Nightingale's bottle. Nightingale forced a smile. Yeah, he said. I guess I did at that. Chapter 90. Marcus Fairchild lit a cigar and blew a cloud of bluish smoke across the back seat of the Jaguar. His driver didn't complain. He was a heavy smoker, one of the reasons that Fairchild had hired him 10 years earlier. They were driving into central London. Fairchild had 3 meetings fixed up at his city office, high-powered clients who paid 7-figure retainers for his legal expertise, and later he was going to take Jenny McLean for dinner. And after dinner, he would do to her what he'd been doing to her ever since she was a child. He felt himself grow hard as he pictured himself on top of her, entering her. She never remembered, of course. A combination of drugs and hypnotic suggestion meant that she had no idea of what they did during their time together. He opened his copy of the Financial Times and turned to the editorial comment page. It always amused him to see what journalists thought was important in the world. Most of them had next to no idea what really went on behind the scenes, which is how it was supposed to be. The true rulers of the world preferred to stay hidden from view, and they would certainly never let journalists know what they were up to. And on the very rare occasions that a journalist did discover the truth, well, there were ways of dealing with them. The Jaguar slowed, and Fairchild looked up to see a red light ahead of them. He sighed. London traffic seemed to be getting worse year by year, which was why he tended to avoid the city centre whenever possible. There was nothing on the editorial page to hold his attention, so he flicked through the paper to the share prices. The traffic light changed to green, and 3 cars moved forward. But the black BMW in front of the Jaguar stayed where it was. Fairchild's driver waited a couple of seconds, and then beeped his horn. A quick blip to alert the driver. Road rage was something else that was on the increase in London, and a mistimed horn could easily result in a violent confrontation. The BMW stayed put, and the driver blipped the horn again. "Why the hell isn't he moving?" said Fairchild. "Engine trouble, maybe," said his driver. "The road ahead's clear." "Well, pull around him. We can't sit here all day." The driver turned on his indicator, but before he could turn the wheel, a powerful motorcycle roared up next to them and came to a halt next to the rear passenger door. "Now what?" said Fairchild. The motorcycle rider was a big man dressed from head to foot in black leather. He was wearing a red, full-face helmet with a tinted visor. He gunned the engine and turned to look at Fairchild. "Tell him to get out of the way," said Fairchild. He looked at his watch and tutted in annoyance. As the driver began to wind down his window, the motorcyclist reached inside his jacket and pulled out a squarish gun with a snub barrel. Fairchild knew enough about weapons to recognise it. A Mac-10. It wasn't the most accurate of weapons, but at such a close range, accuracy wasn't an issue. Fairchild opened his mouth to roar with rage, but before he could make a sound, the motorcyclist had pulled the trigger with a gloved finger, and the gun spat bullets at a rate of more than 1,000 a minute. The clip emptied in a fraction of a second, and more than half of the 32 bullets slammed into Fairchild's face and chest. He was dead before he pitched across the seat, and the motorcyclist sped off down the road, followed by the black BMW. Chapter 91. Nightingale turned into the alley and saw the church ahead of him. He looked at his watch. He was 10 minutes early. He took his cigarettes out of his pocket and lit one, then walked back to the main street and window-shopped as he smoked. When he'd finished, he tossed the butt into the gutter and headed back to the church. It was built of grey stone and appeared to be several hundred years old. It was hemmed in by much taller steel and glass office blocks that had been built around it over the years. There was an arched oak door, and next to it a notice board covered with plastic sheeting detailing the service times and announcing that there was a coffee morning every Saturday, to which everyone was invited. There were black metal studs set into the door, and heavy hinges and a large metal keyhole. Nightingale half expected the door to be locked, but it swung open easily. He stepped inside. The floor was large granite slabs and the walls rough stone. There was a Virgin Mary set into the stone to his left, and to his right were wooden plaques containing the names of parishioners who had fallen during the 2 world wars. There were 2 lines of oak pews facing a small altar on which there was a brass cross, and to the left of the altar a wooden podium with a large Bible open on a lectern. Behind the altar was a huge arched stained glass window with Jesus putting his hand on the head of a young child. The church was empty. Nightingale looked at his watch again. It was 3:30. He looked back at the door. "Mr. Nightingale?" Nightingale whirled around. Mrs. Stedman was sitting in the front pew on the right. He frowned. How had he missed her? She was wearing a black coat with the collar turned up and a black beret. She motioned for him to join her. He walked down the centre aisle towards the altar. He wasn't religious, but he had a sudden urge to bow his head and make the sign of the cross on his chest. He shuffled along to join Mrs. Stedman and sat down next to her. "I wasn't sure that you would come," she said. "I said I would." "Do you always do what you say you'll do?" "I try," said Nightingale. He looked up at the stained glass window. It was impossible to tell if the child that Jesus was blessing was a boy or a girl. "Why here, Mrs. Stedman? Why a church?" Mrs. Stedman reached into a shapeless black leather shoulder bag by her side and took out a small leather roll fastened with a braided leather strap. "These have to be handed over on hallowed ground," she said. "They must be returned the same way." Nightingale put out his hand to take the roll, but Mrs. Stedman moved it out of his reach. "Once taken, there is no going back, Mr. Nightingale," she said. "You must understand that." "I'm not sure that I do." "The knives in the roll have an energy that needs to be controlled. That is why they have to be given on hallowed ground. Once they are in your possession, that energy will start to wane. If you do not do what has to be done within a day, the knives will be rendered useless forever. That must not be allowed to happen, Mr. Nightingale." "So it has to be done today?" "Within 24 hours, and the clock starts ticking from the moment the knives are in your possession." She undid the braided strap and unrolled the sheet of oiled leather. She lifted a flap to reveal the metal hilts of 3 knives. The 2 outer knives were about 4 inches long. The hilts were ornate spheres made up of a mesh of dozens of small crosses. The knife in the centre was about twice as long, and its handle was a crucifix with a figure of Christ on it. All 3 knives were pitted and blackened with age. "They've been used before?" "Several times," said Mrs. Stedman. "I assumed that they would be left in the body," said Nightingale. Mrs. Stedman shook her head. "Oh no, Mr. Nightingale. These are the only knives of their type. They have existed in this form for more than 1,000 years." She took out one of the shorter knives. "These are for the eyes," she said. "They should be plunged in at the same time, if that's possible. If they have to be done one at a time, then it needs to be done quickly. They have to be thrust in right up to the hilt." Nightingale nodded, trying not to think what it would look like to see the knives piercing a child's eyes. Mrs. Stedman slid the knife back into its slot and took out the longer knife. It was made of copper, dull and mottled with age. She held it delicately just under the crucifix, her fingers just touching the feet of the Christ figure. "This has to go into the heart," she said. "It must pierce the heart and go right through it. The blade must stay in the heart until the shade dies." "How will I know that the shade is dead?" asked Nightingale. "The shade will die with the host," said Mrs. Stedman. "Once the host is dead, you are to remove the knives and return them to me. Do not clean them. Just return them as they are. I will do what has to be done. Now this is important, Mr. Nightingale.
There are words you must say at the moment you insert the third knife. Words. An incantation, in Latin. Do you speak Latin, Mr. Nightingale?
Nightingale smiled. Sadly, no. I went to a comprehensive.
You must say the incantation perfectly, said Mrs. Stedman. And it cannot be written down. It must be said from the heart.
Okay, said Nightingale.
You have to memorize it, she said, word for word. Now listen to me carefully.
Mrs. Stedman spoke for almost a full minute.
Do you think you can repeat that?
There's more chance of me growing wings and flying around this church, he said.
Then I'll break it down into smaller sections, she said, ignoring his attempt at humour. But this is important. As important as the placing of the knives. Without the incantation, the knives will not work.
Nightingale nodded. I understand. For the next 15 minutes, Mrs. Stedman went through the incantation with Nightingale until he was able to repeat it faultlessly, even though he had no idea of the meaning of the words. Mrs. Stedman said that it didn't matter whether he understood it or not. The words themselves held the power. When she was satisfied, Mrs. Stedman asked him if he was ready to accept the knives. Nightingale felt suddenly light-headed, and he took a deep breath and exhaled through pursed lips. I guess so.
I need you to be more positive than that, she said.
She replaced the knife, flipped the flap back and carefully fastened the strap around the roll.
Now are you ready, Mr. Nightingale?
Nightingale forced a smile. As I'll ever be, he said. He could see from the admonishing look on her face that his answer wasn't positive enough, so he nodded earnestly. Yes, he said, more confidently. Yes, I am. She nodded and handed the roll to him.
God bless you, Mr. Nightingale.
Chapter 92. Nightingale parked his car a couple of 100 yards away from Bella Harper's house and smoked a Marlboro before climbing out. He locked the door and walked slowly along the pavement. He'd driven down the street a couple of times during the day to get a feel for the place. It was a neat, semi-detached house with a small wall and a wrought iron gate that opened onto a path leading to the front door. There was no garage, but half of the front lawn had been paved over as a parking space for the family's 5-year-old Hyundai. He eased open the gate, slipped inside and closed it behind him, then walked carefully down the path, squeezed by the car, and walked around the side of the house. He stopped and peered through the kitchen window until he was sure that there was no one there, then walked to the kitchen door. He tried the handle and wasn't surprised to find that it was locked. He looked up at the back of the house. The curtains on the bedroom window had Hello Kitties on them, so he figured that was where Bella slept. There was a small window open in what was probably a bathroom, and at a pinch he reckoned he could reach it by climbing the drain pipe. He squinted up at the window and tried to work out if he'd be able to slip through. He made up his mind that the window was out of the question when he tapped the drain pipe and discovered that it was plastic. He moved past the kitchen door. There was a large glass sliding door that led into the sitting room. The curtains were drawn, but there was enough of a gap to see that the room was in darkness. He pulled on a pair of grey surgical gloves and took a screwdriver from his pocket. It took him only seconds to force the screwdriver into the gap between the door and the wall and pop the lock. He gently slid the door open, pushed the curtain aside, and stepped into the sitting room. He stopped and listened for a full minute, then tiptoed across the sitting room and into the hallway, listened again, and then headed up the stairs, keeping close to the wall to minimize any squeaking boards. When he reached the landing, he stopped and listened again. There were 4 doors. There was one to the rear of the house, which he assumed was Bella's bedroom. The door immediately to his left was open. The bathroom. He guessed that the bedroom facing the street would be the master bedroom, where Mr. and Mrs. Harper were sleeping. The door was open slightly, and Nightingale tiptoed over to it, breathing shallowly. He pushed it open. Mrs. Harper was closest to him, sleeping on her side. Her husband was on his back, snoring softly. Nightingale took a handkerchief and a can of diethyl ether from his pocket, twisted the top off the can of ether and soaked the material with the fluid. He tiptoed across the carpet and held the ether-soaked handkerchief under the woman's nose for the best part of a minute, then draped it over her face. He prepared a second handkerchief and did the same to the husband. When he was satisfied that they were both unconscious, he tiptoed out of the room and pulled the door closed behind him. His heart was racing, and he stood where he was for a full minute, composing himself before soaking a third handkerchief with ether and pushing open the door to Bella's bedroom. She was lying on her back, breathing slowly and evenly. Her eyes were closed and her blonde hair was spread across her pillow. Her skin was as pale as porcelain, unlined and unblemished the way only a 9-year-old's could be. Her hands were clasped together on top of the duvet as if she was praying. Nightingale closed the door quietly, wincing as the wood brushed against the carpet. When he turned back to the bed, Bella's eyes were wide open and she was staring right at him. "You're Jack Nightingale, aren't you?" she said. Nightingale said nothing. "You've come to kill me, haven't you?" Nightingale stared at her in silence. The girl smiled at him. "I've been expecting you." She slowly raised her hand and beckoned him to come closer. "I've a message for you," she said. "From Jesus." Chapter 93. Nightingale took a step towards the bed. He had the ether-soaked handkerchief in his right hand. The girl continued to beckon him with her finger. Nightingale felt light-headed, but wasn't sure if it was the fumes or if the shade was somehow making it hard for him to concentrate. She was smiling angelically, her blonde hair glinting in the glow of the streetlight that shafted in through a break in the curtains. Her finger continued to beckon him forwards. Nightingale's feet shuffled towards the bed as if they had a life of their own. He worked the handkerchief in his hand, rolling it around his palm until it formed a tight ball. He took another step, and another. He was at the side of the bed, looking down at the girl. Her smile widened, and he wrinkled his nose at the foul stench that seemed to be coming from her mouth. "Come closer, Jack," she said. Her voice had grown deeper and more masculine, and her eyes were no longer the eyes of a little girl. They were black and as hard as glass. "There's a good boy. I have something to tell you." Nightingale sneered at her. "You can say anything you want. I can't hear," he said. "You can hear me, Jack," she said. "And you are going to do exactly as I say. Now lean forward and let me whisper to you." Nightingale stared at her as he moved his face closer to hers. She grinned in triumph and opened her mouth to speak. Nightingale moved quickly, jumping onto the bed and grabbing her wrists. He forced her arms down by her sides and then knelt over her, trapping her with his legs, his knees digging into the side of her chest. She took a deep breath, but just before she screamed he thrust the balled handkerchief between her teeth. He used his left hand to clamp her jaw shut as he pulled a roll of duct tape from his raincoat pocket. He used his teeth to pull a few inches of tape from the roll and then slapped it down over her mouth. She thrashed about, but he quickly wound the tape around her head several times. The tape and handkerchief reduced her screams to muffled grunts, and her eyes burned with hatred. Nightingale wiped his forehead with the sleeve of his coat. He sat back on his heels and stared at her. "I'd like to say that this is going to hurt me more than you. But that's probably not true," he said. He reached up with his hands and gently pulled out the yellow foam rubber earplugs that had stopped him hearing anything that the shade had said to him. The girl stopped thrashing around, and her eyes narrowed. They were less human now, totally black and featureless. Nightingale put the earplugs into his pocket and took out the leather roll that Mrs. Stedman had given him. The girl began to thrash around as she realised what was happening. Nightingale ignored her and concentrated on undoing the braided strap. He flipped open the flap and pulled out the two shorter knives, one in each hand. He deftly swiveled them around so that the mesh spheres were in the palms of his hands and the blades were pointing down. His heart was racing and his breath was coming in ragged gasps. He took a deep breath to steady himself, then raised his hands above his head. He felt a searing pain at the back of his head, as if someone had stuck a burning needle into his skull. He could hear words, not through his ears, but from somewhere inside his head.
No, 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 no! He ignored the voice in his head, steeled himself for a second, and then drove the knives down into the girl's eyes. The blades had to be forced through, and there were simultaneous loud pops as the eyeballs burst. Grey fluid squirted out and dribbled around the blades and down the girl's cheeks. The body went into convulsions beneath him, and he gripped tightly with his knees so that she couldn't throw him off. He leaned forward and pushed down, wincing at the tearing sound that the knives made as they pushed through the skull behind the eyes and on into the brain. Blood gushed out of the wounds as Nightingale used his full weight to drive the knives all the way in. He stopped when the mesh spheres were flush against the eyeballs and sat back, wiping his bloody hands on the duvet. The shade wasn't screaming anymore. It was making a whimpering moan muffled by the gag. Nightingale tried not to think about what he was doing. He fumbled for the third knife, the big one. He took it in both hands, the small figure of Christ protruding from the V formed by his crossed thumbs. He looked down, trying to work out where the heart was. The angle was wrong, so he shuffled back, keeping his knees tight against her legs. The moaning intensified, and Nightingale wished that he'd left the earplugs in because the sound was painful. But it was too late to remedy that now. The headache had intensified, and his brain felt as if it was expanding and pressing against his skull. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the killing thrust. The girl began to lift herself up. Then she fell back, still moaning. She did it again and again, as if she was doing abdominal crunches, up and down, faster and faster. Her hair was sticky with blood and the grey stuff that had oozed from her ruptured eyeballs, and the gooey mess trickled down her face and over the duct tape. Nightingale forced himself to ignore the fact that it was a girl he was about to kill. Bella Harper was already dead. The being below him wasn't a 9-year-old girl, it was an evil entity bent on destruction. He raised the knife above his head, mentally rehearsed the Latin phrase that Mrs. Stedman had given him, then brought the knife down, hard and fast. It pierced her skin and slid easily between the second and third rib, and then he felt resistance as it touched the heart. He spat out the words as he pushed the knife down, and he felt it pop through the heart muscle, and blood squirted around the blade and soaked into the Hello Kitty nightdress. He pushed harder, still repeating the Latin incantation, then changed his grip and pushed down with the palms of his hands, driving the knife down as far as it would go. As he finished the incantation, the girl went suddenly still. As Nightingale watched, her hands unclenched and an audible sigh escaped from between her lips. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. It was done. The shade was dead, and so, finally, was Bella Harper. Chapter 94. Nightingale let himself into his flat and hurried down the hallway to the kitchen. He knew that the best thing for stress was hot, sweet tea, but what he wanted was alcohol to dull the pain. The purer the better. He had several bottles of Corona in his fridge, but that wasn't strong enough for what he wanted. There was a bottle of Russian vodka in the icebox, and he took it out, unscrewed the top and drank from it. He took 3 gulps before it began to burn his throat, and he gasped. He half-filled a tumbler with vodka, then popped the tab of a can of Coke and poured that in. He took the tumbler, the Coke can and the vodka bottle into his sitting room and put them on the table by the window. The Ouija board was still there, surrounded by the 5 candles. He took a long drink of vodka and Coke and began pacing around the room. His mind was whirling, and he found it impossible to concentrate. All he could think about was the knives going into Bella's eyes and the way her body had gone into convulsions when he'd thrust the final knife into her heart. He wiped his forehead with his sleeve and then took another gulp of vodka and Coke. He wanted to get drunk, so drunk that he wouldn't remember what he'd done. His stomach lurched and he fought the urge to vomit. He pulled his mobile phone from his raincoat pocket. He wanted to talk to somebody. Jenny, maybe, or Robbie. But what could he tell them? And if he told them the truth, what would they say? He tossed the phone onto the sofa, then took off his raincoat and draped it over the back of a chair. He drained his glass and grabbed the vodka bottle for a refill. As he sloshed vodka into the glass, he noticed movement on the Ouija board. He frowned and stared down at the planchette. It was vibrating. He shook his head, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him, but there was no doubt. The planchette was juddering. As he watched, it began to move slowly across the board. Nightingale held his breath, the vodka bottle and glass forgotten. The planchette moved slowly but surely in a smooth motion until it reached the word goodbye. Then it stopped dead. Nightingale felt a cold breeze on the back of his neck and he shivered. "Goodbye, Bella," he whispered, then drained his glass in one. Chapter 95. Nightingale came awake instantly from a dreamless sleep. He lay on his back, staring up at the ceiling, listening to the sound of his own breathing. He heard a police siren far off in the distance, but that wasn't what had woken him. Then he realised he wasn't alone in the room. He sat up and peered into the dark corner furthest away from the window. Proserpine was standing there, her black and white collie at her side. She was wearing a long black leather coat that almost brushed the carpet and knee-length black boots with stiletto heels. Her hair was loose around her face and she had a fringe that almost covered her eyes. She glared at Nightingale, malevolently. "You lied to me, Nightingale," she said, her voice a low, rasping whisper. "Not really," he said. The dog growled menacingly and Proserpine jerked the chain to silence it. "I told you that you weren't to go near Fairchild." "I didn't." "I told you that you weren't to kill him." "And I didn't." There was a deep growling sound and Nightingale couldn't tell if it was her or the dog. "You think you can play games with me, Nightingale?" Nightingale reached for his cigarettes and lit one before answering. "I think you choose your words carefully," he said. "And so did I. I didn't go near Fairchild. I didn't talk to him. And I didn't kill him." "You had him killed," she said quietly. "And that right there is why the choice of words is so darn important," he said. He tried to blow a smoke ring but failed miserably. "I had him killed. That's not the same as killing him. So all bets are off." Proserpine glared at him. "You paid to have him killed. That's the same as killing him." Nightingale shook his head. "I didn't pay a penny. In fact, I didn't even ask for it to be done. I just talked to someone who hates nonsense even more than I do." "Perry Smith. Gangster of this parish. He gave me the gun that I was carrying that night you stopped me. I gave him the gun back and he asked why. I told him that I couldn't kill Fairchild. Perry said that he'd do it in a heartbeat. His kid sister was abused when she was in a care home, so he's got personal reasons for hating paedophiles." "You told Smith that Fairchild was a paedophile?" "Which he was," said Nightingale. "I didn't tell him about the Order of Nine Angles, of course. Or the whole devil worship thing. That would have muddied the water, I figured. But like I said, he offered to kill Fairchild and I didn't try to dissuade him. So it doesn't affect our deal, and I get to keep my soul." Proserpine and her dog stared at Nightingale for several seconds. "You think you've beaten me, do you?" she said, eventually. "I don't think there are any winners or losers in this," said Nightingale. "The whole thing is a mess. But Fairchild can rot in hell for all I care." "He'll be in hell, but he won't be rotting," said Proserpine. "He has earned his place in Hades." "Fine," said Nightingale. "I hope you all live happily ever after. Now can I get back to sleep? I've got a busy day ahead of me." "You're very sharp, Nightingale. You want to be careful you don't end up cutting yourself." "I'll do that." Her eyes narrowed. "You think you can trust Mrs. Stedman, don't you?" "I don't know who I can trust these days," he said. "Well, don't say I didn't warn you," she said. She looked down at her dog and smiled. "Come on, let's go play catch." She jerked his chain and then the room folded in on itself and there was a deafening cracking sound and the smell of burned leather and she was gone. Nightingale stubbed out what was left of his cigarette and lay down. He stared up at the ceiling for the rest of the night, unable to sleep. Chapter 96. Nightingale was in the shower when his mobile rang. He wrapped a towel around himself and padded into the bedroom. It was Robbie. Bloody hell, mate. The bodies are piling up. What do you mean? Colin Stevenson has topped himself, and Marcus Fairchild was killed yesterday. Nightingale sat down on the bed. The roll of knives was on his dressing table. He looked at his watch. He was supposed to return them to Mrs. Stedman before noon. You're sure Stevenson killed himself? Tablets and whiskey, and he left a note. He typed it, but as they found him dead on the keyboard, they're pretty sure it was him. Bastard, said Nightingale. I won't be shedding any tears over him. Yeah, according to what he wrote, he was just misunderstood. No one understands the love between a man and a child as the purest kind of love, all that crap that paedophiles spout to justify what they do. But there was some hard info in there. For a start, Stevenson says he was the one who got McBride to kill the kids. How did he manage that? McBride's farmhouse is where a lot of the abuse took place, so McBride's life would be pretty much over however it went. But Stevenson threatened him too, said that he'd kill McBride's nephews if he didn't do it. Stevenson says that McBride was talking about killing himself anyway once he knew that the cops were onto them. It just took a bit of manipulation to get him to shoot the kids first. How did they know the cops were onto them? There's a leak in the paedophile unit. Stevenson got a call from a phone box not far from the unit's London base a few hours before he topped himself. They reckon the same mole tipped Stevenson off about the first investigation. All they had at the time was the name of one of the kids, but they were coming up to do interviews across the school. Stevenson and the rest figured if they could make it look like the kids had been killed by a lone disturbed gunman, the abuse investigation would die with it. And with the number of cops who seemed to be involved, they might have been right. This goes right across the UK, Jack. It's bloody huge. And by the look of it, it's been going on for years. And what about Danny McBride? Did Stevenson say anything about that so-called suicide? Nope. Like I said, most of it was rambling self-justification. And it wasn't helped by the fact that he'd washed the sleeping tablets down with a bottle of whiskey. Yeah, well, like I said, good riddance to bad rubbish. And I'm assuming that sentiment goes for Marcus Fairchild too? I couldn't possibly comment, said Nightingale, running a hand through his wet hair. It's been put down as a gangland killing, said Robbie. Yeah, well, there's a lot of that about. You don't mess about, do you, Jack? You had it coming, Robbie. Let's just leave it at that, shall we? Jack? Yeah? How did the Bella Harper thing go? Nightingale didn't say anything for a while. What have you heard? He asked eventually. There's a news clampdown until the press office gets its act together. Socko are in the house as we speak. She's dead, right? She died 3 weeks ago, said Nightingale flatly. You okay? Not really, said Nightingale. It wasn't pleasant. And what happened when you did it? It died, end of. And Bella died too. I keep telling you she was dead already. She died in that bath, and she was never coming back no matter what I did. Robbie, you need to forget about it, seriously. I'm not sure that I can do that. Well, you're going to have to. I don't want to talk about it again, ever. You are sure, right? About what? About the whole business. That whole Ouija board thing. Bella asking you to kill her, that was real, wasn't it? It was real, Robbie. Now please, just forget about it, like it never happened. I'll try, mate. Nightingale ended the call and reached for his cigarettes. Forgetting what had happened was going to be a lot easier said than done. Chapter 97. Nightingale shivered as he walked into the church. Mrs. Stedman was in the front pew, her head bent forward. As he sat down next to her, he realised that her eyes were closed and her hands were clasped together in her lap. He sat with her in silence, looking up at the figure of Jesus in a stained glass window. He'd smoked a cigarette in the alley outside the church, but he already craved another. He tried to remember how many Marlboro he'd smoked during the night as he'd finished drinking the bottle of vodka. 10, 20. He'd gone out just after midnight and bought 2 packs from an all-night supermarket in Queensway. Mrs. Stedman sat back and opened her eyes. It is done, she said. And it sounded more like a statement than a question.
Yes, he said.
Thank you,
she said. I'm not sure it's something that deserves to be thanked. He slid his hand into his raincoat pocket and pulled out the leather roll. He weighed it in his hand, then passed it to her.
You did a good thing, Mr. Nightingale. You saved a lot of lives.
Nightingale shivered again. I need to know something, Mrs. Stedman. When the shade died, would Bella's soul still be around?
I'm not sure I understand you, she said.
She slid the roll of knives into a shapeless black bag on the floor between her legs. I was in my flat afterwards. There was a Ouija board on the table, and the planchette moved. It went to goodbye. I wondered... He shrugged, not wanting to finish the sentence. His head ached. It had been a long time since he'd suffered from a hangover, but then it had been a long time since he'd last demolished a whole bottle of vodka. Mrs. Stedman smiled and patted him on the arm.
She would be moving on from the Nowhen. She must have stopped by to let you know that everything was okay. You helped her, Mr. Nightingale, and she would have been grateful for that.
Nightingale sighed. He ran a hand through his hair and stared at the altar. I'm not sure I can live with what I've done, Mrs. Stedman.
You did the right thing, Mr. Nightingale.
Even so, Nightingale shrugged.
I might be able to help.
Help?
I could make you forget. It would be as if it never happened.
But it did happen. Mrs. Stedman nodded.
Yes, it did. And because it happened, the world is a better place. But I can take away the memory.
Nightingale forced a smile. You can do that?
I can do pretty much anything I want, she said, providing my motives are pure.
And my friend Robbie Hoyle, he's a detective. He knows what I did, and he's a cop, so it puts him in a very difficult position. And Jenny. I think it's best that she doesn't remember either. Mrs. Stedman nodded.
I can do that too. I can remove the memory of what happened for you and for your friends.
Then I think I'd like you to do that, he said. She tilted her head on one side.
It's done, she said.
You're an angel, Mrs. Stedman.
So they say, Mr. Nightingale. So they say.
That is the end of Nightshade. It was written by Stephen Leather and read by Paul Thornley. This has been an ISIS Audiobooks presentation. Other titles from ISIS by this author include Nightfall, Midnight, and Nightmare. For further details of our extensive catalogue of audiobooks on cassette, CD and MP3, please call our free phone number 0800 731 5637 or visit our website www.isis-publishing.co.uk.